Command & Conquer's Chain Link.
Yeah.
And double block on this one. What can he have in arsenal that he wants to keep that much?
But now we know what you have in hand. Absolutely nothing.
Yeah. This was a very interesting play. So it looks like Floyon has decided that now he can afford to be the aggressor. He probably will be happy to take some damage to assemble some of these very threatening and disrupting turns. I guess everybody thought that the follow-up would have simply
and
be
Synindra has just passed.
oh my god, yeah, no attack. This is not something that you see a lot with Syndra decks. So maybe they're trying to wait until there is a turn with 0 disruption and put together the strongest turn possible. That might be the way to go, actually. Maybe you just block until there is no disruptions on your opponent's side. You know that there is no full decompose yet, so the only thing that can really disrupt is CNC, Flower Wonder, and Felling of the Crown. But apart from that, there's not much disruption in this deck anyway.
Basically damage.
Yeah, and this can mean sun damage.
Yeah.
So obviously, because of the Ripping Blade, you don't get to gain health as Floyon, obviously, because yeah, the effect affects both players, but you still get the 2 runes.
I heard people complaining about Ripping Blade being too strong. What do you think about it? Oh, there is a E-Strike. Okay.
I think it's good in this format to get a card like that prevents some health. We've seen the devastation that can cause a card like Count Your Blessings, so it's fine that there is still a way to make sure that these CYB players need to work for it. They need to work to be able to gain some health. They need to take some risks to go below their opponent to be able to, to profit from it.
And we see a Shelter who is blocking E-Strike, so some damage are leaking.
Look at that insane value on the Floyon deck. Yeah, it is perfect, and he gets an arsenal on this one at the end.
I completely understand why this deck is the boogeyman in this season.
Yeah. And he's so cool to play as well. Like,
yeah,
it's very enjoyable, even if you're not a Windblade aficionado. Like, I won't lie, it's not my favorite class to play in this game, but it's every time I'm testing with Floyon, I'm having fun. Basically, it's just a fun deck, and the cards look cool. The aesthetics, the whole aesthetics of the cards and the deck.
The hair of Briar.
It looks amazing.
Is it a Ravenous Rebel who's played?
Yeah, it is a Ravenous Rebel, which gets a lot of value in basically almost entirely a red deck when you're playing that Redliner Syndra deck.
Ooh, and it's a Decompose.
Oh, there you go. So now we are talking. I think at this point, if he manages... Oh, he doesn't have enough cards to go full Earth on this one.
He should.
Because it looks like, yeah, maybe you can actually do it and you get the 3-turn Decompose, which would be perfect. 2. There is a failing, so maybe he's trying to consider if, does he have enough to go with a 3-turn Decompose? I mean, not 3-turn, 3 cards.
Just dominate.
Yeah, to go, there you go.
He's choosing the perfect one, okay. So now
he has Seed's Life, So there you go, only 1 Decompose and he's online.
He has 5 cards on the banish. 5 Earth cards on the banish.
Yeah, so you just need another Decompose and 3 Earth cards and you're fine. And this Rootbound Carapace is an Earth card as well, so we are 100% sure that he has enough. We've seen the cards.
Yeah. And on last resort, he has the boot. He can still track.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that is a good point. Okay, so the knife is flicked on this one. 1 damage coming through with the flick knives on the kunai. Oh, he needs that resource, so you can use the chest, the blood splattered vest to get 1 resource when you flick. So you know that there is gonna be one of these expensive cards
It could be Art of the Dragon Claw, maybe? It costs
Probably
1.
more fire. The one that you play the most is fire, but you need to give it draconic to make sure that it's
But he has
efficient.
a Felty. Had a
Yeah.
Felty?
No, he doesn't have the felty. I think he used it on the previous turn. Art of Tenet of it's something with fire, let's say. No, it's not a draconic card. We're trying to look at the card and to find the exact name. Sorry about that, guys. We're still a little bit rusty on this one. Yeah, it attacks for 4 with go again anyway. Let me check.
So there is some reflection from the Floyon side. Maybe he has the... Oh! It's a thing below who goes, and he sink a card.
There you go.
Maybe
It's a fire Tenet strike first. And it attacks for 3 with go again, gives +1 to the next draconic attack on the combat chain. So there you go. And this is interesting because you get the blood runs deep, but with exactly zero kunai, so you can't flick them. All the value of this card is gone. You just attack for 2 with go again. No way to flick anything. It is a bit disappointing. It has to be very disappointing when you're playing Synindra not to be able to profit from that very strong draconic card.
Floyon is giving a lot of cards this turn.
Yeah, maybe he had at least 2 defense reactions, so we can see it's a very defensive hand. But oh, there you go, the breaking point. But why did he? He probably didn't have the resources to. How did he pay for this? Because blood runs deep. There was no draconic channeling, was it? Was there?
Mm.
I think blood runs deep should have cost 2, and breaking point costs 1. So I don't think he can afford to pay for everything there.
Well, maybe there is some issues.
Oh, there you go. And now, as we were talking about earlier, there will probably be another decompose there. That means that Floyon is online at last.
I hope he has enough card, but as the chain hasn't been broken, he can't decompose with he can't put the different direction on the graveyard.
Yeah. Does he have enough? Looks like it's. We can see the dice. The die is at. It looks like it's 7 on it. Yeah, I think it's 7. So not exactly online yet, but very, very soon.
Which is really frustrating when you have to decompose one more time to have just one card. It's so much value with lacking. Missing. Pitching a Dominate, probably to Grasp and then Ripping Blade.
Yeah, so because it's only 1 Ancient, we know that the full decompose isn't on yet, but still 4 damage with 1 blue. The Ancient you can't do anything about. As Synindra, there is nothing unless you want to waste a Shelter from the Storm on it, so...
But I think we saw
take at least
2
one.
Shelter from the moment and one has been
already.
pitched.
Yeah.
So the last one is really under the deck.
This is interesting as Synindra because you're taking 4 damage, so you're gonna fall to 9 if you take everything there, but then you will have maybe for the very first turn of this game a full hand. It's only a 4-card hand. There's no arsenal, but it's still a full hand.
Yeah. Is it
That's probably what they're considering there. Yeah, there you go. Taking all of it.
Is it normal for Syndra to don't have Arcane Barrier?
I think sometimes you can. I think you can play with an Arcane Lantern, I guess, but you really want the 2 kunais. So, yeah. And I think the point of this deck is, yeah, you can't really afford to block anyway. So you're playing the best value cards possible in Shelter from the Storm, but you don't really worry about preventing the arcane damage from the Runcians. So now it's gonna be a Ravenous Rabble for 4. I think the card on top was Knot of Dragonblood as well. So that's the third one, I think. None of them have been put to very good use yet, but it's still an attack for 4. So
But
in
it's
a
a
deck
card.
like that,
It's a card that I could totally play just for the art.
absolutely, yeah.
That's one of the peak artwork
Yeah.
from the set.
Yeah, Thomas Jedrzejek, Polish artist, one of the very best artists that we have in Flesh and Blood. A mainstay on these big competitive events. Every time that we have a big competitive event in Europe, Thomas is there. A very cool guy.
Yeah, he's
And a very talented artist.
and he looked like a bit gloomy when you look at him, but he's really nice when you talk
He's
to
a very
him.
nice guy. Yeah, for sure. Is that a Rising Resentment? So that will be an attack for 3 with Go Again as well. Oh, blocking with the plow on there. Interesting.
Ah, that's a card that you
Yeah,
want to keep usually.
Well, that usually means that there's a second one in hand. You know, at this point in the
Yeah.
game, when your opponent is down to 8, that usually means that something's coming.
Is
Trying to.
Syndra going to have a card in the arsenal?
Mm.
I don't think so. So maybe you
Yeah.
can just throw it.
That is a good point. Boots are getting destroyed for the prevention effect. The kunai won't hit, so that means no Mask of Momentum threatening there. I think at this point you just need to do it anyway. You need to force the use of one of these very crucial equipments. And there you go. See?
Yeah.
Could have been useful to have a plow on there. Yeah, it really looks like Pascal. Now we have the names of the players, so it really looks like Pascal wants to put together a very strong turn. So we'll see if Lucas gets.
Ooh, enters a
access.
channel Monteroic.
This
And
can be
this is a huge
devastating.
card.
Yeah.
But is he going to give full potential
Is there
of
an
this
attack?
card? Yeah, that's the question.
Like if it's only one attack, it's not, it's not really relevant unless it's a CNC.
It's going to be there next turn because he pitched an Earth card.
Yeah, for sure. But if you give a full hand to your opponent, that's really not something that. Is that a second plow there? No. Oh, so that will be Oh, there you go. Still, it was.
And you were true. That's the plow under.
Yeah, it was a second plow on there, and being able to actually play it on top of 2 Runcians means that it's lethal on board. Oh, it's even more than that. It's 9 plus 2. Yeah, because of the
channel Monteroic.
Channel Monteroic. So yeah, a very threatening turn there. And Pascal wanted to find some time to assemble a bigger turn, but doesn't look like Lucas is agreeing with it. He is not letting him get anything there.
You don't have time. I'm going to present to you later. What are you going to do
11 damage
now?
on this one. Yeah, you lose the arsenal and there's 11 damage, so you need to at least give 1 card and probably 1 equipment, I would say. Oh, giving everything there.
Yeah, that's
Is that a full block? It looks like it's a full block though. Yeah.
But no Floyon is online, so
you
it's
take the rune chance, but yeah. And at this point, it's
for Floyon it's only a matter of time, because every time he can just do grasp and attack, so in 3 turns it should be done for him.
Yeah.
So there's a big clock on Pascal.
And Pascal doesn't play now, so yeah, I guess he's hoping that there won't be any attacks, which can happen with Runeblade sometimes, but
You
it's
can
not the
break.
case. Yeah, it's very rare in Floyon anyway. There are a lot of attacks and a lot of very potent attacks. I think I've seen a swarming Gloomveil as well, so we are pretty sure that there will be at least 2 attacks, at least one from the Gloomveil, another one from the sword.
I'm really
and that
happy
means
to
a lot of cards will be gone as well.
I'm really happy to be on the desk casting and not at on the seat of Pascal, because it's not a comfortable situation.
Yeah, for sure. So the activation for Grasp of the Art Knight, creating 2 rune chants now that Floyon is online, and that means that we'll probably see that swarming gloom that I was talking about. Look at this. Come on, Lucas. We know you have it.
Don't be shy. Send
Show
it
your
to
hands.
7 and 2 Runchant go again, and 10 Ripping Blade. Maybe he has a better plan.
There you go. So, 2 enchants, you take them. So you're down to 4 as Pascal. And now you need to think what can be coming next. Like basically, if any of these other cards in Lucas's hand is an attack with go again, game over, right?
Yeah.
Because there's still 1 resource floating, which means that he'll be able to attack with the weapon with the big ripping blade. Already taking 2 cards.
So what's next?
Okay, so you take the rune chance. Yeah, that's first. Rune chance first. Now, I think that's a block for 5. I don't see the 2 cards, but yeah. So
Okay.
take 1.
And now, what are you going to do? How do you finish this game? How do you close it?
Oh,
Just a Ripping Blade. Okay.
just a ripping blade. Still a ripping blade, but that's
Still little.
And there is always a way. Like this channel is gone now.
I think in this situation I would block with my head, because there is no way to trigger the Mask of Momentum, I think. And I will keep a card.
Yeah, maybe you're right actually. But there is also I guess that idea that if your opponent breaks, if they don't have an attack on the next turn, which as we just said, it can happen when you're playing a rune blade.
Completely, yeah.
Maybe you can come back out of just thanks to the power of that Mask of Momentum. So, Tenet of Fire Tenet, sorry, strike first. Is the first card. 3 will go again, and +1 on the next attack. Well, in this situation, I guess you don't even bother blocking with if you're Lucas, right? You're like, okay, so you need to kill me now, and if you don't, you're gonna take at least two Rinchens to the face. This
And
is a
then-
Ronin Renegade.
Absolutely. 3 go again. And the Face Purgatory is just blocking with no effect, taking 1 damage.
Yeah, I don't think you need to block anyway in this one, but yeah, at least you can finish the game knowing that you've used your equipment to the fullest. Oh, there you go, and that's probably the end, because that means 4 Rinchens, and yeah, the writing is on the wall for Pascal. Because that's 2 instances of Rinchen creation. That's 2 Rinchens each time, so that's 4, and that's a lot of damage on the table.
And that's a GG.
Very well played by Lucas. Yeah, he navigated this one perfectly. That was exactly what you what he needed as a Floyon player. Sometimes you can be on the back foot when you're playing against Synindra, but when you are manage to assemble some disruption in the early game, it's very hard as Synindra to put some enough damage on the table to really threaten your opponent. And you know that like Floyon has access to life gain as well if he can find the right spots, especially when you're below your opponent. So yeah, very interesting. Hey, there you go. You can see us now, I think. Are we live? Yeah, looks like
Yeah.
it. So we are in Zurich. The weather outside is beautiful, which means that it's the perfect time to stay inside and to look at card games. I'm very excited to look at this whole event and to enjoy and cast this one with you, my friend. So it's going to be a nice one. We just finished the first one. There was some technical difficulties, so we'll be fixing them in the first few rounds. I guess we'll still be we'll still stay around for a little bit, but then after this one, we'll take a very short break, guys, just to be able to fix some of the issues that we had and come back stronger.
Yeah.
What do you think about this first game? So it was one of these matchups that we're probably going to see a lot in this metagame, at least. None of these heroes are close to living legending. We've seen a lot of living legends the past few weeks, especially in this ProQuest season. But we're probably going to see a lot more of Synindra and Floyon, very strong decks in the metagame.
Yeah.
What do you think about this one?
It was a really interesting game, and I heard there is a lot of Floyon and Verdance in the field today. So I hope we will see a lot of arcane damage.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And the metagame has been really shaken those last weeks, so it's really interesting to see how people and players adapt to this. Maybe it will bring new stuff that we don't have that is not usually on the field, and they take advantages of this misknowledge of the metagame.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? When you're playing a deck like Aura and you're really attached to the hero that you started playing, and now it goes to Living Legend, you need to find a way to enjoy the game, enjoy life again without your soulmate hero. So yes, for some of these players, it can be devastating to lose a hero in Living Legend. So of course you can rebind by finding another one, and we know that Flesh and Blood has a bunch of heroes that you can find to find the perfect match for your playstyle. And maybe one of these, when you're switching over from Aurora, maybe one of these heroes that you can switch to is Synindra. Actually, maybe it's one of the decks that
Yeah.
resembles the hero the most. It's not a Runeblade. Florin is a Runeblade, but Florin has a very different
There is
playstyle.
a word between the flavor of Floyon and flavor of Aura. It's
Yeah.
just so much difference.
But the
Maybe
playstyle is basically, yeah, it's more similar when you're playing Syndra. It's more like you're trying to assemble the strongest board as possible. You don't really bother about blocking unless you're forced to, and sometimes you can block efficiently. But yeah, the only difference is probably that Syndra doesn't have as much blocking capabilities. He doesn't have access to electromagnetic somersault as Aurora had. But you can see in this one, she's playing Shelter from the Storm sometimes
Yeah.
in these matchups, so she can block somehow some of that damage, but then she really needs these big 5-card hands to be able to come back
Yeah.
strongly.
Yeah. I wonder if some Aurora has switched to Auxilio maybe, because you can have this kind of gameplay which is basically the same with a lot of attack and instant that do stuff, and
Yeah.
you attack again and good long
And you can
chain.
keep and you keep some of the cards as well. The
Yeah,
card
that's the
pool
main
is
purpose.
similar with a lot of these cards. You can play the Channel Lightning Valley, for example, which is an amazing card in Aura, and it's still an amazing card in Auxilio, of course. So yeah, definitely a lot of ways to branch out when you've lost Aura, obviously.
Yeah.
All right, so I guess we'll take a very short break. We'll reconvene, try to find the best matchup in this second round for the ProQuest in Zurich in TwoMoons. The shop is amazing, by the way. I'll send pictures of this store, but it's one of the nicest stores I've seen recently. It's like,
Completely.
it
Yeah,
looks
it's
brand new, and it's like we have lots of space. The streaming setup is amazing. Yeah, everything looks perfect. Like it's the perfect environment as an old gamer like myself. It's exactly the kind of place where I want to play when I want a game.
yeah. Okay.
Right. We'll
See you
take a
in
short
few
break
minutes.
and we'll be right back. Maybe. Maybe we'll take a short break. Maybe not. Oh, there you go. And we are back in Zurich. How are you, Johan?
I am really fine.
Mm. It was a great first round, Synindra versus Floyon. Floyon won, but now we have a second matchup. The second round, we are getting higher in the top tables. I think we're going to see that Floyon player again because I know that Lucas is a very strong player. But now we get well from what we've been told. We don't know exactly if it's the truth, but one of the best players in the room today is called Ralph, and he's playing Verdance. So we won't tell you right now what he is playing against, but it's going to be a very spicy matchup. And one of these matchups, again, we are talking about the fact that Synindra versus Floyon will be one of the matchups that we're going to see a lot in this metagame, probably in the next few weeks, and maybe until national season. But even if there are three new decks and new heroes coming in, we're probably going to see a lot more Synindra and Floyon before the end of the year. But now this one is going to be one of these interesting matchups as well. So Verdance versus well, we can talk about it. It's going to be Aalia. So Verdance versus Aalia will be one of the most interesting matchups as well in this metagame. How do you think that one can go? Because there is always that fear when you're playing against a deck like Aalia that you're going to get like all of these arrows in your face with Dominate on top of it, with all of these devastating effects, especially when you're playing Verdance. You definitely never want to see something like an inertia token hit your side
That's
of the
devastating
battlefield.
for you, yes.
Yeah.
And there is so much strong things in Aalia, and we haven't seen her since a long time, I think. She had some success the Battle Garden of Portland, I heard. No, that's Verdance, sorry. But Aalia is a hero that has been really strong, and now she's maybe on the dans le creux de la vague. French, we say it.
How would you say it? At the bottom of the wave, let's say.
Yes.
And she's waiting for the perfect wave to come back, to ride that perfect wave to the top of the metagame, let's say.
On the high sea, for example.
Yeah.
And I think she has the strong capability of sending a lot of damage. And I don't know if Verdance is able to handle this. But on the other side, there is so much arcane damage coming with Verdance. So I don't know. It could be a really interesting matchup. And Aalia is one of the heroes who can leave us soon. She's on the top of the leaderboard.
If she wins too many events, she can definitely, go to Living Legend pretty fast if she wins a bunch of events in a row, especially in this ProQuest season where we don't know who the top dog is. Well, we know that decks like Floyon are very strong. We know that Kano probably is very strong as well. We know that Aalia is a good deck, Verdance as well, but there are lots of good decks. Like Prism is a good deck as well. Synindra, Fang is not so bad. You have Yao as well at the top of the metagame. So yeah, there are lots of very good options, and some of these options Aalia is not that good into. So yeah, it's gonna be very interesting to watch this one and look at this. So sometimes you know right away if a player is an expert player with their hero when they have these very nice full art cold foil Marvel versions of their heroes. And there you go. So looks like Kai is playing a Marvel Aalia. They're not playing the build, so it looks like recently the build that emerged the most and that had the best results was the one that was playing New Horizons, maybe, and that tried to have the big 5 or even six card hand turns. So it looks like Kai has opted for a more traditional way to play Aalia. Death Dealer.
And yeah. Okay, so it's a pitch. Ooh, he's pitching a codex, so he will see it later. And he's going to load. Oh. Okay, he's going to gain life as an instant. Interesting. That's normal. And he's going to load an arrow. No?
Yeah, it's just an overloaded, but he's not playing it. So yeah, I think there was some thought about maybe attacking because Ralph had used one of these cards to gain some health on turn 0, but yeah, doesn't look like that's what he wanted to go for.
And I think that's an Ether Arc he's played. How many Arcane Buyer would you like to play as Aalia?
I think 3 is fine, and that's well, that's I think that's only 2
And he
on
took
Kai's
3,
side.
and he's proposing 2 again.
I think that's Overflow the Other Veil or something like that. That's the one that gets you two resources if you search with it. I think so.
Yeah, it was this one. So is Azela going to do her classic pump, and big attack? Ooh.
That's a premeditate in the arsenal. Yeah, I think I've seen a knock the death whistle in Kai's hand, so there will be some dominate on top of that next arrow. Oh, Aalia activation? Sure.
Okay. That's a weird one, but okay.
Well, no, when it's read in the ledger, when it hits perfectly, you don't have to worry about it. Yeah, don't even need to worry about playing knock the death whistle. You got the perfect card. That's when you. That's why you know that you're an expert Aalia player.
Oh.
You got all the cards aligned on top of your deck. Seek and destroy. That's at least +6 on this one, +6 with dominate. So obviously it's not the most problematic when you're playing a card. Yeah, but when you're playing a card like Red in the Ledger into Verdance, she'll be very happy to play to block with as many cards as possible. Of course, there will be some dominate on this one, so it will only be one card blocking. But she doesn't have a lot of access to go again anyway, so it's not really relevant. But it's still a lot of damage. And the Seek and Destroy is the most annoying part of it, probably. Because at the end of your next turn, you're going to discard everything.
And it's coming for 11, I think?
Yeah, probably 11. That's 5 plus 6 on the buffs.
11 dominate is a big
Seek and
number.
Destroy. That's exactly what Kai is going to be trying to do all game long. Oh, and there was a card in the arsenal. I don't think there's any way that you can decompose with the carapace there. I don't know if it's a red or a yellow one. I don't think you play the blues, the blue carapaces in Verdance anymore. Maybe?
Maybe,
Well,
yeah.
yeah.
But
It took 5 anyway, so I think he blocked for 6 with a red one. But now you need to find a way. Oh, there you go. Interesting. That was a very strong hand, and that's why red in the ledger is not so threatening when you're playing a deck like Verdance, because you're very happy to come back with just a CNC.
And the
Of course,
CNC is so much devastating in Aalia than against other heroes.
The only thing is now on the next turn, Ralph, whatever happens, won't get access to an arsenal because of that Seek and Destroy. That's the biggest strength of this card. And look at Kai already pondering what he wants to do. Yeah, you can't really afford to give away 2 cards, but then losing your arsenal can be devastating as well. So it's...
And you're already behind for the life points, so it's... Would you like to go 29?
29 losing the card from the arsenal, yeah, but that's I guess that's what you have to do. And that's why CNC is so devastating and why it's probably going to be played in a lot of games for a very, very long time.
And that's why it's going to be on the next ban and restriction card list.
It's such a cool card, a cool card design. All the that was a knock the death whistle. Yeah, very annoying to lose access to this one. But then again, if he's lucky enough on his Aalia activations, maybe he doesn't need it. Oh yeah, the Flounder was lost because of the Seek and Destroy.
Yeah, but no, he can decompose.
Yeah, he has enough to decompose now. Yeah, for sure.
And he has a Felling of the Crown in the end.
Yeah.
I have a bad feeling for the Aalia, but wait.
Now we know that these Aalia players, they can always find ways. Oh, that was a second knock the death whistle. So,
I lose one? Okay, but I still have one. Don't
yeah.
worry.
So I guess the one that you want to use the most in this situation would be Remorseless. If you have the resources and if you need to look for one card, oh yeah,
Oh.
going full aggro with the blood rot. Ow.
Lace with Blood Rot?
No, it's
No,
infecting shot.
infecting shot. Sorry.
Probably makes the most sense. I was talking about Remorseless, but the Remorseless doesn't prevent attack reactions from defense reaction from being played from the hand. It's only the arsenal. So yeah, there you go, full damage on this one. It will be an attack for 9. That will be 8. Does get a name counter. Dominate 9 with a Blood Rot Pox token on top of it.
That's huge.
The value is pretty nice, but we know that there's a fading of the crown in Half's hand. Again, we were talking about it during the previous game. Not necessarily something that you wanna use as the first decompose target, but sometimes you're really forced into it.
Yeah, this card is way more powerful when it's the end of the game, but you have to decompose, so let's go.
Yeah. I think he has something else to do actually. Yeah, you need to do that first because he has Ring of Roses in hand and you need to put it on the board as early as possible. And that's a very strong card. In any matchup, one of the strongest cards because every time that you gain health, you deal 1 arcane damage.
And do you have a way to deal with the Ring of Rose when you're playing Aalia? Do you have any way to destroy an aura?
I don't think so.
Maybe there is some odd generic card, but I don't know them. It's so weird.
And Ring of Roses is such a gorgeous card. I don't know if you've seen the colorful version. It's one of my favorite cards in the game, in terms of artwork and overall flow of the card. It looks amazing. Oh, it's the first time you deal arcane damage. Yeah, I don't know why I thought it was health, but it was. Yeah, it deals with health. When you gain health when you're online, you get the arcane damage and then you gain health. You gain 1. Sorry about that again. I was saying I was very rusty, and I guess it shows.
I was thinking that the matchup was clearly in favor of Verdance, but the life is not. There is not so much a big gap between the two players.
Yeah, now Rain Razors is coming up, so if with the other one used to pitch, we don't see any go again yet. So yeah, that's only gonna be 1 arrow attack, but that's a hamstring shot, and it will be very hard for Verdance block this one efficiently. That's 13 damage.
13 damage.
Yeah,
Wow.
3 buffs and a hamstring shot.
But not
Still
dominate.
keeping no dominate though. Yeah, but that's, as you can see, some of these cards don't block that well, so it's not easy. And you have some cards that don't even block in this deck. Rampant Growth, for example. I think all cards block, but I think I see a couple of 2 blocks maybe. It doesn't look like Ralph is interested in blocking all of it, so he will mitigate some damage and probably come back with a card that he kept in his arsenal, which I think maybe is a Failing of the Crown. Really wants to keep at least 2 cards. Fais-le si tu veux, mais moi je m'en... Right, so blocking 6 with this one. I think he kept the Pulsing Ether and the blue. He can just pay for the Pulsing Ether and be able to activate the Waning Moon, which means that there will be a Ring of Roses activation, which is exactly what you want to do at this juncture in the game. Oh, but it means the Hamstring Shot will force that first action to cost 1 more. Oh, so maybe you won't be able to use the Waning Moon on this one. You really want to use just 1 blue to pay for
Everything, basically.
for the Pulsing Ether and for the Waning Moon activation, but maybe that won't be possible because of the Hamstring Shot. Yeah, there you go. So using the 2 modes, you need to pay 2 for this one because one
Cost 1 more.
sides costs 1. Oh, maybe that's only the 4 damage then.
Okay, so he's pitching. And he's taking damage. Okay. And now it's the winning move. Aalia is pushing damage. No. Verdance is pushing damage, and now they're even on the life point.
Yeah. Well, that Ring of Roses will make sure that there's a lot of value on every single one of these either damage cards. So Arcane damage cards, sorry.
Ooh, it is a good blocking hand for the Verdance, I think. To the Canopy Shelter and to the Arcane Shelter too.
Ah, c'est une liste qui date un peu ça. Ah, there you go. One of the strongest cards in this game.
The
Codex of Frailty played from the arsenal.
I already heard people saying that this card is too strong for the game and shouldn't exist.
It should exist. How would you be able to play Ranger decks or Assassin decks without it? They would lose so much power. And I don't even know if Ranger players or Assassin players would be able to know how to play the game without these cards. We're kidding, of course. We know that you're all masterful players, obviously. But now it's going to be a very underwhelming infecting shot. Only an attack for 5.
But threatening the Bloodroot token. There's some reflection.
But again, in this instance, I think, yeah, because the Seeds of Tomorrow is in hand, Ralph will be very happy to play this one slowly and to little by little, make sure that that Ring of Roses value consumes their opponent.
And you completely negate the.
Absolutely, with
The-
just one card. So you lose the arsenal, which is always an issue, but with just one of these cards,
On the other hand,
that's
I think
perfect.
Ralph hasn't offensive hand.
Offensive, you mean you're offended by it? Or aggressive hand?
Aggressive, sorry.
I'm offended by what you're putting on the board, Ralph. It's an offense to that wonderful game. And that's the thing in this matchup. Like Codex of Frailty is obviously a very, very strong card. But how much value does it have against a deck like Verdance that's very happy to play a card like Rampant Growth and say, okay, I'm gonna get 1 health, deal 1 arcane damage to your face, and now I'll just activate Waning Moon. Oh no, not even, no. Because it's only, that's only an instant, so you can't really activate Waning Moon out of it. That was the only silver lining for Kai, is that there was not much in Ralph's hand to come back.
Oh, so Aalia is activated, we'll have Dominate this turn.
And now you can see, like in his body language, that Kai is very happy about the way that his opponent's turn progressed.
He has a full hand.
Yeah, that's a premeditate. So +3, and on hit, create a ponder. Red in the Ledger, which is not a very important card in the matchup, really activated, but Remorseless in this instance can be very interesting because Ralph won't be able to play any defense reaction from their hand because of that one. Is that a Blood Rot, Codex? Codex of Blood Rot? Yeah, it looks like it, because a Blood Rot box token just hit the board. So there you go. Well, you just use it for the ponder and for the free damage. Oh,
Ooh.
yeah. And they release the tension there.
That's block defense reaction from the hand, right?
Yeah. No, from the arsenal. So,
That's not.
yeah. So because of it, no defense reaction won't be able to be played. If I don't know if Ralph got a defense reaction in the arsenal, but in any case, that's double.
I think he has the shelter from the storm.
Oh yeah, that was a shelter from the storm, actually. Yeah, I remember now. All right, there is some damage there. And I remember the Blood Rot Pox is still on the board. You lose 1 health every time you play an action card. Well, I don't expect Ralph to play more than 1, but this one, pretty good.
And he decomposes. So he slowly.
Starting to decompose now. Yeah. I mean, he has a lot of half cards in his graveyard now, so he probably will be able to decompose with 3 decompose instances, which is exactly what we're trying to do.
And Aalia take damage. She doesn't care. She just wants a full hand.
Yeah, as long as there's no disruption, I think Aalia is happy to take some damage and to try to assemble a very strong, dominated hero.
Don't forget that life is a resource, and it's a perfect example. Ooh, Lace with Inertia, revealing the arsenal.
Yeah, not exactly what you want to see as Verdance. You need your arsenal for a lot of things. And that's the only way to block these dominated attacks efficiently. So any 1 point of damage on this one will create the inertia token.
And it's probably the worst token for you if you're playing Verdance.
Yeah. Don't care much about frailty. Blood rot pox is a problem, but you can play around it. But this one
And you can
doesn't
life.
let you play. Yeah, you don't, even if you don't agree with it, it says, yeah, you're screwed. Oh, it looks like Kai has to use the third Ren Razors from his end to pitch, maybe? Hmm.
Is this a Codex, the second card, maybe?
Oh. It's very possible. Oh, interesting. Yeah. So it will be a bolt and shot that will be coming with the auto go again, because bolt and shot gets go again every time it's buffed, and it will be buffed.
Well, it has been buffed with the lace.
Yeah. So it's already, I think it's a yellow bolt and shot, so it will already be an attack for 6. Is it a yellow or red? Hold on.
We'll see.
It's 6.
Go again.
With go again, yeah.
On it, the token.
This is annoying. When you
But
don't know what's coming out, you know that there's a full grip. There are still 4 cards.
is it the Hoodbound Carapace on hand?
Yeah. If it's a red one.
And on the arsenal, this is the. No, it's not the. It's not the shelter anymore in arsenal, I think.
No, shelter would still be there.
Oh, okay. So there is
He
a
hasn't
lot
been
of
able to play it, but he hasn't used it yet.
Yes, it is.
And Verdance in this setup has some armor, but not that much. So you'd rather use it to for a spot when you're forced to block with your armor. Oh, there you go. So no reaction, no defense. I think he expected to block only with reactions, but now the Rain Razors is coming next. So that will be 8.
It's funny how the Verdance player all played the arm blade Beaconer Gauntlet, which is a rare card, while they have a lot of possibility to have legendary or majestic armor.
Yeah, I think it's one of these instances where you play the card that has the most value in most matchups, and if it's not the best in this one, because obviously you won't get attacked by a weapon when you're playing versus a ranger, it at least gives you some value, 1 block value. You could presumably play the Stonewall Gauntlet instead of this one, and I know that the Gauntlet has been used in many Verdance decks, but at least you get some value on this one, and you keep one of these very important sideboard slots.
As we talk, the attack has been fully blocked, I think.
Fully blocked, yeah, with 2 defense reactions, so the Carapace and the Shelter from the Storm. But now, yeah, Aalia will take cover, reload,
And shot.
oh, and Remorseless. This would have been a perfect target to prevent these blocks with the Shelter from the Storm from the arsenal.
And now
A
he's
bit
thinking.
disappointing maybe, but that's a lot of damage, because that's 8, 10 damage plus the effect on the Remorseless, which is nothing to scoff at. That's 1 damage every time you use an action card on your
But
next
if
turn.
you don't have card in hand because you're fully blocked, that's not a problem.
There you go. But I think it looks like Ralph has a sigil of Solace in hand.
Which is bad for blocking, to be
I
honest.
think he's, I think his only consideration is, does he want to block with everything, or does he want to keep a card in his arsenal for next turn, for the next turn, for the next time when he'll be allowed to play. Oh, that's mental block. So that prevents 2 damage and blocking with the other card and then using the sigil. Yeah, there you go, to get back to 16. But then you were talking about it earlier, Johan, but that's the health? It's getting a bit precarious now.
Yeah.
You're down to 16, you still have some value to be gained with the Ring of Roses, maybe.
Is it a
Is that,
Scour in
I
hand?
think it's a Scour, yeah. It is a Scour indeed. Well, you don't really have a choice. You need to keep it in the arsenal, right?
Yeah. And you can use the Scour to break the Blood Rot, for example.
I guess.
And it's
Oh, a second one.
second Scour and the Felling.
This is a very strong head, but I'm pretty sure that Kai.
Ooh, second take aim. Lace. Okay.
Lace with inertia.
Looking for an arrow.
Looks like it's a blind as Aalia. Oh, there you go, Codex. Interesting card. Interesting.
Is it a good one?
Oh, that's a lot of buffs. So that's 9 with a lot of modes on this one. Is there an access to the tunic there? How many counters do you see on this tunic? Because it
one,
changes a lot of things.
I think it's just a one, so I don't think there is access to the tunic.
Okay, so that would mean that it's only a 0 cost arrow. So at most the value will be 4 plus 9, that will be 13.
Which is a big number.
It's already a big number, obviously.
But it can be a bolt and shot, for example. Or the Raise the Tension, who has been played before in the game.
I think we've also seen a drill shot as well. I'm not 100% sure, but at least it will be. Well, there are still a couple of unhit effects anyway, so it's still threatening on its own, even if it's just a vanilla blank arrow. I mean, drill shot is not. It's not blank by any means, but if it's if it's only a bolt and shot, for example, it will still represent some damage and some disruption. So it's very important to be able to block this one efficiently.
Yeah. But Verdance player is thinking maybe he has something to do.
I think there is a consideration with using does he want to crack the Storm Striders to play Scour and to break all? No way. No, I don't see why you do that. So I don't think there's anything else they can play in this instance. So yeah, as you were saying, there's nothing apart from the. I think that's a yellow one.
That's the yellow one. 12 go again.
Yes.
2 token on hit. No, 3. One of each.
No, there's
2.
only
2.
two. Yeah, the only one, the other one is takeover, so there's no one hit on this one. Takeover says that you can reload out of it. Then you have the laced with inertia, unless I think it's a laced with frailty though, so it's not.
Yeah.
Again, not the most threatening card in this matchup, but it's still a way to make sure that bolt and shot might go over the top. How many blocking cards does he have in hand? Yeah, at this point, I guess you need to start considering using your box skin
and give really a lot of value to your other cards who are going to block.
Yeah, remember it is activated. 8, so you block for 10 there. Is there a reaction? No, it took 2. Okay, so I guess he has a way to play everything. The inertia token is not a consideration because he has a way to play everything from his end.
So how do you go out of this messy situation?
Looks like there's a summerfall. Oh, all
River
right.
Felling, obviously.
Yeah, Felling of the crown, obviously. And now you're online.
And the game
And
is
now,
going to take
yeah.
a dramatic turn for the Aalia player, I think.
And now the countdown is on because yeah, that will be every time that Ralph will gain health, there will be some added arcane damage on top of it because of the Ring of Roses.
And the Aalia player lose a card, obviously.
Yeah, 8 damage is a lot in this instance. You're losing one card from hand already, and if you want to mitigate some of that damage, you're gonna lose so much offensive power as well.
He's going to take back the tempo, I think, this turn.
Well, that was the Tome of Harvests in the pitch zone. Look at this. I love this card.
Oh yeah.
Very interesting way to play this one. I don't know if it's a card that we've that has already come back in these Verdance builds, but it's in the right situation, it can be a huge deal.
And the damage has been taken. Ooh.
Oh,
That's a hand.
that is a hand indeed. It
Nice
looks like
and there's a channel Millennium Tree, which can be huge amount of damage. And on the other hand, I think I see an endless arrow. There is some pumps. There is a load.
Seek and Destroy, yeah. Codex of Faulty, and yeah, he'd rather play one infecting shot rather than play that single endless arrow that could come back to the end, but it's better to dominate an attack that has so much value on top of it. So that's 11 damage, maybe 13 if you consider that there is 2 damage coming from the Bloodrot Pox token.
Huge numbers.
Yeah.
The Bloodrot is given.
But look at the hand on Ralph's side. That's a lot of damage as well.
Yeah.
So the consideration now is, do you think you're gonna have time to do something with the channel the Millennium Tree, or do you use everything right now? So you use 2 modes for, yeah, I guess you do. So you use 2 modes for the Header Pulse, Pulsing Header, sorry, Pulsing Header Life. So you gain
ping.
one ping, 1 arcane ping because of Verdance's hero power. That means that if it goes through, Ring of Roses activates, and you gain 1 more.
This is a nightmare.
And you ping again, and then you activate the Pulsing Header side, which is 4 more on top of it, and then he'll be able to activate Waning Moon.
That's so much damage with only few cards.
Yeah.
But it requires a lot of setup.
And that's the thing, that's the power of that card, the Ring of Roses. When you get in on the board that early, it deals, over the course of the game, it will be probably your MVP card. It will deal, yeah, so much damage and so much health that's been gained back. The value is insane. And look at this. Very close to being comboed off. So now if, well, I guess if Ralph has any way to deal some arcane damage,
And
he can put Kai in a very precarious situation. Now he can't really afford to go to use all the cards in his hand. He can be just killed in his own turn, during his own turn. Typical wizard style. Now you go down to 1.
That's a nightmare for him.
Yeah.
He don't have enough Arcane Barrier to block anything.
And even if you did, there's like any card that deals 3 or 4 arcane damage kills you. So
yeah,
we've seen 2 Pulsing Headers, but there's still 1 in this deck. And there are lots of ways to play in
And there
health
is
anyway.
no arcane damage on the Ralph hand, I think.
Yeah, he didn't draw anything that can kill with the Storm Strider, so no instant kill.
But
Kai doesn't know that.
yeah.
So he has to respect it. He can't really afford to go like full power on this. Oh, look at this.
Ooh.
Amplifying arrow from the top. So that means all these
Ooh.
buffs will be even more threatening.
Oh.
How much damage is that? So
And there
that's
is
12,
a increased attention.
that's 16. 16 damage.
He can't play defense reaction from the hand.
Oh, but yeah, he's
Oh.
getting it with the...
Yeah. And I think it's GG.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I forgot about that one, obviously. So you always have access to some arcane damage in this instance. Yeah, obviously. Very well played. So yeah, I was like, yeah, he has no way to kill him during this turn, but of course he does.
Yeah.
Well, that was a nice one, and I think we've seen the full power of what Verdance can do in this matchup. Like this is all the value that you can gain just by having access to a card like Ring of Roses, and also being able to disrupt some of these arsenal cards at that juncture in the game when there was a Red in the Ledger on the board. I mean, when he was hit by Red in the Ledger, Verdance was very happy. Ralph was very happy to just come back with a CNC, and CNC is so devastating for Rangers. It's been for forever. The scourge of these Ranger players. So obviously, he wasn't happy to see that. And then, coming back with like turn after turn of full value every time that an arcane damage was coming in. Ring of Roses was there to put one health back or to do something else. So yeah.
And it's funny because at the beginning of the Verdance, we saw a lot of Verdance who were really into gaining a lot of life point, and I don't think it's the way he was playing Verdance time.
You don't need to combo off if you can get so much value turn after turn, and you threaten your opponent regardless. You don't need these big combo turns in this instance, and you force your opponent to have bad hands or to prevent some damage, or to take a lot of damage and trying to actually combo you off, or at least put some damage on the board that you won't be able to prevent. But you can see that Verdance is also a very good defending deck. So yeah, very well played and navigated by Ralph. And it looks like a lot of, we've been told that he was one of the best players in the room, and yeah, I can definitely see it.
Yeah, he is really famous in Switzerland for being a really strong player.
Famous in Switzerland.
Oh yes,
wow. Look at that, famous in Switzerland.
Well,
everyone's dream, yeah, obviously. Well, anyway, that was a very nice game. I think we're going to get a very short break. It looks like a lot of these players are getting ready for a short break for lunch, and maybe we'll have time for one as well. It was a very, very interesting game, and I'm very excited to see how this metagame progresses and to see all the decks that will emerge on top of that first weekend. So we've seen some of the results already of the weekend yesterday. We've seen some in one of the PQs in France yesterday. There were 3 -IOs in the top 8. So yeah, I think this is one of the strongest aggro decks as well in this metagame. So I'm very excited to see who's gonna go to the top in this one. Looks like our friend Tigran was not happy about what's going on. Did you see him? He was taking his hand in his face. His face in his hand, sorry.
He looked at us like saying, save us, please.
Well, we'll see about that. Well, thank you so much for being here this morning, guys. If there is any matchup that you want to see in the next few rounds, don't hesitate and let us know in chat. If there is a friend in the room that you want to watch as well, more than happy to accommodate you. And we'll take a very short break and be right back. Don't go too far. We are back. I have to tell you guys. I guess you already know this, but I love this game like crazy. Which is exactly why we woke up at 5 this morning to come here and to cast this event. I just love it. So and it's been great to do this again after a 6 months break. So very excited to be here. We can see that like the room is amazing there. So we can see all the people. Everybody is excited to be here. Everybody
Can we show them?
has good words about the store. It's an amazing time, and it's an amazing time to be playing Flesh and Blood and to be casting Flesh and Blood. So, my friend, I want to hug you right now because I'm full of love.
Thank you.
All right. Now we can get down to business. We're gonna get the third round very shortly. Did we get the matchups already? I think it's 2-2-0 players. And we don't know the name of the heroes that are playing, but it's gonna be. I'm sure that the guys picking the matchups will pick a very interesting one. We've seen already a Floyon, we've seen a Synindra, we've seen
Aalia.
an Aalia, and we've seen a Verdance. So 4 of the strongest decks in the metagame. Which one of these 4 impressed you the most so far?
I think it's the Aalia. Even if she lost, she had the balls to blind Aalia sometimes and to push so much damage.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
All right. I think the one that that is probably going to be the boogeyman of this format and will be very hard to, well, unless something drastically changes in the next few weeks, Floyon will be at top of the standings for a very long time. I'm excited to see if someone has found a way to play around that deck and to maybe punish it more than what we've seen so far, because we know that Rune Blades have historically been one of the strongest classes in the game. So yeah, I'm excited to see if someone has figured it out already, if someone has found the right spice, the right amount of spice to put on, to sprinkle on their deck to punish these Floyon decks. Or can you punish them? Maybe you can't.
I think you can. There is in Dash some spice text that you can use, especially this item. If you say when you take 1 damage, reduce it to 0.
Dissolution Sphere. Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah. This is actually a very good card. Yeah. And it is a good point to make. Yeah, you can.
Now you have a way to put back Steam counter on it, so you can have infinite amount of hits and last it for 6 turns if you want.
But this is only strong against the Floyon stack decks, right? The ones that try to assemble as many rune shots as possible. But is it as good in the, well, the decks like the one we've seen in the first matchup, which is a more traditional Runeblade game plan with some value on top of rune shots?
Well, at the end of the game, you are still he's still going to do grasp attack, so you just prevent the 2 damage each turn, which is a card that you are going to pitch. So I think it's a good idea.
Why not? Yeah.
And you have those new. So we have the pairing for the next one.
Oh, it is going to be Dash versus Vincent. I hope that it's going to be a Dash Inventor Extraordinaire, because that's one of the decks that I haven't seen in a long time. Oh, it's Dash IO. Sorry. So yeah, Force Joy, as we say in France. Fausse joie. Désolé. Mais it's going to be Dash IO versus Vincent. I've seen that Dash IOs have had lots of success already this weekend, apparently. Yeah. So there was a ProQuest in France yesterday, and 3 Dash IOs were in the top 8. So it's not like it's only one ProQuest, but it's already a sign that this deck can do, well, we've seen the damage potential of deck like that, and it has some tools that you can assemble to, as you said, try to find the right spice to combat these very, very strong decks in the meta game. Let's see what Dash can do versus Vincent.
Yeah, but at the same time, Vincent has a lot of tools for disruption, and it could be really damaging for Dash.
Yeah, absolutely. So I don't know if the Vincent player and the Vincent deck that we're gonna see is the one that everybody talks about this morning. I think you've heard a couple of stories about this one, but if we'll see shortly, and we don't want to spoil the surprise. So yeah, let's not spoil the surprise, but you'll see a surprise during the game if it's this deck indeed, and you'll understand which surprise we're talking about, and we'll say this was the surprise at that point. All right, there you go. And this is, well, again.
So we have a Vincent.
You know that Kevin is an adept Vincent player because Kevin has the Vincent sleeves.
Yeah.
Not easy to find, by the way.
No, they are complicated to find, and I think it's on this box of sleeves that you have cold foil weapon?
Yeah. They were released at the time when the hero was released for during
Still down.
Still Down. So that was a couple of years ago.
Oh,
Yeah.
he's playing with the ornamentation.
Oh, Ornate Tesson, yeah.
That's really weird. And he's not paying Face Purgatory, he has the Crown of Dominion.
Already some spice there. More well,
and the dash is
more usual setup on the dash side, obviously.
AB1, obviously. And let's go with just a normal attack. Okay.
No, that is interesting because the T-bone means that you forced a block on turn 0, which is exactly what you want to see. So yeah, these blocks for 2 is that I think that was a red T-bone. That means, or maybe not, because everything looks.
And the boom grenade.
Oh,
so much damage on turn
some
1.
damage on turn 0. Look at this. Exactly what you want to see. So is there a reaction maybe to cover this? Because if it hits, you take 5 damage on this one. That was the red grenade on top of the red T-bone. That's insane.
I think there is no reaction in Vincent.
No.
You can have a register on turn, but it's really rare to have it. And you don't want to pay it in turn 1 because it's cost 1, so it's complicated.
Yeah.
And okay. And he banned a boom grenade in boost, which is not that what you want to see in dash.
Yeah,
but
it
it's
means
okay.
but this means that the card the dumpster dive gets +1. It gets +1 when you banish and well, obviously, Lars knew about it because he sees the top of his deck all the time, so he knew what was on top of it, so he decided to force the opponent to block, which is, I guess this is why Kevin didn't want to block. Okay. He had a perfect first hand.
Vincent has blocked with a movie on Sky, which is really weird because it's a card that we don't play anymore in Vincent.
Yeah, nobody plays it in Vincent, yeah. Absolutely, but it looks like it's already a sign that there will be some spice in this deck, and maybe this is the spicy deck that we were talking about. You see some of the cards.
What is he going to banish now? Okay,
it's a Deathly Whale.
Yeah, absolutely, a red one, I think. But he still needs 2 enchant to attack with it.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah. I guess he paid for it.
He paid it totally, which is a bit weird, but I understand. But it's mean no enchant for next turn.
Very weird way to play it.
The widespread rune. And he banned the top deck, so he banned Heist. Okay. And he... Oh, and we see the pommel in the hand of the Vincent.
Oh, there you go. So you know now why we were talking about spice, because this is the fabled Pummel Vincent deck. And from what we've heard so far, it looks like Kevin is playing a full set of each pummel.
The full rainbow pummel of Vincent.
With defense reactions, apparently.
Think below, but okay, this Vincent is really spicy and second outpace, okay, which means he can't defend with equipment.
Yeah. So that's 4 into 4. Yeah, so that it's a Shadow of Ursur, yeah. Oh, no. Wow, look at this.
That's ace damage. Oh, wow.
That's a masterful way to shuffle your deck to make sure that your grenades are always on top at the beginning of the game. That was perfect there. So another 8 damage on this one. And the health on Kevin's side is dropping already.
It's melting.
dropping like crazy. Yeah.
Is he going to attack again? And is he going to send a max V?
No. We need so many resources. It doesn't have enough. It looks like Dashayu's turn, and apart from that, those two boom grenades doesn't do much there. And that double up at pace.
And we saw
No follow up. Maybe he's considering keeping
an arsenal and a card in hand.
keeping an arsenal. Oh no! Yeah, that's the thing. He was
Fender
considering.
Bender. And the max V.
It's a pulse with harpoon. So now
Oh no.
you get to see the whole hand and choosing which one he loses. Yeah, there you go. So that's a 2 block. You still take 2. Definitely the type of card that
And pistol.
that Kevin would have loved to keep.
Symbiosis
That's
shot.
Yeah, the symbiosis shot coming in for 2 at the end with his combat chain. But that's the only consideration was maybe Lars wanted to keep an additional card for next turn. Into an additional card in his arsenal, but he decided to go all the way in with this one.
And no, the Visario has 2 cards in Banish.
Vincent.
Vincent. But he still have only one enchant. And he attacks with the Deathly Whale. I think it's a red one. Sending one enchant and
Yeah, so he had to pay
returning
for
6
this one as
damage.
well.
Yeah. But if you take damage, you will do one more enchant. So, but at the end of the turn, she's going to have 2 blood depth. So she's already at 17.
This has to be a bit frightening right now. He hasn't been able to play any of the spice in his deck, and now it means that he has a lot of 2 blocks in his deck.
And he's a
Another
T-bone.
T-bone, yeah, forcing a block with the equipment. He has a couple of very strong cards in his banish, so if he finds a way to do a double renegade turn, maybe he can turn this around, but he'll need to do it very fast. There's a Deathly Well and a Widespread Destruction. Widespread Destruction, by the way, banishes a card from the arsenal, which means that there is some disruption on top of it, but yeah.
And the
He'll
Spark
need
of
to do
Genius?
something very fast. The Spark of Genius, what do you fetch in this situation now? Do you get the Technocore maybe?
Cerebellum?
Cerebellum Processor, I guess, at that point. Yeah, there you go. So cranking it immediately to get the action point back. It looks like he has a second Cerebellum Processor in hand.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh my god. That is that has to be very frightening for our Vincent player. As soon as he sees the second Cerebellum.
Oh, this hand is perfect. Oh, the
Technocore played from the top. Oh, the second processor used to pitch. Well, in a way, it's even more frightening because it means that that Lars doesn't feel like he needs it. So you're like, oh, what is coming? This is, well, it's your favorite movie, I think.
Fast and
What's your
Furious?
favorite movie? Yeah, there you go.
The third one is the best.
Yeah. Johan is a big cinephile, so obviously he's a fan of big cars and Vin Diesel.
Fast and Furious.
0 to 60. Fast and Furious into 0 to 60. Isn't that supposed to be the opposite? Start with 0 to 60 and then you go up to Fast and Furious.
Miss Drift.
Bit of a flavor loss there, but still a pretty strong turn, right? So 4 would go again, and Vincent is already down to 13. Look at this. This game has been going like crazy. Did we go into a time warp or something, or is that the way this game has progressed? Look at the time clock. 43:43. So yeah,
Looks
only
like
12
we're going to
minutes
have
in
a
this
big
game.
pause. But what can you do when the opponent high roll as high as this?
I don't know if you can call this high rolling, but that's the way that this deck is supposed to play. You know, like you
Yeah,
get
that's
boom
true.
grenades on top, and you punish for your opponent for not blocking or not blocking efficiently.
We saw 4 or 3 boom grenade, I think.
3,
3. Okay.
but
That's
2 hit.
yeah.
1 was banished and 2 hit.
Okay, it is blocked.
All right. And keeping the symbiosis shot for another turn.
Oh, he has a funeral moon in hand, I think. So he could play it on. I think he wants to play it, and it's too late.
Oh yeah.
But Lars allow it. Okay.
So now you get
Mm.
access to these 2 runes, which is perfect. That means they can. Oh, going back to it. Okay, so he banishes it.
Yeah. Okay, so he has the ability to pay 1 life point, so he can play as an instant. Perfect, yeah. So now he has 2 enchant, and he can attack with Deathly Wail. I would attack with Deathly Wail to 7 go again.
With the
Perfect.
shadow puppetry, yeah, you get. Is that red one? So that means 7 go again. If it hits, you can banish the top card of your deck. Not entirely sure you would want to do it, because it's you probably won't be able to play the card.
And there is
More
one
enchant.
unpreventable enchant. So he is going to create 2 enchants. Because he has lost no life point.
So he would still be short for the widespread destruction, right?
Yeah.
He one short.
But maybe he has in hand some spice, like Deadwood Dirge to destroy the enchant and do 2 more and then attack.
Yeah. Oh, so it hit. That was a hit. Like Lars is so comfortable with the hand he has. I think he assumes that he can destroy his opponent on the next turn on the swing back. So he's happy to take the damage and say, okay, so you need to try to kill me now. Because if you don't, I will.
And that's the Deadwood Dirge.
Good call. So Deadwood Dirge into widespread destruction, which means 10 damage.
And he's going to lose the arsenal for sure.
Yeah, you lose the arsenal for sure because you took some damage this turn. Which, yeah, we were talking about it, but Kevin needed that kind of turn to be able to come back in this one. So.
Oh, but use the helmet to sink the arsenal. Okay. I'm a bit disappointed, but that's life.
Well, it looks like you've already chosen your side in this one, right?
Well, I can prepare, and I have 15 Renchant with me today. So yes, I am on the Renchant side. Okay, and he revealed that it was the Widespread Annihilation on top of his deck. That's why he didn't banish it, because it's 4 enchant. But maybe he could banish. I think I would banish it if I was a Vincent player, and I will play it to disrupt the hand of my opponent.
But that will mean you take 1 damage at the end of this one turn. Maybe he valued the life.
Yeah, that makes sense. And we have a backup protocol head, I think, and another T-Bone.
Oh, T-Bone doing
but
some
no, T-Bone is
there.
a bit useless because he has blocked with the grass for 0.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, the battle one doesn't make sure that you can still block with it without losing any value, but still that's some damage on top of it. So maybe
and
you
we see a
consider
boom
blocking.
grenade on the hand, so there's not so much boom grenade on top deck. That's mean.
I think blocking with the widespread annihilation there is a pretty good. Good
Yeah, there's no way to play it.
There's no way that you're gonna be able to play it anyway, not anytime soon.
Another Fast and Furious.
So that's Fast and Furious 2. What do you think about Fast and Furious 2? Is that the one that takes place in Japan?
No, that's the 3.
Oh, that's the one you like.
Yeah.
That's the one
and
I
he
didn't
blocked
see.
the register enchant.
Okay,
So he
that's
made
one
one enchant.
Yeah, but yeah. And he had to pay with the tunic resource for it.
Yeah.
And now the backup protocol is activated.
Is it going to be the Oh no, he hasn't banished discard.
Alright, so Pulse Wave Harpoon. Forcing a block from the hand. This is one of the, there's not that much disruption in the deck like Dash.io, but that the fact that you force your opponent to block with their best card is always a big issue.
Yeah. And so
And now you see it, so Kevin will have to block there. And there's still a possibility for Lars to attack with a Symbiosis Shot. Maybe he has another card in hand. He hasn't used the backup protocols. If he has the resources, he can maybe...
So you break the chain, is it an end of turn? Look like.
Has he activated the Foundry Heart? I don't think so.
Why? I think the grasp shouldn't be on the discard.
No. Yeah. Never breaks. Oh, you wanted to draw. Yeah. So you draw with the extra action point. Okay, so that's a heist.
Could be devastating.
Grenade. Yellow boom grenade to play the heist.
You can take back an item.
Is there an item that was banished? Oh yeah, we saw a boom grenade that was banished, so that means that a boom grenade comes back. Yeah. And that means potential for, yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, he wants the
nice idea too.
Yeah. So at the beginning of next turn, he will start with 4 resources.
Oh, that's insane.
Okay, attack with Symbiosis Shot. He still has 1 action point, I think. No, that was the last one, my bad. So yeah. Alright, so Kevin doesn't have a card in hand.
But
passes.
Hopefully he doesn't have blood depth. Otherwise it's just I have no card in hand and I lose life and it's
No, he was clear down.
Yeah, it was.
So now the 2 Techlocore activations mean 4 resources, as we said. And he can't get stuck actually because he has access to these very important backup protocols anyway.
Yeah. 2 backup protocol, so he's pitching grenade.
He will lose the processor though, right? Doesn't have any, yeah, he realized that he should have kept that Grasp of the Arknight.
But the Cerebellum processor has done so much value, so it's okay if he lost.
Alright, so Cerebellum processor is gone for the world, but now 4 resources left. When it functions like that, this deck sounds insane. I don't know if you remember at Worlds last year, before the high octane ban, Sam Sutherland put together a masterclass of Dash.io, and when it works like that, it's like the coolest deck in the entire world.
And what can you do when it's like this?
Yeah.
What are the possibilities? You have to try to do some them, but it's so complicated.
I'm not a mechanologist player, and it's like the gameplay doesn't really appeal to me, but when you play like that, it's exactly like you must feel all powerful as Lars. Okay, so sing below covering that 0 to 60. And another, that's the third Pulse Wave Harpoon, which means that any one of, well, he can probably kill them. How many? So if he has another attack plus the Symbiosis Shot, that means
and the
game
heist.
over. Yeah. So heist into Symbiosis Shot means death for Kevin, probably.
But he has a block 3 in hand, I think.
But you can still attack twice.
Oh no, it's a block 2.
Yeah. So
yeah, so it's
like 3 and then Symbiosis Shot and GG. Very well played. And look at the time on this one. It 34 minutes left in the round, so Lars will have a lot of time to rest.
Yeah.
Which in this tournament will be long. You can tell. I think there are 39 players in this one, so it's going to be a long one. And when you have these very long games, any type of respite that you can get, any type of rest is very, very important. So, well played on Lars's part to be able to dispatch his opponent that quickly. It was very impressive. And if if he played all these games like that, I'm not surprised that he's 3-0 right now.
We will play 6 rounds and then we will go to top 8. So we have done half of the game before the top 8.
Yeah.
Do you have any idea of what we could see in the top 8, or it's a bit blurry for you for the moment?
Well, I haven't taken a look at who's playing what. So I was talking to a couple of players that played Verdance, and I know that they are very strong players. I'm not gonna name them, but we're probably gonna see them atop the standings towards the end of the day, and I wouldn't be surprised if we saw them in top 8. But yeah, we'll see. I'm not exactly sure about the strongest representation today, but we're gonna have a metagame breakdown very, very soon for you guys. So we'll know more about what we can expect and the number of these. Well, we've seen that there's at least 3 or 4 Floyons today. We've seen that there's at least 2 or 3 Verdances. So yeah, there is some variety, but all the best heroes in the metagame are represented right now. And I think what was our friend Enkel saying about his Jarl deck? How was he performing with it?
He was 2-0 when I talked to him, and he had fight against a Fi.
Okay.
So Fi is strong, but Ice is stronger than Fi. Even if Fi won against the World 2 years ago against Icelanders.
Okay. So for those of you who might not know our friend Enkel, he's been a mainstay on the competitive scene in France and in Switzerland. Obviously, he's a French-speaking Swiss man, Swiss player, and when I started playing Flesh and Blood more than almost 5 years ago, he was already playing the game, and he'd been playing the game for quite a long time. So he's one of the OGs, like a very long time player, very good player, but he's only playing Guardians. So as you know, when you're playing these types of decks for a very long time, you have your ups and downs. So yeah, he's coming back now with Jarl. But when I started playing, he was a very, very good, one of the very best Bravo player at the time.
I think he still is, even if Bravo is a bit down.
In his heart, yeah. I think he's just waiting for the Master Epic Guardian in the middle of August to come back to playing Bravo probably. Bravo, who's, by the way, not a bad deck in the metagame, not very easy to navigate, but I've seen Kale McRae, who's a very, very skilled New Zealand player who apparently crushed his ProQuest with Bravo. He went all the way with the Bravo. Well, I wouldn't call it. Yeah, I think we can call it a fatigue Bravo list. It looks to be performing very well for him. Yeah. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw more Bravos win these decks, win these games and this ProQuest in at least this weekend, maybe the next one as well.
And Bravo is a kind of hero that if you're a new player, you won't play Bravo because it's complicated to have access to old cards, maybe. So it could be a deck that crush new players will play the new heroes, the new cards, and you come with Bravo and say, oh, what is your hero? Oh, you can give dominate to your cards. Okay. And what are your attacks doing? Oh, okay, 9. If it hits me, I discard 2 cards. Okay, so that could be strong.
Yeah. I mean, it's such a fun deck to play anyway. Like, even if it's there have been lots of new heroes who do more things and maybe more flashy things, but the core gameplay of Bravo is still very fun, very explosive, very cool. When you put together a strong crippling crush turn, you feel like you're on top of the world. You feel like Macho Grande. You feel like you're the strongest man on Earth, on Earth. So
and
yeah.
You are. Yeah. Shall we take a short break to
We will definitely take a short break, maybe a long break, because I think there was still 30 minutes left in this one. So what we can do, guys, and this is a promise that we make, as soon as we get the metagame breakdown, maybe we'll get it during this round. So as soon as we get the metagame breakdown, we'll come back to talk to you about it, and maybe to discuss what you want to see next in this ProQuest at TwoMoons in Zurich, Switzerland. The weather is still amazing outside, and I can promise you we won't go and see it. We'll stay with you inside. Don't go too far, we'll be right back.
And we are back.
We are back and we have it. What is it? Look at this. We have the deck distribution, the meta game breakdown for this ProQuest in TwoMoons in Zürich, Switzerland. How do you say Zurich here? Is that Zurich? Zurich?
Zürich.
Zurich? Zurich?
Zürich.
Okay, so that's Zurich. In Zurich. Zurich?
Yeah.
No. Zurich. So you can, well, I guess you can take out our faces because nobody cares about our faces when you can take a look at the. Yeah, let's talk about the most played decks right now. Let's disable our faces and take a look into the most played deck today. Well, it won't be a big surprise, but because we've talked about it. Yeah, I mean, I guess I expected it to be the other way around, like 5 Floyons and maybe 3 or 4 Verdances, if it was this breakdown. But in this case, so 5 Verdances are here today. We've seen one of them win in pretty impressive fashion against an Aalia player, and then Floyon was very strong in the very first round of the day.
Yeah.
But there's also 3 new Aloric Desires and 3 Arachnia Marionettes, including one played by our friend Tigran, very good Swiss player from the French part of the country. A couple of Dash IE to Azalias to Airas.
Which is a surprise.
Big surprise, because if I wanted to play Ninja in this metagame, I probably would play Synindra, to be honest. It's not exactly the same deck, so they are both ninjas, but it's not exactly the same deck. But I'm kind of surprised that we see as many Ira Scarlet Revengers, Aztec Lovos, and Esteem Magnate decks. This is definitely the one I didn't expect.
If I had to put money on which hero is present to an event, I wouldn't put any cents on, oh, there's going to be Teklovoson. And there is 2 Teklovoson.
Yeah, I have to say, I feel a bit disappointed because there are 2 Teklovosons, but I offered the players here that wanted to come to the event to play Boltin, and if they played Boltin, I've brought a bunch of promo cards to give away to anyone that plays Boltin, but people would rather play Teklovoson than get a free promo card by playing Boltin. So yeah, I take it personally, I have to be honest. But yeah, so there you go, 2 Teklovosons in the house today, 2 Jarls, and one of them will be played very shortly. We can reveal that right now because we are talking about our friend Enkel earlier today. So Enkel will be playing live with Jarl in I guess about 10 minutes. So if you're interested in some Jarl action, in some Earth and Ice action, coming very soon. And then you see one deck each for Levaya, Blashayo, Victor Goldmain.
Arachnis Step through the crack.
Yeah. Vincent, we saw that Vincent with the full pummel, the full suite of pummels, very cool. Prism, who from what the judge, the head judge of the event today told us, just won a very good game in the last round versus a new. Everything was on the board apparently, like a bunch of auras. There was a library of Solana on the board as well, so everything was going well for that player. And then a couple of Draconic heroes in Fi and Fang, Drakai of Blades. Fang is probably my dark horse pick in this metagame, and I would be very excited to see one today. So hopefully we'll see some Fang action, some dagger into attack reaction, into draconic attack reaction, into another attack, into an attack action. I mean, this gameplay is amazing, and I love me some Fang right now.
For me, something is very strange that I feel that some heroes which are very strong are missing. Where is Kano?
Yeah, that is right.
Where is Kano? Because are all the Kano playing Verdance now, or are they just gone? They disappear into the ether. Kano seems to be a really good deck on this situation for the moment, but nobody plays it. Is it too strong? Is there too many ban on the deck list which make it unplayable? I don't know.
I mean, the deck is definitely strong right now. So, sometimes it's just a matter of not getting any player that is interested in playing that hero at that moment, at that particular moment. But right now, probably Kano is in the best spot he's been in a very long time. So I have to agree with you. I'm kind of surprised that we don't see a couple of Kanos in there.
Yeah.
But then, it is a very strange metagame. Like, people in Switzerland like to play Teklovosen, so what do we know?
Yeah,
Maybe there is something we don't understand about the metagame.
But I think we're a country where people play what they like and not what is the strongest deck at the moment. Obviously, there are people who are competitors and are playing Verdance and Floyon, but all of the field is driven by passion, I think.
Mhm.
That's why there is nobody playing Boltin.
Yeah, and I have to tell you again, I'm disappointed that nobody is passionate enough about Boltin to play it. Actually, one of our friends, who's a Swiss player from from the
Valley.
French-speaking part, yeah, he's a very good Boltin player, but he decided to play Fang instead of playing Boltin. So, but here he's actually the Fang player, I guess, because there's only one of them today. So maybe we'll see. Do you know how he's doing today?
No, I have no idea.
We'll be taking a look shortly about all these dark horse picks and all these one-offs in the metagame. But I'd be very excited to see some Sleepy again, maybe some Levaya as well. It's a pretty strong deck actually. Like, Levaya is not bad at all in this metagame, and she can put so much damage on the board very early that she's definitely a deck that you need to consider.
And talking about dark horses, why is there only one Levaya? Where are Rainer and KO?
Yeah.
That's a strong hero.
That's a good point, yeah, and probably Rainer in this metagame is even better than Levaya, so. But yeah, so this is the metagame breakdown for this one, guys. ProQuest Singapore here in TwoMoons in Zürich, Switzerland. We'll be looking at the next one. We talked about it earlier. It will be a Jarl matchup, so we don't know what he's gonna fare, but it will be our friend Uncle. Where does Uncle live? Is he from Zurich? No, Bern.
No, he's more from the Neuchâtel part.
Okay.
Which is
Neuchâtel, there you go. If you know your Swiss geography, you know exactly what Neuchâtel is, obviously. But yeah, so I mean, I've seen people from Germany, people from France, people from Switzerland. Obviously, I don't know if there are any Italians. We're not that far away from Italy. If people wanted to make the trip,
I think it's too far away from Italian people, but we will maybe see them in Sion in 2 weeks.
Yeah, there is another ProQuest. No, it's next week. Next week is the last weekend for ProQuest. Yeah. So yeah, next weekend in Sion. Another ProQuest, the last ProQuest of the season for Switzerland. A couple of my locals are going to Sion actually. I think you're going as well, as a player.
Yeah, obviously.
Will you be playing?
Vincent, obviously.
Oh.
With no Pommel.
I don't know how obvious it is, but yeah, if you say so, I guess obviously.
Well,
Vincent.
wait a minute. I will bring in my Vincents with me, and some of my Vincents are signed by my opponent. So if you see me on the game, don't hesitate to ask me, and I will make you sign a Vincent.
Oh.
And
all right.
A lot of my Vincents are signed.
So yeah, I don't know if you already follow Johan on social media, but he posts every single day. He posts something. Most of the time, it's bullshit.
Every day.
But every day until LSS reprints a hero that can use
Arknight Shard.
Obviously.
The best card on the game.
Yeah. There is already a hero that can play it, by the way.
Yeah.
Shiana.
And there is some rumors about secret heroes on High C, which be Shiana adult.
Oh, interesting.
In the on the gold pack.
Oh yeah.
Maybe there is a Marvel Shiana adult.
Okay.
And you didn't say no, so I think it's true.
Yeah, I don't know anything about what is in these packs, by the way. I don't know.
Yeah. I trust you 100%. Yes.
I don't know anything about it, but yeah, I mean, I welcome all these theories about what can be coming in the next set, and I'm as excited about it as anyone else. I'm very excited to see what's inside. It's gonna be a very cool set, and I have to tell you, I already plan to buy way too many booster boxes for this one. I talk to James regularly, but getting access to one of his cards would be one of my most prized possessions, so it would be amazing.
And
Okay, so next one is coming very shortly, and it will be Verdance versus Jarl. And Verdance versus Jarl, when you are on the when you're playing as Jarl, you're probably not excited to face one of these. You don't really have a choice. You need to go full throttle right away. Try
Yeah.
to put as much pressure as possible as early as possible, and try to rely on your deck to make sure that you can double fuse your Occult, maybe. Maybe that's your saving grace. Maybe add a pummel on top of that if you carry pummels. But there's not a lot else that you can do, right?
If you are Jarl and you can break an equipment on Verdance, which one are you targeting? The boots?
Well, I would say you have to break the chest, right? This is the one that can get the most value out of it. Maybe can you break the plume?
Yeah, you can. You have to put a -1 counter on it and then break it.
Or does he? I don't even think it has a shield.
Oh. Oh.
Maybe you can't break it. Maybe chat knows, because chat knows everything. I see that my friend Scott Mines was in chat earlier today, so maybe he's still here, and I know that he knows.
Yes, you
If
can.
he's here, he will know. Oh, okay, so you can do it maybe, yeah. So yeah, that would probably be a good plan if you want to avoid getting comboed off. That's probably a good
But
plan
if you
to
break
destroy.
the boots, you avoid to die during your turn, which is nice too.
Yeah, I guess.
And maybe on the end game you can use if there is enough frostbite and channel lake frigid, you can counter the Verdance a bit.
Mm-hmm.
But I think Verdance play a lot of blue cards too, so complicate.
Oh, Scott is still here, my friend. I'm very happy to see you. And thanks for the kind words earlier. So yeah, probably one of the ways maybe to make the matchup more winnable for poor Jarl in this one would be to break equipment pretty early.
And there is some way to deal with Aura and bring the Ring of Roses, but it's still complicated.
Well, I wouldn't say I'm well. Well, you can look at my face. I woke up at 5 to come here today, and I'm exhausted as fuck. But I'm very happy to be here. So I'm happy, if not well. And they're still sideboarding. So yeah, we'll go to the table very shortly. But it's and thank you guys for staying with us today. If again, we talked about it earlier, but if there's any matchup that you want to see next, we might be looking into featuring maybe Teklovus, and if any of them are still in contention for the top
It could
8,
be really funny to have a
if there's a
Teklovus.
win and in for the Teklovus, you can be sure that we'll feature them. There's a couple of them, by the way, so yeah. Yeah, I assume that you're in the same situation, Scott, yeah, right? But yeah, so if you don't follow Scott Mines on social media, you should definitely do it. And Scott will be casting some of the major events in the Flesh and Blood competitive scene in the next few months. So yeah, probably a good idea to follow him now if you've made the mistake of not following him until now.
The problem if we are casting Teklovosan is we don't know the cards because there is never a Teklovosan on stream.
I know that there is a card called Terminator Tank, and that's everything that I need to know. And everything is on Evo, right?
I hope the next one is a Teklovosan against Nu.
A Scott Loss versus a Teklovus. So it is a deck apparently. But yeah, I mean it's you can go into the right side of the variance and of the metagame. So sometimes you just win with Teklovus. Look at this. So on the right, obviously, our friend Ankle, who's been, as we said earlier, an avid Guardian player for a very long time, and he's sporting the
Ralph.
Yeah, but it's
Verdance.
no, he's playing Jarl,
Jarl.
but he's playing with the sleeves. He's playing with the Crucible of War. The York. I have my memory is shit. Mangle. There you go.
And we
He's
see
got
that he's
the
going to play.
side mangle play mat.
And we talked with us previously, and he said, "Oh, with against Verdance, I think I will take the sledgehammer." And we see that he used 2 slots, so maybe he changed his mind and he's with Stalagmite and Titan Fist.
Or maybe he's just trying to play mind games with his opponent.
Ooh, and he put a crack bubble.
Oops, I don't have anything to put in there. But yeah, so look at this playmat and look at this artwork. Like Federico Musetti, an absolute master artist, one of the. Oh, so it looks like he decided to go with Stalagmite and Titan's Fist.
And
And
Art of
the
Ice, okay.
Art of Ice obviously making all these defense reactions a bit annoying to play, bit more pricey, and that's AB3 then with the Heart of Ice, because I think we see, yeah, boots,
Had to.
head, yeah, and you still keep the gloves to give +2 and potential +2 and dominate to
Ooh,
the
the
mangles.
Plunder Vanilla at the beginning with no arsenal and nothing to decompose is a bit
Yeah,
hard.
but that's the thing. Like that hand was awful. So
Yeah.
no choice.
You
No
have to do
choice
it.
really. At least you put an earth card in your discard, but that's probably the worst card that you can get. And Ekel more than happy to block with that mangle, with that red card that would have stuck to his end. So is there any way that you can? What do you expect? What do you need on this very first turn? Do you need like the famous CNC pummel combo? That's probably the best, the most threatening thing on that very first turn.
Yeah, definitely the way. Okay, Art of Ice.
Activating Art of Ice, obviously. It will be a pain in the ass for poor Ralph to have. Oh, that was Ralph, the player that we saw earlier today, by the way.
Yeah. And he's sending a Frostfang, I think.
Yeah, this is a Frostfang for 5.
If it hit, discard a card unless they pay 2. Which is an on it that is painful to deal with.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It's very easy and very. Look at the hand on Ralph's side. You can just discard the Fruits of the Forest, Yum Yum, and play. Well, you just play the Ring of Roses, and you are very happy with your turn.
Yeah.
Getting access to Ring of Roses on turn 2 is crazy.
Yeah.
There you go. Oh,
Winning Moon.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I guess it's even better because you threaten some like 2 damage, and you can get one health back if any of these arcane damage hits.
And he
Okay.
pitched to block it. Okay.
Yeah, the canopy shelter used to pitch, not really useful in this instance, so you'd rather use it more efficiently. But yeah,
Is
in
it an
this,
erase face in hand?
it
No.
looks like it. There you go. So now
So
he
Crumble
used
to
Crumble
Eternity.
to Eternity, but do you see the -1? Oh, the -1 has been put on the plume. So I think he assumes that the best way to go would be to get rid of the plume of Evergrowth to prevent any combo shenanigans. And then it means that his next attack will get dominate. So nothing to scoff at. Very, very interesting there.
That could be really strong, yes. And he's thinking. What are your options? Okay, so we have a first decompose from the Verdance player. 1, 2, and 3. Let's go. And it's going for 5 or 6. I don't remember exactly.
It's 8 if you've
8. Oh, yeah, okay. That's big number. Is 8 a problem for Jarl? I think it could be. No, it's a good block. For my token, okay. He took some damage, and we saw a defense faction was put onto the arsenal of our Verdance friend.
No, yeah, that was the other way around. So there you go. Oh, he's playing CYB as well. But that's a very nice erase face for 7 with Dominate.
But there is a defense faction on arsenal, which can be devastating for this attack. He's blocking with a CNC, which is a really good card that you don't want to go away, but it has been fully blocked. And we see a energy potion on the hand of Verdance, I think.
Yeah, I guess when you're playing Verdance in this matchup, you don't expect the game to end unless you manage to combo off. So you need the potions to gather the strongest combo return possible. There CNC coming? Yeah, and probably the potion will be staying in the arsenal. Maybe you need to play it at some point when your whole hand is gone.
And it's the second CNC that we see from the player.
That's the thing. We're only at turn 4 in this game. And Verdance is at 41, so the pressure is definitely on the outside to put together some damage. Make sure that your opponent has to be very careful with how they block, and maybe at some point you're.
And we see a Mangle that has been used to block.
Yeah,
so
that's the second Mangle, so only one of them left in deck.
And
okay,
CNC back to back.
No decompose yet on your side, which means that all of these very important cards like Plow Under, like Failing of the Crown, will be coming for, well,
not so much.
Respectively 2 or 4, which is not the best. There's a pretty good chance though that you're not playing the cards that let you decompose during your opponent's turn. You're not playing the Rootbud Carapaces, I guess.
I don't know. Y'all deck are so weird sometimes, and there is so much possibilities of decks.
Okay, so the CNC gets rid of the E-Pot.
But
Well, it was
it's
a difficult choice because there was a Tome of Harvests in Ralph's hand, so he could have drawn three cards on this one.
Yeah. And the Cadaver Styling again for 8 and can
8
decompose.
again, yeah, and the second decompose.
He's nearly online. So he's at 5. Ooh, and the first Frostbite.
Using the shield to block there? No way. There's no way that's the play. You don't block for this one. I mean, even there won't be a lot of good opportunities to do it, but you'd probably rather do it for a disrupting attack, like maybe a third CNC or something.
I don't know the. Okay.
Okay, gaining 1 with the rampant growth life. Interesting.
Okay,
so Joyce is taking 3 there.
and putting a Frostbite who disappear at the end of the turn, so it wasn't so value.
Okay, so now this is double fuse. This is interesting. Now, well, this is the time when you can freeze your opponent to death.
And destroy an equipment, so he could destroy
Yes,
the plume.
you can. Yeah, that's the only thing Joyce can destroy actually, but that's extremely strong as you can expect.
Is his opponent going to destroy the
then-
plume as a response, as an instant, maybe?
I guess. Yeah.
But yeah.
Maybe it would have been interesting to use the Heart of Ice there. For them to
Oh,
pay for that. Oh,
that's
that's
true.
triple rampant growth. Okay, they're gonna combo off. No, there's no. Oh yeah, they can do it. Oh no, that's not a rampant growth. This one is a pulsing ether, and there's a couple of pulsing ether life. I only saw the life side, so right. So pulsing ether life
Which is still
probably will be
arcane.
playing both sides. Apparently, there's a bunch of resources in
So no go again on this.
Ralph's hand.
And the Epot on Arsenal.
Oh, he's only using the life side, I guess.
Okay.
Okay.
Let him cook. What is he doing?
So that means 2 health on this one was gained, so that's +2 on the next attack. Is it?
Oh, he's Amp X, Amp 2. Yeah.
So M2 said that would mean 6. That's one way to use this hand for sure.
And then he can pulsing. No, he can't pulsing Eto because it's an action.
Oh no. Yeah, he can just. What happened? This turn is very confusing. So there's 4 damage. No, he used all 4 damage. Yeah, he used the both sides of. And then using the last 2 resources to pay for Waning Moon. And all the efforts that Joyce made to try to force his opponent to drop down in health, well, they've been reduced to nothing. Oh, there you go.
Okay, that's a nice comeback.
And that's the thing now. At that point, maybe you keep the Crumble to Eternity to try to double fuse every single turn. If you get your if you get your Oakenholds in a row there, that can be devastating. But look at this. He has the perfect answer because of course he's gonna have to lose a couple of cards, but he can still mental block and also use the sigil to gain 3 health. So he's basically just losing 1 card.
That's a good answer.
Yeah, absolutely. This has to be disheartening for our poor friend Joyce. Some damage, but yeah.
But it was 9 dominate, which is still impressive.
Yeah. Probably not enough, but yeah, it is something.
But at least his opponent don't have a turn.
Yeah. Oh, now he's starting to gain health via these counter blessings. Yeah, I guess at this point you need to use them. So he decided not to keep the Crumble to Eternity and to use the full value of this hand. Maybe, yeah, you need to make sure that when you draw another one of these counter blessings, they do something. Can't really afford to sit on them for too long.
And back to Joyce, who has a full hand. And we see a Seed of Tomorrow in the hand of Ralph, which is going to be annoying.
Oh, interesting. So you can get another Crumble to Eternity.
And he target the boots. Okay. So he do.
Yeah. So the order is apparently plume into boots when you want to destroy your opponent's equipment. And because he played a nice card, you can get a frostbite out of it. He should. Oh, maybe he didn't play it. because you get it, you put it on the board, you don't play it, maybe you don't get to create the frostbite. I would need
I
to
think
read the text from Jarl. Yeah, so when you fetch it and you put it into play,
it's
it
not
probably
considered as
doesn't
played.
activate the hero power. Yeah.
I remember at the first turn, Joyce pitched Roiling Fisher.
Yeah.
So when he is at the end of his pitch stack, he could theoretically destroy the Ring of Rose. This.
Yeah. At that point, the game would have lasted long enough for that Ring of Roses to have had a full value. But yeah, he can theoretically do it.
As we say in French, mieux vaut tard que jamais.
Yeah. One moral victory at least.
Second imposing visage is used to pitch.
Yeah.
And little by little, he's building his pitch stack, I think.
Okay, the CNC is coming.
I feel it's like the 6th time I see a CNC in this game.
You think he's packing a full suite of Remembrance just to be able to recycle these very important cards? You go Oakenhold into Oakenhold into Oakenhold into Oakenhold.
I can't wait for a new card that allows us to shuffle Remembrance into our decks.
Do you think it should be banned?
Remembrance?
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't think so. It's an important card that allowed some design space on some decks. For example, you can try to play a Vincent Fatigue, and with Remembrance, it could be more doable.
Mm-hmm.
But I think some decks abuse of this card. So a nice idea should be to have restricted list card and not a ban list. When you have only one card, you can only play one card on all the lists. Okay, so now we have
Channel the Millennium Tree, which is, well, perfect. With this hand, you can just use the Waning Moon, activate it, and it gets the +3, the MP3. So it would be a Waning Moon for 5 that also threatens a Ring of Roges activation. And there's not much you can do when you're Joyce. Like, you have 3 Arcane Barrier, which is definitely not enough. Even if you're willing to sacrifice a lot of your hand to prevent this damage, you're not allowed to prevent more than 3. So that means that some value will be gained out of it.
But if you
It
play
looks like,
Seeds of Tomorrow, you could just say, I don't care.
yeah,
Is he playing Seeds of Tomorrow? I don't think so, but
I don't think so.
it's a really great card against Verdance and Arcane Damage. Okay, he's thinking.
Again, Ralph is considered as one of the best players in Switzerland.
Yeah.
So definitely a challenging matchup for Joyce, but also a challenging opponent.
Yeah, and when you are at the round 4 at 0-4 in a progress, it's not random. You're normally a good player. Okay, so he has to take some damage. What is? Oh, we see a channel exploded on the hand of Joyce, which mean frostbite, and the opponent has to pay one more for each action, which is devastating. But maybe Verdance don't care because she has a lot of blue on her hand. Okay, he activates the Art of Ice
Oh,
and the Conjure Blessing.
that's a bit sad. Like when you're talking about assembling a pitch stack, there's nothing that says that you need a Rootbat Carapace for the very end of the game, right? That's definitely not something that you want to see in your pitch stack. So I don't think that's what Joyce is doing right now. He's doing what he can with what he has, and what he has is not much.
He do the best as he can, but yeah, it's
Yeah.
complicated.
And the only time that he's managed to push any type of significant damage when he had a knock on hold, but he hasn't been able to couple it with a pummel, for example, which would have been perfect on that turn. I mean, not even in that turn. It would have been perfect on any other turn, but on that turn, there was everything. There was the mental block, there was the Sigil of Solace, so Ralph managed to play around it very efficiently.
It was the worst way for him to play. It was the worst time for
Yeah.
him to play it.
And now, look at this. Ralph has a full hand. And the Channel the Millennium Tree is still on the board. And he has an energy potion in his pocket. And he's carrying a ring of roses around. Like, look at this guy. Look at this magnificent Verdance.
He's going to put so much damage on this poor
Everything
Jarl.
is going well for him. Yeah.
Oh, and the filling on the arsenal, I think.
Wow.
That it doesn't smell good
Yeah,
for Jarl.
that is a lot. But there's not much you can do there. Like, it's not like Joyce has made any mistake in this game. It's just very hard to navigate. And if you don't your cards don't line up perfectly, you sometimes need to, well, endure.
But he had a strong start, and then it has been complicated. But at the beginning, it was really okay. You tell me that this matchup was unfavored to Jarl, but I was thinking, oh, you lied to me to the show, but no, you're right. A lot of reflection, a lot of thinking, but I understand at this point every decision is important.
Absolutely.
And during this time, well, the game has lasted twice as the previous one. I'm happy for the moment.
It looks like Ralph is considering just attacking with the Felling of the Crown. He has so many cards in hand anyway. He doesn't mind putting one to the bottom of his deck and trying just to build the most efficient.
Oh, he's going to play Fertile Ground, I think?
Yeah, looks like it.
Because
Is he gonna finish the game at over 40 health? Is there a bigger card that we can use for this one? Because it's definitely doable with what he has in hand. Is that an overflow the other veil? It looks like it. Yeah, so overflow the other veil.
for 6, I think, the amp tree of the tree.
Yeah.
That's much. And he's going to surge, and he's going to do the stuff for free, basically. So it will be 8 arcane damage in one turn.
Wow. Okay. Impressive. Now that's a pitch stack. I think he's just trying to keep the channel the Millennium Pretty for another turn. So that's what he does this turn doesn't really matter. There's still a significant amount of arcane damage on the board right now, but he just wants to find a better turn with the channel the Millennium Tree.
And
Okay,
Joyce
so
pitch his underhand into Arcane Barrier. So
wow.
he won't have any turn.
Yeah,
Oh no.
and 2 flow counters on that channel the Millennium Tree. Look at the third one coming in. Wow. This is crazy.
Oh god. This is disgusting.
Yeah.
But if you keep the pressure like this, you won't decompose because you don't. You need your defense reaction to decompose as Verdance. And if you don't let your opponent hit you or try to hit you, you're not online.
Well, we know that there's at least
Yeah, there
one
is some
failing
feeling
of
on the arsenal. So.
failing of the crown in the arsenal. These 3 will probably be hitting the graveyard very soon, so I would say he's closer to fully being online than you seem to think. Look at this. So you can pay with the Tome of Harvests, keeping the second one for another turn. You can just activate the Waning Moon, which will be coming in for 8.
That's a lot of damage.
Yeah. And like, I know that Joyce is very sad right now. Like he can feel the game slipping away now. Slowly but
There is some
surely.
solution, I think.
What would you say would be the solution there?
Destroy the legs and put every turn 2 frostbites on the equipment.
Wow. It doesn't seem like a good plan, to be honest. That sounds like a very bad plan. I'll be honest.
And he's following the feeling of the phone. Oh god. Oh, that's
wow.
hard.
This is devastating.
So we are telling you that Joyce is a great player, and we are showing you a complicated matchup for him. But I assure you, he's a good player.
But nothing shows that he's a bad player, by the way. Like, he's been playing this one as well as he can. That's the problem that a lot of Guardian decks face when you're playing Wizards, actually. This is a masterclass on how to lose versus Wizards. You don't make any mistake, we still lose.
But Joyce is capable to be really patient and waiting for the good moment. He's not the kind of person who is trying to do something each turn. He knows when he has to be on the back foot and take his time.
Yeah, I told you earlier, when I started playing the game, he was a very good Fatigue Bravo player. So he knows how to pitch stack, he knows everything that there is to know for these matchups. But there's still a chance that it's like this game has gone too far in his opponent's direction. Okay, so just discarding the Fruits of the Forest. Yum yum.
Yum yum.
Heart of Ice activation.
Okay. And what are you doing? What is the big plan? Are you just cycling your hand? No.
Come on.
Do something. Hit with the hammer. Okay. Frostfang.
Well, so
that creates a frostbite because it's ice.
It won't be easy to block this one. That Rootbound Carapace probably won't be used, so you have to give away. That's the thing. When you don't have the carapaces, sometimes your hand doesn't block very well.
Yeah.
Now we see at least, he needs to use the equipment, at least one equipment. Obviously, you don't want to block with the tunic at that point. The mental block will be used.
A long time ago, Wizard was a class who was not great at blocking, and I feel like now they have some powerful tools to defend, which is nice for them.
All these blocks, yeah. Yeah, that was weird. Some Kano decks had to play defense reactions at some point when they wanted to play the full pitch stack plan. They needed to play like Sing Below's Fate for Scenes sometimes.
That was
just to have access to some good defense.
But now there is Sigil of Parapet if you want.
Oh, paying for it. Yeah.
That's a
all right.
But now he has only one card in hand, and it's not something that deal arcane damage. But there is an arsenal.
Yeah.
So it's 6.
It is 6, so you can give a blue to prevent the Ether Veil to overflow, which means that you won't have to get won't have to worry about the Waning Moon. Still taking some damage. Your opponent getting some health back.
But he has almost a full hand, so maybe it's the comeback.
Look at this. Now.
I hope he paid for the frostbite. Yes, he does. Yes.
Yeah, he paid 1. It was because overflow the Ether Veil is free.
And no more trees for the moment.
This is a tree.
And we see, there is the last one in hand. She has the last Millennium Tree in hand.
Yeah. Okay, so that's a very sad felling of the crown coming in for 4 damage, but still it's taking 1 card. That's the thing, you give your opponent the opportunity to pitch stack one of their cards anyway, because the damage is not that threatening. At that point, Ralph is at a very healthy 36, with Joyce down to 15. You can almost combo off at this point, basically. This has to be the consideration. Like, as soon as Ralph has access to 5 cards, and you don't have a lot of ways to disrupt them, this is just an attack for 6. This is a Summerfall for 6. Yeah. I love the fact that Towering Titan is coming back into these games. Oh, so now it's way more threatening. Now it's an actual felling of the crown. Coming in for 8. But again, you keep the tempo somehow. You're forced your opponent into blocking a little bit. But that's not really threatening.
Emeritus Scolding who goes under the deck. And he's taking 8, I think?
Yeah, that's exactly what you're supposed to do there. You don't block this. You're still way ahead.
Yeah. Especially if you are going to play your last Millennium Tree.
There you go.
That's disgusting.
And another overflow the Ether Veil.
Another one.
Okay, so this, Joyce takes 3 again. Well, that's disappointing. That's, a long, slow goodbye. In a way, you know that there's
come on, he can still win. He can heal himself. He still have 5 Control Blessing on his deck. That's a lot of life points.
Mm-hmm.
You don't seem convinced.
He has 4 left. He's played 2.
You sure about this?
Well, you can see it on his graveyard.
Yeah, he plays 2 and there is 4 more left. 4 more in deck.
Oh, yeah, that's what I said.
Oh, you can miss
this 5.
Yeah.
The Fisher. There you go, you were talking about it. There you go, that's the comeback. Giving away all the tempo. Does he have go again? Oh yeah, he still has go again. So
and
you can
he heals himself.
Okay, yeah. So you can pay for the counter blessings. Yeah, that is something at least. But now you need to. Well, the goal of this game is to kill your opponent anyway. So I don't think he's ahead in fatigue, probably, or maybe because he pitched a lot to prevent the arcane damage. You still need to find a way to not die on the combo turn.
You can kill your opponent by when he's too old, you know. Real fatigue.
Yeah.
By aging.
But I don't know if I need to remind you that I'm way older than all of these guys, but I would be dead before that. It would be good if I could finish casting this game.
Come on, you survived Mirror all game at the time.
Yeah, but that was when I was young. Now I'm old. I still remember we were talking about it in the car before we came. That masterclass. If you guys get a chance to look at the cast of the calling in Antwerp a couple of years ago when Pablo Pintor won versus a Lexi player. I don't remember the name of the Lexi player. I'm sorry about it. Oh, maybe there was. I think I remember it was a Greek player.
And as you think, there is a block with the Stalagmite, the last one, giving a frostbite to the opponent, which could be really devastating for him. No, I don't think so, but I hope.
But yeah, so I was talking about that Lexi game versus Pablo Pintor's Oldhim. That was a very impressive display of.
Third felling of the crown.
Okay, so another felling for 8.
We send the Seeds of Tomorrow under the deck, but he don't have an arsenal, so he don't care.
Okay, putting his counter blessings in order. Is that the 3 reds? Yeah, it looks like it. So he still has access to the yellows now. Oh, Half is taking some damage there.
But he has so much life, he doesn't care at all, I think.
Yeah. Come on, Joyce. If anyone can do it, you can do it.
Is it at the arc, I think?
Yeah, it is at the arc.
Comes for 4 damage.
Still, yeah, it's still coming in for 4.
So that's mean he's going to do a Ponder token.
The Ponder will come in, so he'll be able to pay for the Waning Moon with the other card that he has in hand. I think it's a Tome of Harvest. Yeah, there you go. It's coming in for 2 again.
Ah.
Ah,
you have to pitch.
As we say in French, ah la la. And that's the point. Yeah, you have to pitch.
You don't
he hasn't been able to function with the full grip yet, so the best he's done is 4
he
cards.
take the mage.
In
Okay.
hand, 1 arsenal. Yeah, he takes the damage there. He's very low, down to 6. He can definitely get comboed there.
Art of Ice is pit. Okay. By his use.
Oh, the next turn will be devastating.
And the Frostfang. And you have to prevent the Frostfang because otherwise it's going to be a no turn for you.
And the Frostfang is a nice card, so he should give Ralph a Frostbite.
I think going to give it.
Frostbite, come on. Frostbite, come on.
Frostbite.
Maybe if you scream loud enough, they're gonna hear us at the other end of the room.
You need to put the Frostbite, man. Don't forget it. And
I mean, it is relevant also, so he really needs to do it.
Yeah, it will change everything.
It changes everything.
But they are tired, so I understood if they forgot it.
No, I don't. We've praised Joyce for 5 minutes. 5 whole minutes earlier today. Oh, there you go.
Ah, perfect.
I hope they didn't hear us. I hope.
Now there's a lot of noise on this room. There's no way to hear us.
Yeah.
And now there is still 5 damage, and if you don't block it, you have to discard a card or pay 2, which is a pain.
What is in this hand? We see a Pulsing Ether first, that's for sure. Maybe a Tome of Harvest, that only blocks for 2. Maybe a Noton's Touch, that blocks for 3. Where is the last one? Oh, maybe that's a Heartbeat of Candlehole.
Yeah, I think it is. Definitely.
Yeah. So that blocks for 3 as well. So it's not easy to block it all out, but you can do it.
But he doesn't
Also,
want
he has
to...
the Tunic resource. He also has the access to the energy potion, so you can definitely
Yeah, but
do
to
something. But you need to be as efficient as possible.
But to take the pitch of the Fiandal Spring Tonic, you have to pay 1.
Yeah. Oh, is he trying to kill him now? How much damage is that?
Okay.
Alright. So in theory, he can do. But everything will be. Yeah, he needs to pay 1 more for each of these. So activating this means it costs 2 plus 1 from the first frostbite. So he doesn't, in theory, he doesn't have any resources left. Or maybe he does it before the frostbite comes in. Yeah,
Oh, as a
the
response.
frostbite is
Okay.
still on the stack. Yeah. So
Okay.
he doesn't have to pay. All right. So now he has 5 plus 3 from the waning moon, so that's 8. So in theory, Fenkel has.
But does he have enough pitch to play all these cards?
He
Because
needs a blue. He needs a blue.
okay.
He doesn't have it. It was a count your blessings. Betrayed by the count your blessings.
That's hard.
Well, seeing a friend lose is always hard, but especially like that. Like he doesn't have anything to reproach himself. Like he didn't play this one badly in any way. He
No,
did
it was a
everything
clean.
that he could. He still lost.
Yeah. But there is still 1 game for him to go to top 8.
Yeah, I guess that if he wins the next one, he should be safe because he was at 3-0. It probably would have been perfect to win this one. At 4-0 in a 6 round event, you're fine if you go 4-2 after having won the first 4. But I'm not 100% sure with this one. He definitely needs to win the next one. And if you can also win the last, that would be perfect, obviously. At 5-1, you're 100% sure, obviously, of getting to top 8. But yeah, so that was a nice game anyway. And again, Ralph proving like he's up to the reputation of being one of the best players in the room today. Verdance, very strong deck. I think we can all agree on that. Maybe we'll try to avoid all Verdance's deck until
For
the end
top
of the
8.
day and show something else. Is there anything that you guys want to see before the end of the rounds, of the Swiss rounds for this ProQuest at TwoMoons in Zürich, Switzerland? Let us know in chat, and we'll be right back with more action at ProQuest Singapore. See you soon.
And we are back. So we have an ice break, and now we have an interesting matchup, which is Prism versus Feng. Because Romain, you are mute. Romain, you are mute. So Romain was doing some jokes. Are you back?
Yeah, I think I'm back. I am.
Perfect.
Yeah, looks
Yeah.
like I am. All right. So yeah, it was very funny, but too bad you couldn't hear them. You couldn't hear the jokes.
It was
I'm
funny.
sorry, guys. Yeah, I'll find other jokes for later. This one is between you and me. All right,
It's a
so
private
yeah,
one.
it was a very nice one. It was Verdance versus Destroyed or Frenenko. But it was good to see Verdance crush some events, and I'm very excited. Like if by any chance, like I don't know if Verdance can be considered the best deck in the format, but if she's the best deck in the format, I think she's a good best deck in the format. You know, like she's not frustrating to play against. You understand what she's doing, and you feel that she's doing good things, like impressive things, but it doesn't feel insane, and it doesn't feel like it's something that you can't really overcome.
It seems to be fair. Yes.
Yeah,
It's
a fair way to do unfair things.
Yeah.
In a way, I don't know if that makes sense, but it makes sense to me. Anyway, so the next one, yeah, will be Prism versus Fang. Fang, I was talking about it earlier. This is probably the deck I've played the most since the Hunted was released. It's like this. This deck is absolutely insane, and when you get on the right side of the variance, and when you can assemble your 3 very early in the game, you do some of the most insane things that you can do as a warrior. Obviously, it's not the most insane things that you can do in this game, but as a warrior, this is absolutely crazy. And this is coming from a guy that has played Boltin for almost 5 years now. I mean, since Boltin was released, so more than 4 years. But yeah, so it's gonna be interesting to see the matchup. From my experience, this is a very tough one. Prism versus Fang. As Fang, it's very tough because you have basically no way to pop the angels. I mean the heralds. So you have to rely on good blocking and trying, if you by any chance your opponent manages to make sure that one of the heralds goes through and an angel is on the board, you need to very quickly find a way to get a jagged edge or something like that that can like destroy the board. So it's not impossible, and you can win sometimes, but you're very much on the you're trying to climb an uphill battle.
Yeah. I feel bad for Fang on this matchup.
This probably would have been like, because I guess that these guys are both 3-1. So it would mean that if you win this one for Fang, you are 100% sure that you're in the top 8. I assume you have more chances than not to be in the top 8. So yeah, getting very close and maybe falling. Oh no, they're both 4-0, so that's perfect. So I assume, well, unless there's a problem with the update. Oh, there you go. Looks like our producer is updating the records. So Nico and Kevin are both 3-1. So
And
yeah, if you fall on the last step, it can be devastating.
And we can see that the Fang is a pro player because he has the right and the left dagger.
Yeah, which is something that I still don't have. I have the Marvel Felty, obviously, but I don't have the right and left cold foil daggers.
The Fang isn't playing any Arcane Barrier, so he could be lethal on the Angel.
Yeah. Oh, he has the signed versions of the end of the hunt end. Okay, so this is interesting. This is the very first turn for Fang. You're very happy on this first turn just to mark. You don't need to do much. If you can mark your opponent, you're happy about it. So
And
this
you
would
need
have
to mark
marked
as soon as possible.
This would have marked if it was the second chain link, because this is the very first chain link. This doesn't mark, but it's still a +3 for 0 cost. But if you want to attack a second time, you need to pay 1. Once you've assembled, it can be devastating, but for now, it's only gonna be Yeah, and you attack Genesis with the second attack. Definitely can't let Genesis stay on the board for too long. So obviously, Nico targeted that very pesky, very annoying aura. And the Spectra means that it's gone instantly as soon as you target it.
Those
Have you
angel
played?
are...
Have you played any Fang or played against Fang?
Yeah, I have faced some Fang, and at the beginning of the game you say, oh, okay, it's just a bad warrior, it's going to be easy, and the more the game goes on, the more it's complicated, and when he has all his fealty, it's just a nightmare for you.
Yeah. All right, so it looks like Nico decided to let it hit. There is basically no way. Oh no. Wait, I stopped looking at the game for 5 seconds and now I don't understand what happened. Oh no, that was the Light of Soul. Sorry, yeah. So Light of Soul.
And is
and
it
the
angelic
next
back?
card, yeah,
Yeah. +3, so it's going to eat, and
yeah,
he's
it
going to
hit.
trigger Prism. That's strong.
That is a bit backbreaking, to be honest, but that's everything that you can expect in this matchup. There's not a lot of ways to prevent that prism from hitting you with the heralds. So at some point, you just need to rely on getting Jagged Edge at the perfect moment.
And a
But if
Marvel
that doesn't
Angel.
happen, yeah, well, yeah, and Artist Proof Ponder. And the Pierce Reality to finish this turn off. This is
This is a
very bad.
nightmare.
Like everything is going the wrong way for Fang. And when that happens like that, you feel like you're really behind. This is a pretty strong start of the turn though. Oath of Loyalty to start of the turn is perfect. It's basically the same. There's still that restriction that you can only play Draconics until the end of the turn.
But
But you
are your
play
decks
way more
Draconic?
draconic cards. Yeah, the draconic weapon. Your weapons are draconic, obviously, but you play way more draconic attacks than Synindra. So
Yeah.
it's easier to overcome.
And you want to play
Oh, this
Draconic
is interesting.
actions to
Yeah.
go again to your dags, so it's okay.
Yeah. All right. So very first fealty token.
It's
Thanks to that Endir Devotion. Yeah, so Endir Devotion is a very interesting card. Not a lot of decks played it at the beginning, at the very onset of the release of the Hunted, because it costs 1. But it's one of the cards that, well, your opponent can't prevent you from getting the fealty. They can maybe try
and
to
he
block,
cleared the board
but
with the dag.
yeah, I need to get that Pierce Reality for sure as soon as you can, because it's really annoying to block these. If you don't block the Pierce Reality, it means that you accept taking all the damage from the heralds until the end of the game, which is basically admitting that you can't win the game.
Yeah. Or that you're really fast.
Yeah, but that's at that point. I mean,
but I was thinking
like
it was
Prism is already down to 19, but she starts off at 32, so she hasn't lost a lot of health yet.
But I was thinking the matchup was unfavored for Fang, but as we see the life point, Fang is way in a good situation.
No, but that's exactly what I was saying. She starts at 32, so what you've done in terms of damage is basically nothing. He's on 13, but she has she has 3 figments on the board.
I don't like to say it, but I hate to say it, but you are right.
Why would you hate to say it? And look at this. Now there is an Angel of Erudition, so Soraya is on the board, drawing 2 because the soul is filled as well. So yeah, everything is going the wrong way. Like you attack for 4. Obviously, you never block the angel attacks. And now, if any of the angels are coming with Dominate, even worse. That's way worse.
Okay, this for the 2 at the bottom on the end of the class who haven't follow. This is Arclight Sentinel. you have to attack it before to do anything else. And when you attack it, it disappears and your attack disappears too, so you don't have to go again.
There's no resolution of the attack because it's
Yeah.
the keyword spectra, which means that as soon as the attack is targeted, yeah, the turn
Okay.
is over, which means that, oh, there's still a pledge fealty. So second fealty token, and maybe if he doesn't take too much damage on that turn, Nico can turn the corner. He would need something like a jagged edge to be able to turn the corner there.
And so
Look at this! Attacking with Suraya, you banish a card from your soul, and then you draw 2 cards. But noticeably, yeah. Oh! Okay. So another, yeah, not a lot of follow-up actually. Oh no, he needed to pitch a yellow to be able to get go again, because no yellow card was in the pitch zone, and you need a yellow card in the pitch zone to give you go again to your first angel attack and to your first herald attack. So that was very important to have something that you can play at instant speed. There are other ways to play around it, but he basically just needed a yellow to give go again to Suraya. And now you have to block that herald, that Wartune herald. I think it's a yellow one or blue one.
It looks like the blue one, I think, but
I can't see the dice.
it looks like an 8 for me, but I don't think so.
It might be 8 because there's there was a courage token, so it might be 8 if it's the red one.
It's the red, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like Nico has decided to block for 8.
And
this is absolutely backbreaking because you need, yeah.
He's right to block with the
5.
full hand because he has to attack the Arclight Sentinel, so he wasn't going to do anything with his hand.
Yeah, but he gives away for the Drakai there, just to attack the Arclight Sentinel. The only good thing about that turn is that there is no card in soul left. Oh!
That's devastating.
Again, this is backbreaking. So now he'll be able to do that dance again. Oh no, wait. There's no yellow. No, that was a blue in the pitch zone. So there's no go again on this angel. So it goes to the soul, sorry. It creates, because it's an angel of protection, it creates a spectral shield. But now Nico is allowed to play.
And he is going to show us some magic, I hope.
Well, I hope for him that he can do something, because we've talked about how cool this Fang deck is, and so far it has been very hard to show it.
Yeah. Maybe he should have come with the Kasai deck, who won the...
Oh, Kasai, the Battle Harden last week.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Going to be complicated.
So creating, yeah. Okay, so for the Drakai clears Suraya. You don't have to worry about Suraya, but now you have to worry about everything else.
But that's a relief to don't have Suraya on the board anymore.
Yeah, but you see, you have the Herald of Erudition to clear. There are so many things that are annoying to deal with in this deck. This is why it's a very bad matchup. But there's still some way, if we can get the third fealty soon, for Nico to come back.
He's going to find a solution. I trust him. Come on, my boy.
He hasn't managed to find any blue hand. I mean, any blue in his hand so far. I think he had one blue. Oh, and the Great Library of Solana, one of my favorite cards in the whole game. Have you seen, by the way, that in the treasure packs that are coming with High Seas, there is a full art Great Library of Solana in one of these packs coming directly from James White's collection?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. The third Felty is assembled. So there you go. You can turn your Fang, and now you get the Marvel Fang, and attacking for free, which is when the deck starts to shine.
But there
This
is 3 Spectral Shield to tank the
Yeah,
first
I mean,
black, and there is the boost.
so 2 of them are gone. You get +1 go again on your attack, and then this one is an attack for 4. And at this point, even the most impressive attack reaction in the deck, Unsend, is active. Unsend basically means 0 for 5. I mean 5 for 0, so it's insane value for a single card. So now that Nico is online, maybe we can start talking about actually doing something this game. I don't know what's in the arsenal, but you get the you also get the free value on the Dynamo.
And as you are a warrior player and Fang a bit, how would you deal with the Great Library? Do you have enough yellow?
Well, sometimes you're playing cards like that all you got, but that's basically the only yellows that you can have. Some deck list plays Scar Tissue, 3 yellow Scar Tissues, but there's no way that you can like discard 3 Scar Tissues for that. No way.
And he's blocking the first attack.
He's playing Nip at the Hills. Interesting.
Yeah, I saw some lists playing it.
Okay, very cool card. It has the infamous Crabman in it.
And 2 right foot. And he's building his army of Figment, waiting to awaken them.
So we were talking about the fact that that Nico didn't get a lot of blues since the beginning of the game, especially in the early turns, which is when you need them. But sometimes that happens when you're playing Fang. You get the blues when you don't need them. After you get the 3 Felties and you don't have to pay for your daggers.
And you're just crying with your blue cards.
Yeah. I mean, you can still block with them at least, but that's definitely not what you want to do. Yeah, so this one can be annoying to deal with because you'll be able to get, there you go. So you get the, basically Avalon, the Angel of Rebirth, the Archangel of Rebirth lets you get any one of the cards in your graveyard on top of your deck.
Yellow cards. So for example, Arclight Sentinel.
For example, Arclight Sentinel.
Okay.
Okay, so clearing the Archangel right away, making sure that there's no way that we can have that very annoying loop. Yeah, it was very important to do it as soon as possible.
And then attacking.
And the damage potential of that deck again is nothing to be. Yeah, it is definitely relevant. Now it also marks.
And he's taking so much damage. Well, not so much, but he's taking damage. And he's low in life.
4 damage on, 4 damage on this one, plus 1 on the follow-up. If there is another attack reaction, maybe that's no. You will be keeping it in the arsenal, but sometimes you need to keep cards in the arsenal because if you don't play a single draconic card or if you don't create a single Felty during a turn, you lose all Felties. So this can be very devastating when you have your mini quest basically with Fang is to assemble these 3 Felty tokens, and if you lose them at any point, you're like you might as well forget about winning the game. Sometimes you have to do it, especially when you're playing versus Verdance, because Scour means that you lose all. Continuously you will lose your Felty, so you need to assemble again, but that's basically the only matchup because you know that this has got to happen and you need to do it again. But yeah, losing all of them just because you did nothing during your turn is devastating, and it's very hard to come back from.
And he gave 3 cards to block the Herald of Triumph, but apparently he still managed to find a way to put an Herald, a Figment in play.
Yeah, this is bad, and you can see all the blues coming now.
And again, an Herald of Triumph. A red one. It's pushing so much damage. But you need a lot of cards to do it because everything is really expensive. And that's a dynamo.
Yeah. Going to the soul. Do you? Yeah, there's no angel flipping there.
But
Oh,
there
there
is,
it goes. Yeah, there is angel flipping.
and it's the Figment of Triumph who became Victoria Archangel of Triumph.
So he's not attacking with it. So that means that the damage potential of Nico's card is still relevant. But there is 4 health. I mean, 4 health on that, or 4 ward on this one. Yeah. And now the second attack just coming in for 1. This is the problem at that point. You need to really hope that your opponent won't be putting together a very aggressive turn. But as we can see, a lot of blues in Nico's hand. Not many ways to come back strong enough to overcome the assault of the heralds, the angels.
And he took that damage.
Yeah, the 1 damage you can very easily take. That's fine.
But when you have 10 life points, 1 damage is very important.
Oh, we have Kevin Murphy in chat. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, there's probably a brotherhood of Kevins, and you're all playing prisms, I guess.
And that's an Herald of Protection. With Go again.
Has to give away all his equipment now. Only the Crown of Providence is left. I guess you just hope to find your opponent with the oh. I was about to say maybe your opponent has only 1 herald, but not only did Kevin have 2 other heralds, he preferred to play the Arclight Sentinel.
This card is so strong, but you need it in prison. But I understand that a lot of people think it's really frustrating to face it.
I'd be curious to have your advice on that matchup, Kevin. What do you think? It's like unlosable for Prism? Because like I was talking about it earlier, it seems like I don't see any obvious way to win that matchup regularly as Fang. It looks like I lose all the time versus Prism.
I feel like it's like the 8th Herald of Triumph of the game. There is 3 Herald of Triumph on the board currently. But at some point, Prism going to be at the end of her resource, I think. With so much aggression constantly. Ooh. Is it the one that deal Arcane damage?
No, that's the one that gives a coach token when you banish
Okay.
a card from your soul. That's the Archangel
Bellona.
of War, Bellona.
Yeah.
This is actually Boltin's angel, but apparently she agrees to help. She agrees to help Prism sometimes.
Is it a way maybe for World of Monarch 3 to see Boltin as an angel?
An angel?
Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's.
He died during the war and he became an angel, and as Prism you can invoke him. Boltin Figment of Trust, maybe.
I mean, that will mean that Boltin dies in the story, and I'm totally opposed to that. So. Okay, so that's an attack. This is one of the cards that is very hard to decipher there. Which one is it? Kind of looks like a scar tissue, maybe a red scar tissue. Yeah. And I think that Nico used a Felty to give it a Draconic.
Ooh.
So that's, yeah, and that's a Blaze Headlong on top of it. So that's 4 damage. At that point, Kevin needs to respect the output of damage that can be put on the board by a deck like Fang. So if you don't have an attack reaction, maybe you consider blocking this one, or at least the next one, because if something like Unsend comes from Nico's hand, That means 5 damage.
which is more than half of your life.
Now you need to, yeah, just think about that. Place headlong. It looks like he's representing having at least defense reaction. Maybe he has a soul shield or something.
And the dagger.
All right.
He's taking a lot of damage. I think he has a good hand. Well, when you take damage at this point, it's because you want to do some nasty stuff at your turn.
Oh yeah. Oh no, he just wanted, yeah, just in case he could flip the angel with the 2 resources, which is what he did. And now he's getting the angel of protection. Unfortunately for him, no soul left, so won't be able to get
The last one.
what I assume would be a crucial spectral shield at that point, but he's so far ahead. I think he's fine. So now attack for 4, we'd go again and look at the hand on Kevin's side. 3 cards still. So that means Herald into Herald. Probably.
And the library was gave so much value.
Oh yeah,
Given
absolutely. Is that a red one? A red Herald of Protection?
looks like a blue one to me.
For some reason, I can't read this die. Okay, so have to block it all out, so it's probably a 7, yeah.
Use the crown.
Use the Fire and Brimstone. Block. Oh!
Ooh la la.
Oh! Ooh la la!
I see.
Ooh la la, as we say in France. So, yeah.
But Feng has 3 cards in hand, I think, and the dagger of 3. So could be a bad position for the Prism.
Oh, Oath of Loyalty to start the game. But again, that library gave so much value, as you said. It's insane.
And come the first dagger.
Now there is no way to flip an angel, so you need to block. You need to respect it. But
you know that the last dag is probably going into the aura.
yeah, there is a good chance. You can't really afford to let a Pierce Reality stay on the board for too long. Oh, interesting. So that means that not only do you hit for 1 there,
but you mark him.
you can attack twice. Oh no, you only attack once. Okay. So it shows, yeah, the first 2 modes. Wow, this has been a closer matchup than I expected. And like Nico's played this one very well. It looks like he's been playing it a lot.
A hand of tenacity, I think.
Yeah, this one has dominate, so it's very hard to block it efficiently unless you have. I mean, we've seen that he has defense reactions in his deck.
And
So
we know
he has
plays Angelic
another
Wrath,
thing below.
so it could be possibly a 9.
Have you seen it?
At the beginning of the game, he played Angelic Wrath, so
yeah, we've seen 2 already. But yeah,
yeah.
if any one of these is in the end, it's probably game over. This goes to the soul.
And again.
Oh yeah, no way! Dominate into dominate, doing its Prism doing our best Bravo impersonation. That has to be disheartening because at some point it looked like he was about to turn the corner and come back into this one. Any Jagged Edge could probably do something. There was a way for him to come back. He wasn't totally lost, but he couldn't manage to find the perfect hand. A lot of blue heavy hands, not the hands that you want to see at that juncture in the game. As soon as you have your 3 FLT, you just want red hands basically, which is never what happened for him. Unfortunate for Nico, but it was pretty well played. And I really hope that we're gonna see him in the top 8 because it's, I mean, it's refreshing to see these types of decks.
Yeah.
I haven't seen a lot of, and I haven't been able to do the commentary on a lot of Fang decks. It's very fun to watch, very unexpected.
I wonder how Prism go against Verdance, so it would be interesting to see it in top 8, I hope.
Yeah. for sure. I would assume that it's very hard for Verdance though, right? Because every time there's an angel on the board, it prevents you from having a relevant combo. So of course you can attack them with your attack action, but if you do, you don't really advance your game plan. I mean, I'm not sure exactly.
But with a lot of
Kevin
ping,
Murphy is in chat and he's one of the best Prism players in the world right now. So maybe he can enlighten us on the matchup with in regards to the matchup with Verdance versus Prism.
but with a lot of ping, you have to prevent every time, otherwise you lose your angel. So it could be a bit complicated, depending on how the Verdance is doing it.
But yeah, so there's a pretty good chance that we will see Kevin in the top 8 of this one. He's at 4-1 now. Yeah. Yeah, I would assume that he is a pain in the ass in this one.
Okay, I think we have a bit of timing, free time before the next game, so we will have a break and come for the next one.
We'll have a very short break, guys. We'll come back with the last round of the day before top 8. And yeah, I have to tell you, if there's any chance to see a Fang deck in this top 8, I will be very happy. As we were talking about earlier, no Boltin came. I bought a bunch of promos to give away to anyone that played Boltin in the event. Nobody did. So I had to give away a bunch of promos to the store to give to any Boltin player that comes and plays any competitive event at TwoMoons in the next few weeks. Hopefully it won't take too long, but don't tell them. It's our secret. We'll be right back. Don't go too far. Round 6 of ProQuest at TwoMoons in Zurich, Switzerland. Back in Zurich, Switzerland for the ProQuest at TwoMoons, ProQuest Singapore, of course. And we've reached the end of Swiss. Only one game left, which means it's win and in time for most of these guys that are just on the bubble. So we've noticed that our friend Uncle that we saw earlier today was in a win and in situation. So obviously we wanted to feature him again. And he's going to be facing Aalia by Kai, played by Kai, who we saw earlier today as well. Kai lost versus Verdance. So now he's got a chance to go, to redeem himself and maybe get into top 8 by playing and by beating Joyce's Jarl. We'll see.
And fun fact, Jarl faces Verdance also, and it was the same player who beat them all.
Yeah.
So we have
like their own mini tournament in the middle of that ProQuest. So yeah, we'll see what happens. And what we have for you next, we have the deck list, obviously, because we're trying our best to please you, my friends. So there you go. This is Joyce's list for Jarl. Obviously playing a pretty basic setup because we were looking at it earlier. So we got the Crown of Providence as a headpiece, Fiandal Spring Tunic, the Gauntlets of the Boreal Domain as an arms equipment, and then the quick dodge flexors. If you can take a look at the lower part of the equipment suite. Yeah, there you go. So we saw the Heart of Ice and the Nullrune equipments, but there you got the quick dodge flexors. Obviously stalagmite when you're facing these very aggressive Synindra decks, for example, everything that need to be stopped in its tracks by frostbite. Obviously very useful to use stalagmite in these matchups. But when you don't want to face these, when you know that you're not going to face these very aggressive decks, you can just play the Sledge of Envelheim, which is a very potent weapon. You can just keep one blue, and with the resource from the tunic, you attack for 6, which is insane. This game, this card has been around since Crucible of War, so it's been around. It's been a mainstay in all these Guardian deck for a long time. So a very strong card, gorgeous card as well. Like look at the artwork; it looks amazing. Looks like very heavy and very painful to take it to the face.
And I will ask you the same question as I did for the previous game of Ankle, which is, with Mangle, what equipment would you like to break?
When you're playing versus Aalia?
Yeah.
So I assume that you're getting the tunic as soon as possible.
Or maybe the...
You can get the tunic or the Skullbone Cross Wrap, but I think the tunic is, if you expect the game to be long, it's more efficient to destroy the tunic, I guess.
I would say New Horizon, but I don't know if she's playing it, and I don't think so.
I don't think Kai is playing New Horizon. We saw that earlier, and he was playing a basic, a more usual setup of.
Oh, she's playing Balance of Justice.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess you're playing this when you're facing Brutes.
Yeah.
But you're not playing it in this matchup. No way.
And I see there is a Dreadbore too in the side.
Yeah, which is definitely one of the cards that we can see make an appearance maybe in this one. You know that there are some defense reaction, and just being able to block them is very relevant, very important in this matchup. I don't think there will be anything special apart from it. You will see the Bullseye Bracers for sure. You will see the Fiandal Spring Tunic.
And the long half glove are interesting too.
Long half glove, maybe if you expect some. I think we've seen that Ankle was playing Warmonger's Diplomacy, but I'm not 100% sure that that's the way to go in this matchup. Maybe it is an option. You can also block for
your attack is really strong.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, so that's the whole setup is there. Maybe you play the Purge Grapplers if you don't expect to be able to go wide with the Standard Scalers, but I think Scalers is still the best option. Yeah, maybe we can take a look at the cards in each deck now that we've seen the equipment. Yeah, let's go back to Ankle's deck. Joyce's deck. Count Your Blessings, obviously. We saw the 2 Erase Face, which won't be making an appearance in this one. Obviously, basically useless.
Rainrazor.
Yeah, maybe you can prevent some effects on, but I don't think that's the kind
and
of
the Smack to Reality isn't reused. cool in this
No.
matchup too, so
No.
it's going
So
to
I
slide
guess
out.
I'm not even sure that you're playing Count Your Blessings in this version. Maybe you are because you're afraid of getting hit too hard too early. But then again, it's not the most.
It doesn't block, so I don't think you want them in the deck.
Yeah.
I think your main goal is to do Oakenhold as fast as you can and set up channel like Frigid and just say, okay, you want to 3-pump, you have to pitch a blue for this.
Yeah, and just slow down the game as much as possible with all these ice actions. Channel Mount probably not the way to finish off the game, but maybe you play it just because it's an additional ice card. But yeah, obviously, Crumble to Eternity, one of the most important card in this deck. One of the reasons it's so important is that it has the ice and earth talent, so you can double fuse with it, and very important when you get it in the same hand as
I saw a thing which surprised me. It's the Towering Titan Blue.
Yeah, this is a card that we tend to play a lot in Guardian decks now when you expect some new to be in the field, because you definitely don't want to give attack actions to new. So you give them Towering Titans. It's just a blue that blocks for 3, and sometimes when everything goes goes your way, maybe you can play it on turn 0 and get +8 on your very first attack. But it's not even that relevant because you'd probably rather keep an arsenal.
I heard that people played Titanium Bubble because it's a resource, so you can block with 2 Titanium Bubble on not dominate the.
In French it's called maîtrise. I don't. Yeah, it's overpower. There you go.
Yeah. Okay.
And yeah, so 3 imposing visage and everything. So basically the whole setup that we saw last turn. And in this one, I think Barbed Undertow, but again, I don't think
the
that's
first one is really
way to run
interesting.
this one. Yeah.
Yeah, and okay, that's I don't see anything.
Codex of Bloodrot is interesting. It's
Okay.
one way to go wide. I don't think I see. Is there a red bolt and shot? Can we go up the list? We can see the yellow one. Yeah, the 3 reds as well.
Yeah.
Sorry, I had a hiccup. So there you go. Yeah, 6 bolt and shot, 3 yellow, 3 reds. Drill shot can be interesting as well, because that's one of the cards that you definitely don't want to let hit early. So if there is a dominate on that very early drill shot, that can be annoying to lose some value on this equipment. Obviously the fridge on these Guardian Heroes is very relevant, so you need to keep it as long as possible for these on hit that can be annoying later down the line. Yeah, there you go. So the infecting shot and the lace with inertia, lace with frailty can be relevant, but lace with bloodrot and lace with inertia are the most relevant in this one.
+3 create an annoying token.
Yeah,
that's what we like.
But let's be honest. Like, I think when we were talking about the matchup with Joyce earlier today, he was very comfortable playing as Aalia. And when he was talking about which matchups he wanted to face on his road to top 8, he was saying, yeah, if I can face any as Aalia, I'll be very happy. So I think he's pretty comfortable in the matchup. Also, because I was talking about it earlier, he's been playing this game forever, longer than me. As I was saying earlier, when I started playing the game, he was already playing for maybe a year or something. So he's been around forever, maybe 6 months, I don't know. But he's been, so this matchup, Guardian, any type of Guardian into Aalia, he knows the matchup by heart. He knows exactly how to navigate and to play it. So yeah, if there is one guy in this room that knows how to beat Aalia players, it's this guy.
And as they start, we see that he chooses to take the shield, which is the default choice. And they start, but we don't have the equipment of the Aalia, and she's not playing Dreadbore. Okay. So she's saying,
I'm a little bit surprised because you have to expect some defense reactions in this one, and that's one of the main ways to make sure that your on hit effects will hit if you give dominate. But I guess he's thinks it's not as relevant as we think.
And it's an LSR who's put in the arsenal face up. Is he going to Aalia to back under the deck and give dominate to something?
Yeah, I mean, I think on this very first turn, it makes sense to try to get the blind Aalia, right? Because like there's there's no way you're gonna fatigue a Guardian. So
If you
trying
get put
to
damage, put damage.
yeah. I don't see how trying to push damage on this turn is relevant anyway. So yeah, I would expect him to blind Aalia. So you use the Aalia power. If you don't know Aalia, you can look at the card. I mean, you can replace the card from your arsenal with the card from the top of your deck. And if it's an arrow, it gains dominate. Unfortunately for Kai, that wasn't an arrow, was a release detention, but that's still a card that he can use.
But now you have to put something on your arsenal and you can't.
Oh
So.
yeah, so he's not playing. It's just arsenaling and passing turn. So yeah, he just wanted to get lucky on that first one, and he wasn't lucky. The good thing is that he didn't give Joyce an opportunity to refresh his hand, to try to cycle the cards that he would rather not see on that first turn. And look at this, it looks like a pretty underwhelming first turn. Not much to do. Oh! I was lying. My bad. It
That's
was
a
a lie.
mangle.
So that's a nice card. So that's a dominate on that mangle. So that's a mangle for 8 with dominate. There is no card that has no equipment that has -1 on Kai's side. Obviously, this is the very first turn of the game, so this will be just 8 vanilla damage, but not that vanilla because there's a dominate on top of it.
And so he take 5 damage, I think?
You take 5, yeah.
Which is a good number.
Wait, did he? Oh, maybe no, maybe he double. Yeah, he double fused. I mean, he didn't fuse, but he pitched a nice and earth card, so he got the +2 and the dominate. That's the text on Boreal, the Gauntlet of the Boreal Domain. Get +2 on Mangle if you pitch an Earth card, pay for it, and you get Dominate if you pitch an Ice card. And when you pitch a card that is both of them, both islands, you get 2 of them. Oh yeah, for sure, Sigma. Tower and Titan is very Smack of Reality is very important in the Floyon matchup, in the Floyon stack matchup. It's probably the only reason this card is included, because it's not relevant against a lot of decks, but if you expect to face a lot of Floyons, getting rid of a huge stack of functions is probably the way to go.
And so
Throwing Titan with Pummel is so huge.
And so,
okay, so that's Seek and Destroy. Yeah, and that's one of the plays that he did a lot last game. And the other game that we saw today, infecting shot with, oh, that's a lot. That's a lot of Bloodrot Pox tokens on this one. So that's a couple of Bloodrot Pox tokens and the Seek and Destroy effect. So Joyce will definitely be looking to block everything out there.
And knowing him, he's capable to give all his hand to block it. It won't be a problem for him to say,
Yeah,
okay,
sure.
I will just do a hammer turn.
That's 11. Not easy to block. Also, we know that this Jarl deck, even though Jarl is a Guardian, sometimes the cards don't block that well. He has a lot of 2 blocks. So that's 6 block. Or if that's a Frostfang, that would be 5.
It looks like a Frostfang. And
yeah.
Here come the tokens. Ooh.
Alright, so the Seek and Destroy effect, which means that he will lose all cards from his end and arsenal at the end of the turn.
And the CNC, which is probably the thing that you want the least
see as Aalia, of course. But that means that he will lose some value because he'll waste his arsenal unless there's something relevant. But I don't think there is anything at that point. You can't play. Don't have go again, and you, even if it's a pummel, you wouldn't be able to play it because he doesn't have access to the tunic resource. Just taking 2 cards, yeah, and losing the arsenal, which was a frozen to death. A bit unfortunate there. We were talking about how important it would be to get rid of the tunic, but in any case, you still, the first thing that you need to do is to get a -1 counter on the tunic.
Yeah.
And it wasn't in there yet. I think I see a combat to eternity. in Joyce's
think-
hand there. So yeah.
I think I saw a frozen lake solid. Channel Lake Frigid, sorry. Is it?
Yeah. It looks like it.
Ooh.
Okay, so this is the tunic resource. Kai was 1 turn ahead. So he gets access to that very, very important tunic resource, and that's an attack for 11 with Dominate.
And the Raiden Ledger will allow him to play only one attack and one non-attack action during the next turn, which is not really a problem as when you play Jarl, I think.
No, Red in the Ledger means you can only do one action.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
But that's still a lot of damage. Look at this. It's
Yeah.
down to 22. We were saying how Jarl was very happy to block everything out, but he hasn't blocked much. Like, he hasn't been able to block too much. Okay, Crumble to Eternity on the Skullbone Cross Wrap, so I think he agrees with you. He wants to get rid of the Skull Wrap as soon as possible. Doesn't value the tunic that much, maybe? Wow. If there is any way to dominate that next tower, it's going to be a big one again. I don't think we've seen any CYBs, so maybe he's not playing Counter Blessings in this matchup. I don't know what
I
he
think
needs
he
to
removed
find
it.
a way to block efficiently now. From now on, if he doesn't block it all out, if he doesn't find ways to block, his life total will dwindle very quickly.
And here comes the Lace with Inertia. +3 and Inertia token on it.
Oh, the Remorseless coming in the arsenal.
He's coming at least for 8.
Oh,
No
11,
defense reaction from End.
11. All right. How many DRs does he have? Okay.
He's counting. Preparing the Inertia token.
Huh. Yeah, I think he has a Frozen to Death, so he would definitely love to keep as many cards as possible to be able to destroy the Skullbone Crosswrap. But that would mean taking so much damage there. I don't think that's an option at this point.
But you have to take risk sometimes, and you really want
Yeah.
to be on an equipment area to give him.
Yeah, for sure. But that is so dangerous there. Look at this. Yeah, he's giving away 3 cards, but he would have been able to. Oh no, that's not. I don't think that's a Frozen Solid actually. That's a Frozen to Death actually. Okay, so he's gonna get a Mangle. He's getting the Jarl specialty, which lets him fetch a Mangle if his opponent has
A -1
a -1 on one of his
equipment.
equipment, which he does. And thanks to that tunic resource, he'll be able to play it. That's not a lot. It blocked for 8 only, I think. So he's taking 3 there. Four, 5, 6. Yeah, I would say that's 9 block.
Yeah, that's 9 block, I think, because the defense reaction is 4. The block is 4.
And yeah, his Quake blocks for 2. Yeah. Okay, so he's taking 2 on this one. With the inertia on top of it, again, he will lose some value with that arsenal that will go away. Oh, no, perfect. He can start with this. So perfect. Winter's Bite. I think it's a blue one. So Winter's Bite first. You lose 1 health, obviously, because it is an attack. It is an action, so Remorseless comes into effect. But then you force your opponent to lose 1 card, which will make it even harder
And
Well,
no-
I don't think you block anyway. I
he's going
don't
to
think
pitch one.
you can give anything to that Mangle. The Mangle will come with Dominate thanks to the Crumble to Eternity. Joyce was pointing to it, so I think he was mentioning to his opponent that he would the Dominated was going to be activated on the Mangle. That's a pretty nice. That's pretty nice there, yeah. And there you go. Mangle for 8 with Dominate.
Big number.
And the crush effect says if you crush your opponent, if you deal 4 or more damage, you can destroy an equipment that has a -1 counter. And when Yal was revealed, when the hero power was revealed, a lot of people were a bit underwhelmed by the hero power. But you can see how prevalent it can be, how important it can be in this matchup. You're basically just destroying one of the key pieces of equipment for Aalia.
And now it's going to be a place to put Frostbite, which can be really disruptive.
For sure.
We saw that Joyce take his time, but now I think he's in a good position.
Yeah, he had to take some damage.
He fully
Oh,
uses that as
again,
a resource.
yeah.
Oh,
So the Azalia was, blind activation there. It was only a lace with frailty.
and here comes the hammering shot, I think.
Hamstring shot.
Hamstring shot.
That's still an attack for 8.
Hamster shot. It's the small
Hamster.
animals.
Hamster shot, ouais. Shoot people with hamsters. I don't know, maybe Marlin will be shooting animals. She's a pirate after all. She doesn't value life as much. Well, Azalia is an assassin, right? So she's a ranger, but her job is killing people. So
Not animals.
she's a bounty hunter in a way. Yeah. So maybe she values animal life.
Do you consider Puffin as an animal, or more as a mecha?
Puffin?
Yeah, the bird of the new mechanologist.
Oh. It's a robot, right? Only way to look at it. It's not a parrot, it's a robot. That wing is 100% mechanical. At what point do you stop being a parrot and you become a robot?
When you
Like, you've seen Robocop, right? So at which point you stop being yourself and you start being a machine?
when you stop going to the doctor to go to the mechanicals,
And yeah.
to a car concessional repair. Ooh,
Oh, giving away a lot of resources there. So he wants to preserve his hand.
and he gave the frostbite. Okay,
But that's a block for 9. Wow. That's a lot of resources given away. He didn't even think with the Crown of Providence. He could have had the option of, getting rid of one card to get another one. So that's Ice Quake plus 4 on the next attack and Frost Fang. So that's,
oh,
yeah. Unfortunately, there was only one open spot on this equipment, but that's still a Frostbite. I mean, there's no there's a Frostbite on it because of the Ice Quake on top of the effect of Ice Quake. So it's
and if the frost thing hit, you have to discard a card or pay 2. So
yeah,
that's kind of stuff that's terrifying me when I play against Jarl. It's
yeah, for sure. Well,
if I take something, my hand is destroyed.
Yeah. And you know that nothing else is coming because there's no possible reaction in hand. He doesn't have any resources left and no cards in hand. So you can just afford to block everything out. But that still represent 8 damage. Is that a red one? So that's 9 damage. That should be 9. Yeah, in any case, it's blocked. That's only one frostbite because the second frostbite should be on an empty equipment slot. But there's no second empty equipment slot. There's only one left, and
And
Icequake
Aalia,
creates a second one on the
and we see that his
battlefield.
disruption works because
Yeah.
Aalia just passed, and now he has a full hand, and he can do whatever he wants. So the threat was really, and he do nothing of this advantage. It's weird.
That's bad. Yeah, that's really bad. He would need some more disruption. So maybe he has something like, there's a pummel. Yeah, but that's a pummel on top of a Titan's 15 is nothing. That's still 8 damage. This is the kind of cheesy play that we used to do with Anotos. Like you only attack for 4, and then it turn into a 10 attack because all of a sudden you play a pummel on top of it, and then you place a free cost plus attack on in your zone, and yeah, your Anotos goes for 6. 6 plus 4 is 10, and that's 4 attack turns into 10, and that's
Ooh, double glide the pathway.
Yeah, read the glide path.
Hit the glide path.
So that's already 6 plus 9 plus
Oh,
5 from the extreme string shot.
14
Yeah, that's a lot of damage.
with dominate, obviously.
Oh, is he dominated? Yeah, because look at this. As Aalia is sideways, so he is absolutely dominated.
Are you using your put your shoes on it.
I guess it's time, but that's not the best value for that card. Oh, alright. Forgive me. I was wrong. So that's
4, 5,
4
6.
set 9. So you still take some damage. Yeah. Okay.
Unexpected, but I respect it.
Yeah, but you still take a lot of damage there. You still take 5. And you won't be able to play. I assume that you won't even be able to activate your hammer attack. Oh, +2.
He should have blocked with the shield, I think, to avoid this, but well, you can't know.
That's the thing. You take the damage there, but at least you don't take it on another turn when 2 arrows will be affected by the Rain Razors, maybe.
Yeah. And on it is not so hard for him. Ooh, Channel Lake Frigid. Okay, I respect it. And this is going to be complicated for Aalia, I think.
That basically means that you don't have a turn.
Yeah.
And because Kai didn't have an arrow already loaded, the arsenal, it would need to pay 2 resources for a single death dealer activation, and then pay again to activate the arrow to pay for the arrow.
That's a lot of commitment for just putting one card.
It looks like he has 2 blues though. I see at least one knock the death whistle, I think. So maybe he can afford to pay for it.
He has to pitch 1 blue because Death Dealer is going to cost 3. 1 for death, 1 for the lake, 1 for the frostbite.
Oh yeah. That's the most expensive death dealer ever.
Do you have nostalgia from Icelander sometimes?
Never. I'm a Bolton player, so.
So 1 blue is used.
Forget about Icelander forever.
1 arrow is loaded. Is he going to pay to play it?
That's the thing. I'm string shot already costs 1, so if you want to attack with it with a buff on top of it, that will cost 3, which is huge. That's only for 8 damage.
And I think he has the read the glide path in hand.
Oh, the third one?
Look like it? Yes, it is.
Yeah. So you need to pay for this one? Yeah. Oh.
Is he paying with a codex?
He's paying with codex indeed, yeah.
So he has 1 pitch left.
So he needs to pay to use his last card to pay for the hamstring shot. It costs 2. Yeah. He's used 2 codexes just for that turn. So 1 knock the death whistle and 2 codexes for that turn. Just to
For
deal
8.
to threaten 8 damage.
With an on it with not.
It is something, but it's not the best way of a full hand ever, for sure. Which goes to show the power of a card like Channel Lake Fridge. It's crazy.
I had Channel Lake Frigid, but the cold foil version is such a
Gorgeous.
beauty.
Yeah. I need to reassemble my Jarl deck. It's like I want to play it like crazy.
Ooh, he take a lot
Such
of
a cool deck.
damage. Okay.
Yeah, I guess we can safely assume that that choice has a very strong hand. Oh, strong indeed. So that's exactly what you want to see when you're playing as Jarl. Oakenhold. You used to want to play it as well when you are playing Oldhim. But yeah, perfect timing for Oakenhold to come show its face.
But he won't keep the tunnel this turn because he don't have 2 ice
but
card.
the good thing is that his opponent won't have a lot of cards in hand anyway. Nice. Very, very nice.
That's Oakenhold is a good card. Definitely.
I think we can safely say that it's a good card without being accused of being a hot take caster.
Overhyped.
Yeah. Okay. But you know that these turns that don't happen all the time when you're playing Jarl. They didn't happen all the time when you're playing Oldhim either, but you had the kind of seeds to filter your deck and to try to get these double fuse hands as early as possible. In this one, it's not exactly the same deal, so you need to work harder to get it.
Do you think that one day? Okay.
Oh, the codex! Yeah, nice timing on that codex.
So he had 3 codex in 2 hands. Because he pitched 2 last turn. Okay.
Well, for an assassin from the pits, Aalia likes to read a lot of books. So that's an attack for 7.
Do you think that he had searched the Oakenhold in his graveyard to fill his
And
his
nice.
arsenal?
Yeah. So the Unforgiving coming clutch there, blocking for 4+3 from the Channel Montizen. Okay, and the CNC. Only threatening the arsenal, but that's still 6 damage on top of it, yeah. And you never want to lose that value, so what do you do in that situation?
You block 6 and you'll have 3 cards for the next turn, I think.
Yeah, probably. Or you don't block, you fall down to 5 and you have 4 cards. Depends on how aggressive your hand is. I guess if you can do 2 attacks, you can afford to not block anything. If you have 1 arrow and 3 buffs.
And you know he doesn't have the economy to play Pummel, so it's not a problem for you.
Yeah, it looks like he took it all to the face. So falling down to 5.
6.
He was at 11. Yeah. No, it should have been at 5 then. Took 6.
No, Tives. I don't know.
No, he was 6. Yeah. He came for 6, so he's down 5. Perfect. I mean, perfect. You know what I mean. Oh, nice. even if that arrow is dominated, there is still some health to be gained with the fruits of the forest.
Ooh,
And
no
it will be dominated. Wow.
That could be the end for
Guys,
the
yeah.
Jarl player, maybe. What arrow are you going to search in this kind of situation?
It all depends on the type of hand that you have. If you have 3 buffs in hand, you just go get
Amplifying.
a 4 power, 0 cost arrow, maybe amplifying arrow, maybe a drill shot, I don't know. Yeah, amplifying arrow, there you go. And it's probably a sign that Kai has 3 buffs in hand. Yeah, and that means a lot of damage. So how many buffs? 1. So that's 4 damage. 6. 6 plus 4 is 10.
10 dominate. Complicate.
Does he have a...
Ooh.
Maybe he has a defense reaction in the arsenal?
I don't think so. I think it's the attack.
5. This is 5 and can get 2 back with the fruits of the forest. Yeah. Oh. Is that a Rain Razors? I think he was showing that he wanted to play it, to use it.
This is the Rain Razor.
Oh, the Rain Razors is on top of it, so that's...
It's going to be the end, I think. Unless he has another discard to gain 2 life.
I think he does. Oh, unfortunate for Joyce, for friend Uncle. I always say Uncle, so...
But GG to Kai.
Yeah, I mean it was very perfectly navigated, and it looks like he had the perfect hands at the perfect time. So yeah, good job to him. Joyce had to take a lot of damage very early to try to disrupt his opponent, to try to break his equipment, but in the end it wasn't early enough and it wasn't relevant enough to prevent him from getting a lot of damage on the board. So yeah, unfortunate there. I think he will be a bit mad at himself on this one. I mean, not that he played badly, but it's a bit unfortunate to lose so close to the top 8 against a matchup that should probably be favored. We didn't see a lot of defense reaction, and he didn't have a lot of ways to play around those dominated arrows, unfortunately.
And he has one turn when he has the full hand, and he just send a hammer attack. It was a bit...
Yeah, that's one of probably the turn one where he lost the game, actually, because any big attack at that point would have been way more devastating. Any type of disrupting effect would have been devastating for the Aalia player. Unfortunately, that was only 4 attack for vanilla damage, and the pommel on top of it. But that's nothing. Like, that's 8 damage. Nobody cares about 8 damage at that point in the game.
Sometimes your decks told you it's not the good time, and you can't do anything.
Yeah. Because like that pommel on any CNC would have been insane. That pommel on that turn with the Ocanol would have been insane. But on that turn with only a Titan's Fist attack, that's nothing. So a bit unfortunate. We are all sad about our friend Joyce, but that's the way it goes sometimes. It was still a nice run, and I'm sure he'll rebound. And well, you know what happens over the summer? 8th of August, if I remember correctly, if my memory doesn't suck, a new set comes in, Master Impact Guardian, and probably a lot of help for decks like Jarl. So I think we can expect these Guardian decks to rebound and be a menace again.
And new hero adult Valda, which we were waiting since a long time.
Yeah. Anyway, guys, we're gonna be coming back very shortly with the top 8 announcement. Don't go too far. We'll be right back as soon as possible with the breakdown of how these matchup, these top 8 matches will be. Yeah, so it's. Wait a minute. Okay, so we have open deck list in top 8, obviously, so we'll talk about the decks as soon as we get a full breakdown of the top 8 qualified players. We'll be right back, don't go too far. This is it. Top 8 at the ProQuest in TwoMoons in Zürich, Switzerland. Guys, it's going to be an exciting one. We've been following these guys' results all day long because he's a friend of ours. And we knew that he was very stressed about maybe missing top 8 on this one. But we can say that our friend Tigran, who's playing Arachne Marionette, is into top 8 and will be watching the game right now. So we have a very exciting matchup. He's playing. So he's well. He was qualified already for the ProQuest. There was no tension about it. He knows that he's gonna go to Singapore, but he wanted to win with another deck, so he chose Arctic Marionette, and now he's gonna be facing. Wait, I have a doubt. Is he playing versus Prism?
No, I think he's playing against Verdance.
Oh no, yeah, that's Verdance. There you go. So yeah, it's gonna be Verdance versus Arachne Marionette. Trigan hasn't been playing the game for a very long time, but he's already emerged as one of the very best players in your community in Geneva. How have you seen this guy ascend to this level? Because he's been crushing events recently. He went to a lot of events in France. He either went into top 8 finals or won one event in Lyon. So how did you see the advent of that guy?
He's the kind of guy who is really focused. When he starts something, he has to go deep inside. And it was the same in Magic. It was the same in Runeterra, I heard. And when he starts Flesh and Blood, he say, "Okay, full focus on it. I stop a lot of other activities, and I am focused on this." And I heard that he played average 10 games per day at minimum.
Wow. Yeah, a lot of dedication from that guy. It's not obviously his main job. He's not playing full time, but he dedicates a lot of time in his free time to be getting better at the game, and it shows. Like the progress he's made recently was insane. I still remember the first game that I played with against him. He beat me, but it wasn't by a significant margin. But now I know that he would destroy me entirely. So yeah, definitely a guy to watch. As we said, he will be coming to Pro Tour Singapore because he qualified by winning an event in Lyon. So definitely a name to watch. And he's going to be playing versus Ralph, who we saw twice already today with his Verdance deck. He hasn't lost on stream, and I don't think he lost all day. So maybe he's at 6-0 today. At least 5-1. Yeah, 5-1. So yeah. Thank you. But yeah, so he's been crushing today as well. So yeah, it's going to be a nice and very interesting game. I think, yeah, well, the fact that that Tigran was top 8, was 8th in the rounds, probably means that Ralph was first in the rounds. So yeah, probably fair to say. So yeah, it's going to be a nice one. I think we can take a look at the deck list if these players are not set up yet. This is open deck list for top 8, so we can take a look more in depth about these deck lists. So this is Tigran's deck list. He's playing Arachne Marionette, and in this matchup, he has a big edge because he can either choose to go with more aggressive game plan. I think you play Flick Knives in every single matchup, but then if you're playing against decks that have a lot of arcane damage, which is the case when you're playing Verdance, you can try to go with the Widow Veil suite of equipment. So Widow Web, Widow Back, Widow Veil, which has Arcane Barrier and Spell Void, which is perfect. During over the course of the game, you can pitch cards to prevent some Arcane damage, and at the end of the game, when there is a big combo turn, you can just destroy the Spell Void equipment to make sure that you prevent some of that additional damage. So very, very impressive cards. It definitely gives an edge to these assassin players, the assassin heroes, versus some of the wizard decks that have been devastating to assassins for a very long time. But now that they have access to these equipment, changes things a little bit.
Yeah. He was telling us that these equipment are probably the best in the game because it brings so much tools against Verdance and Kano.
Yeah. And so we can take a look at the other cards in the deck. Let's scroll down a little bit. Oh yeah, so this is, well, you can see, take a look at all the cards that can be, yeah, let's take a, perfect. We have access to more cards now. So obviously 3 copies of CNC, you won't be seeing the Battlefront Bastion, which is probably a sideboard card that you play versus Prism, but Command and Conquer is 100% sure. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna see all the Death Touch either. Maybe not Zen of the Spider either. But
It's
you
funny,
you
all
will
those
be
cards.
seeing Just a Nick. You will be seeing Kiss of Death. You will be seeing a lot of these very aggressive cards, because even though you have a lot of equipment that can be useful against Verdance, you can't really let her assemble a combo turn. So I think the pressure is on you to put pressure on your opponent to make sure that she won't be able to assemble a combo turn.
And it's funny, he has a lot of cards in just one shot in the deck, which is something that I don't see a lot in Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, you see some of these cards in one copy, then of the Spider, Just a Nick, Death Touch, even the Shred, the yellow Shred that comes in just one copy, and your opponent never knows how many you're playing, unless you're playing in the top 8, because nowadays it's open access, open deck list. Your opponent knows exactly what's coming. Yeah, so you know that there's only one Shred, one to the point. But these are cards that can be devastating in the right situation, and the fact that they exist in one copy means that you need to play around them, but you can't really expect them to be there all the time. So unless you've seen one on rally, you don't even know when they're going to be coming.
And obviously there is a 3 Codex of Reality that is just game breaking.
Mm-hmm.
Take up the Mental, which is a must-have now.
And Bonds of Agony. Like Bonds of Agony, when you play Take Up the when you play it in conjunction with Take Up the Mantle, when your opponent is marked, and that you can get it back from your graveyard with the Take Up the Mantle, sometimes it can be absolutely devastating. So yeah, definitely some of these cards that can make life very miserable for Verdance if you can find the right spot to use them.
Yeah.
And of course the usual suite of disruption, mark up the Black Widow, the 3 blue copies and 3 reds as well, and a lot of options in terms of these blue cards. So this is definitely a strong deck, not by any means easy to play, but very interesting to watch as well. So I hope that we're gonna see some exciting plays.
Can we have
Let's
a
take
look
a look. Maybe we can
at
take a
the
look
other
if
deck?
you have some time at the Verdance deck list. So we've seen this guy twice already, at least, but we know that he's gonna be playing that Blade deck Beckoner Gauntlets, which is probably the only unexpected slot in his equipment suite, and this might be interesting because he can. Even though it doesn't block, it will only block once. It can block once one of these weapon attacks, which is, well, sometimes it can be relevant. You know that when the Hunter's Clave attacks with a piercing, it gets +1, but this is nullified by the fact that you are getting the +1 on the gauntlet. So yeah, maybe interesting to use on this one. Probably not using the Metacarpus. You need some blocking ability. And then the well-grounded, as usual, if you need to block a lot. I don't know if you expect to be comboing on this one, or if you want to play a value plan and you're playing Stormstriders. In any case, we'll see what Ralph opts for, but well-grounded is a pretty nice option as well.
Can we have a look at the cards of the deck?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we've seen them a lot, but if the opponent decides to go with a more aggressive game plan, you have fertile ground to gain some health back. Also a combo piece, obviously, but yeah, a lot of from what we've seen so far, at least, it looks like Ralph wants to play a value-based game plan.
Yeah.
We haven't seen him combo off once, I think.
But maybe he has the option to.
Little by little, yeah, draining his opening of resources. He's only playing 2 Shelter from the Storms. Interesting, yeah, because especially in this matchup, it's a very relevant card. It can prevent all
With
the
the
on
flick
hits.
knives.
Yeah, when the flick knives try to threaten a marked activation. So it will be interesting to see if he lacks one at some point.
Can we see the blue ones, maybe? Okay.
And the
Oh,
blue
there is one
cards, yeah.
remembrance. Okay. It's unusual. And there is a snag.
There is a single copy of Snag, but if it comes at the right time, it can absolutely be devastating. We were talking about Bonds of Agony, and when all the buffs on Bonds of Agony are gone, thanks to that single card, you feel like you're on top of the world, obviously. So yeah, definitely be one card to watch. If he gets it pretty early in the game, he'll be trying to use it for the perfect at the perfect spot.
I think we can go to the game if they're ready to
The game has
start.
started. Yeah, let's go. I mean, if the game is close to starting.
Okay.
Oh, they're still setting up.
So how many Arcane Barrier is he going to have, do you think? 3, obviously. Yeah.
I hope. I would say that's probably the best setup in this matchup. Who's in top 8? So from the top of my head, because my memory is shit, I would say there is one Prism, there is a couple of Floyons, there is
One
well,
new
you can see one one new,
and one dash.
one Arachne, one Verdance, one new, and one dash. Yeah. There you go.
And the dash who's on top is the one that we already saw, and the prism who's on top is the one we already saw.
Unfortunately, no Vincent. No Pummel Vincent in this top 8.
Well,
And no Tech Loverson. I know that a lot of people are
but this is this kind
sad
of
about it.
this
Not
is this
being
kind of
able to see some
situation when
Technobucks action
you're
on
happy that your hero isn't on top 8.
Sorry?
This is the kind of situation when you're happy that your hero isn't on top 8. That means you can play it, and it's not going to be LL soon.
Yeah. Their time to shuffle their opponent's deck.
They have the right to do it.
And they should definitely use that right. Alright, I think we're ready to go. Oh no!
AB2 only, okay.
Yeah. And Spell Void 2.
So he's not a professional player because he only have the Unchastened Clave in one direction.
I'm a bit disappointed.
Okay.
Okay, so that's the rampant growth live on turn 1. Yeah, and I guess because he saw that there's only Arcane Barrier 2, he can afford to. He will be able to at least 3 damage. No, it's not even using the. Not even using the Waning Moon there. Not trying to push any damage on that turn 0, just happy to gain 1 health. And if needed, there is 1 Earth card now in this graveyard. I think that's the kind of card that you'd rather keep for the plume, but maybe in some cases when you absolutely need it.
Cut from the same cloth. Okay.
Well, obviously, this is not a way to check for attack reaction. There are no attack reaction in Verdance, but at least you can take a look at the hand, see what's coming next turn, and also know if there are any defense reactions.
And your dagger come.
Yeah, it's still 4 value, so it's like it's an absolutely fine card in this matchup.
+4 on your dagger is not a bad thing.
Yeah. No reason not to play it.
And the Roadborne Carapace who can't decompose because there is not enough card.
Yeah, it's just enough to cover that 5 damage from the clave. This situation, the only thing you want to do, I guess, is avoid getting marked too early. And then Tigran says, okay, well, you don't want to get marked, so you need to overblock again on this one. If But there you go. Yeah, looks like Ralph finally said, okay, well, I guess I'm getting marked. Do you know how marked has been translated in French? I don't know if you play with French.
I have no idea. I would
Condamné.
say. Oh.
It means you're condemned already. You're not only marked, you're condemned.
And then he's switching to.
Is that trapdoor? I think it's trapdoor.
Yeah.
Only not the most relevant there. I think we saw a CNC, didn't we?
And
So getting trapdoor into a CNC is probably not the best, but at least you can take a look at your deck,
but
maybe
he knows.
shuffle it. Yeah,
He knows there is a CNC.
yeah. And I guess he can't fail to find Connie. Oh no, you may, so you wouldn't have to do it.
You can fail to search, I think.
Yeah. May search, so he's not forced to search.
I think it's good. It was the worst solution for him. The worst
Oh,
Arachne.
definitely, yeah. Especially when you see a CNC, but was that actually a CNC?
I think it was. Yeah, it is. Oh, but he's not playing it. He's just gaining 6 life and putting CNC in arsenal.
Interesting. What kind of trap could get that in play on CNC? There's nothing, right?
There is
No, you
layer
can't
of.
play this one anyway. It's a defense reaction. All traps are defense reactions, so you can't play it into CNC.
Oh no, yeah.
Yeah, but you would have had to play both sigils just to play the CNC, so it probably didn't make sense.
But with not attacking, he denied the trap, so it's good option.
You can over pitching there just to be able to attack with that Hunter's Clave. Still has 2 resources left, and he pitched a Persuasive Prognosis, I think, for later in the game. Yeah, I think it's gonna be a long one, guys. I don't think Tigran is very
Patient.
yeah. It doesn't look like he wants to finish this game too early. So that's a scar tissue there. Double marking him. And
Ooh.
now comes Leave No Witnesses.
Which is an awesome card.
Cleaning up, yeah. Looks like, yeah, and it looks like Half is happy about overblocking. Even though I think
He
he had a
pitches
sim
this
below.
card so he can
But
decompose.
I think he
He's
had a
happy.
sim below, so yeah, he kind of expected an attack reaction, maybe a shred. You know that there's a shred, so he was playing around it, I guess. Very interesting way to
And comes the
play
CNC.
this one. And the CNC comes now, yeah. Yeah, it definitely looks like he wants to block. He has a lot of good options to block. A lot of these cards block for free, so he can. But it's not ideal, obviously, by any means. But at least he doesn't have to use too many cards from his hand, and it looks like he's very happy to take these games slowly, so he doesn't have to. Just want to keep as much value as possible. You know that it knows that there's nothing coming on top of it, so there's nothing unexpected. Using a mark of the Black Widow and the take up the mantle.
And we saw Sing Below put in the arsenal of Ralph.
Yeah. This is gonna be interesting.
Oh, is it a codex?
He has a save, yeah, but he has a save or bloodshed, and I think he's gonna just attack for 5 with this dagger and threaten a hit on draw, draw on hit. Sorry.
Ooh, and the seeds who is going to prevent the 5 damage?
Yeah, but that's the thing. He can just flick the other one to hit and to draw a card. So 5 prevented. Oh, okay. I think he wants to keep him marked as long as possible. But I assume that, yeah, Tigran will be very sad about seeing that Ring of Roses. That's a pretty nice turn. Yeah, indeed.
Aye, aye, aye.
Ring of Roses into the Waning Moon, which means that it threatens arcane damage, and arcane damage means value. There you go. And now, what do you do? Let's take a look at the list, because I don't think Arachne has any way to get rid of Ring of Roses. So once it's there, you know that it's gonna sit on the board for the rest of the game. Yeah, and there is no way for Arachne to get rid of it, actually.
So we can use maybe one blue to prevent the 2 damage, or just one red and Fiandal.
Yeah, but that's definitely not what you want to do in this spot. But at that point, yeah, we've reached a juncture in the game where every single point of arcane damage will be very
Important.
relevant. So you need to consider it. Oh, well, it looks like he's not considering it. Taking the damage, giving some additional value to those Waning Moon activations. But he's kept his whole hand.
And if you
And
catch
there
his
is
son,
no arsenal now.
something is coming.
Yeah. So seeds won't be activated. Is that cut from the same cloth?
Yeah.
Okay. Again, no, no attack reaction, obviously, but
You have the knowledge.
you know that
which
there
is
is no defense reaction either, which is extremely important. Oh, interesting. So up sticks and run into Kiss of Death. So how much does it attack for? That's gonna be 5, 7. Yeah, with 8. I guess 8 with Arachne. Because Ralph is marked. I mean, Verdance is marked. I don't know about half.
we don't assume it. And as Kiss of Death is attacking someone who is marked, you can attack with a dagger after and then flick knife the Kiss of Death, right?
Yeah. It's not as prevalent and as menacing, I mean, as threatening as when you play something like Arachne Slip Through the Cracks, where you can get additional effects on top of it. Oh,
Take up
so
the mental. Okay.
yeah, but that's only +2. So that would be an attack for 10 plus 1, 11 damage. He would, yeah, it was theoretically able to switch an attack.
Yeah, but as
with
it's
stealth
marked,
from
you can
stealth.
change the attack by another one.
Yeah, but he chose not to do it.
Yeah.
And there was no go again on this one. Okay. I mean, there was go again, but there was no follow up. Right? Interesting. Still a lot of damage. But Ralph kept his whole hand.
Which is a big advantage for him.
Yeah, but Tigran knew about it and knew that there was maybe a way.
Okay, big attack for 8, I think.
It's gonna be 6 plus 1 health gained. It's a cadaver stealing. Oh no, that's the one that attacks for 8, my bad.
And he decomposed, but there is not enough Earth card where you see a CNC on the vanish.
Yeah, just an attack for 8 anyway. Can decompose with all 3 of them. I guess he wants to keep the Tome of Harvest for later. Is that the way to go? Because he kept a lot of resources in his hand, and he chose not to block anything. Took a lot of damage, down to 26, just to come back with 8. So I assume that he wants to keep the Tome of Harvest to try to assemble a bigger turn. There's no guarantee, especially when you're playing against the deck with a lot of disruption, like Marionette, Acne Marionette. So is it just wishful thinking? It's just a way to tell your opponent, yeah, I believe in what my deck can do.
Ooh. And Tigran sacrifice
A Bonds of
Persuade of-
Agony, yeah.
Yeah.
I guess it makes sense if you know that you don't have enough attack reactions. You could theoretically bluff it, but without a lot of access to go again, it's not as efficient as when you're playing skip through the cracks, slip through the cracks. Sorry.
And at the same time, you don't. There is some situation where you don't want to banish opponent's hand and deck because it's going to make her online faster.
Yeah.
And
There was another Bonds of Agony in that hand, so yeah, it makes even more sense to block with it.
the clave dance starts.
Okay, so taking one, the other clave is flicked, and then there is an Orb Weaver Spinneret creating a Graphing Chalisa, which is exactly why he decided to send his clave to the face.
And his next stealth has +3.
Yeah.
And the Graphene Chalisa is stealth, so it can come for 4. Perfect.
Oh, a very aggressive line there. So Scar Tissue on top of it means that this attack comes for 7? 7 or 8?
Pushing a lot of damage.
Yeah, for sure.
I wonder how Verdance is going to feel about it, because for what we saw, she's not on the heavy side of hitting.
Oh, and the Kiss of Death from the Arsenal as a follow-up. Very nice. Yeah, remember, it had to go again because it attacked a marked target.
Is it a Kiss of Death? No, I think it's Death Touch.
Death Touch, sorry, yeah.
Yeah.
Uh,
And on it would be Frailty, Inertia, or Bloodpox.
having to block with the gauntlet there. This hand doesn't block very well, yeah. You give one Overflow the other Veil, and yeah, we were talking about it. There was no guarantee that you would be able to use that Tome of Harvest.
And she
He
rolled,
absolutely couldn't use it.
and she became Arachne
Like
Orb
the
Weaver.
Well, now that you will be able to build another Kelisera, you can just flick the first one. That's 3 damage, I guess. Alright, so Arc Lightning after that channel the Millennium Tree hitting the board, so that means guaranteed Ponder token.
Because he can't AB3.
Yeah.
But he has.
Would he want to, if he could? Probably not.
Maybe he has.
I mean, he could do it in theory. He could pitch for 2 and spell vault the rest. But there's no way that you do that at that point in
It's
the game.
too early in the game,
Yeah.
yes.
But you could do it if you wanted. Oh, he's preventing 2. All right.
Well, life is life, and
Interesting.
sometimes
Yeah. Well, I guess he doesn't want to give too much value, and he probably doesn't need. I guess he has another blue in hand, so he probably doesn't need 2 blues.
And then the Scepter is going to be free. Oh no, no Scepter.
No, no scepter. He didn't have the resources anyway. You need 2, and he only had 1 left. So.
Oh yeah. I was thinking it was the one who gave pitch.
Actually, he had 0 resources. He paid for the tree.
Yeah.
Actually, so attacking.
Still on to trailing.
Yeah. Okay.
Big knife.
Yeah, you can just discard another assassin card just to get it, so it's damage. Doesn't do it.
And once again, Verdance is marked.
That's the thing when you're playing against Arachne Marionette, you're marked all the time. Oh, another spinneret. So that's yeah. Definitely wouldn't want to discard a card just for that. So that's an attack for 4 again. Potential, yeah, I mean it has go again.
And the Emeritus Scolding went to the discard. And you're happy when you see this card disappear.
What's the follow-up then? Oh yeah.
The big
Stains of the
hat.
Red back. Perfect. It's free because Verdance is marked.
+3 and go again.
And 3 plus go again. Very nice. But then you lose the marked, so won't be able to transform. Oh, he was transformed anyway already, right? So it's just it transformed back into.
And I think I saw in Verdan's hand another Channel Millennium Tree.
Yeah, looks like it. So tomorrow, recurring these very important, yeah, one of these very important decompose targets, decompose cards, and then you draw out of it, but that's another tree. That's too many trees.
That's the forest
Way
on the board.
too many trees.
But this is card.
Yeah, that's Tunnel the Millennium Forest for sure. Like, how many of these can you play? Like, it's not ideal to get them all at the same time.
It's going to push a lot of damage for sure, but you're not going to have them for a long time.
Yeah, you can play the Heartbeat of Candlehold, but you won't get the full value. And then I guess you can activate the Waning Moon and keep the third tree in Arsenal, but that's not great.
That's a clunky hand.
He's playing a second tree and activating Waning Moon. So wait, that's a Waning Moon for 8.
Oh wow.
It's not waning by any means. Ascending Moon.
And Tigran, oh, he just adjusted life.
Oh, he's taking it all to the face. Yeah, I mean, he smells the blood now. Look at this. Verdance down to 11. He has a lot of ways to get the daggers back, so it's basically the same situation when Synindra sees their opponent very close to death. You know that every turn that you attack, there is some damage that is going to go through. Even if your opponent decides to block it all, you will be able to flick some of it back and make sure that
and there is
none of your hands do nothing.
And there's not so much prevention, so it's
you can get health back, but so far we haven't seen how many decompose do we have? Is that 4? 3 or 4?
I think it's 4.
3 or 4. I think he decomposed once, but he only decomposed with 2 cards, with 2 half cards, so that's only 3 right now. So tomorrow is banished, by the way, so it goes into the stack of Earth cards.
Yeah, he decomposed 2 the first time, so he has a 3 now. And here comes
Maybe
the
he
claims.
decomposed twice, actually. I don't remember exactly. Maybe.
We are old, that's why.
No, but maybe chat is young and remembers everything.
And now Verdance is marked.
I think I see another Smilret. This is tough because every single one of these dagger attacks means that if you let it go through, you lose 1/10 of your health, and if you don't, I mean, if you block it, you overblock it by a lot, and you know that it probably will be flagged very soon. Maybe not the one, but the Calicera as well.
And if you don't block at all, it could suddenly become 8 damage. So it could be complicated.
Oh,
The Orb Weaver spin out.
and the Savor Bloodshed, so that's a very big
Whoa,
attack.
whoa,
So
whoa.
that's 8. And by the way, there's a draw on hit. By the way,
Which is not bad.
drawing is cool. In a game when you have 4 cards in your hand, drawing 1 is cool. I think it's 9 because of the Mario effect.
Yeah, I think too. And on hit, go again.
I mean, it gets go again already because it's marked, and Calicera says that when you attack someone that's marked, you get go again.
Yeah, that's true.
So 9 go again, draw on hit. What do you do? Oh, 1 card doesn't block in that hand. And
But
the
there
other
is a-
one is the Felling of the Tree, which you would rather keep as much as possible, but you're already very close to death. So I don't see exactly what the third one is. I don't know if it blocks for 3.
And we see the defense reaction on hand too.
Yeah. You need also to consider that any attack reaction now works on the Calicera. It is a stealth attack.
Yeah.
And a card like Torrential Toxic would be particularly devastating there. It would mean a lot of damage. Okay, so blocking for 1 with the gauntlets on the Calicera. The Calicera doesn't have piercing, by the way. So it doesn't get the +1 bonus that Hunter's Slave could have. Yeah, a lot of resources are going to be devoted to it. So if Tigran has a Tarantula Toxin in hand, he's going to destroy him. It looks like he's ready to block everything. This could be one of the turning points of the game.
Oh.
He's already ahead, but there's a way, as usual, for Verdance to come back in this one if Tigran has a very underwhelming turn. So that's only the bark skin.
He's going to create
5,
the
that's
embodiment,
5.
but it's not going to affect the filling.
No, you need to block with the non-attack.
Oh.
I think the third one is a Tome of Harvest, right? Okay, so that's 5 plus 4.
And he decomposed.
So, yeah, that's 9. Does Tigran have a reaction? I think he passed reactions because the carapace is played.
And I think now he's online.
Okay, so that's 9.
He flicked knives.
Taking the Hunter's Clave. Huh. So he draws because the Hunter's Clave hit, thanks to Savor Bloodshed. But did he find what he needs? I mean, yeah, if he did, he's bluffing very well. Yeah, okay, nothing. A bit unfortunate there. Ah, Tarantula Toxin would have been so great. Turning. Oh, yeah. Black Widow.
Awesome artwork, to be honest.
Amazing artwork, yeah. Second tree is coming from the arsenal.
Oh.
And the very big waning moon again.
Pushing 8 arcane damage.
Yeah, 8 arcane damage. And it means that Ring of Roses gets gates 1 health back. All right. Should be better now.
Yeah. So Tigran was ahead, but his life points are melting under the arcane damage, and there is still this Millennium Tree on the board, which could be a problem. But
He decided to take both hits from the waning moon 2 turns in a row, but now he had a full hand next turn, and now he has 5 cards. He has a full hand plus the arsenal, so now is the time to push as much damage as possible.
And it's the last Millennium Tree. 2 are already gone, so he will be safe, in theory.
Right. Cut from the same cloth.
It's the last one.
Oh, you know that one card is not blocking and that there's one thing below, but the 2 other cards block for 3. So that's 10 block value on that hand. But there is no... Oh, there is one spell.
Gaining information, it's such a huge advantage on this matchup.
Yeah. Right, so up the sticks and run and cut from the same cloth. Basically the same sequence that he played twice. Grafin Kalisara coming in for, where is that? Is that 6, 7? 8.
Which is a lot of damage, once again.
It is a lot of damage, and any one of these cards in his hand represents 3 additional damage with the Black Widow. He can also threaten 1 banished on from the hand. So that's not easy to block.
But you see, when we see this kind of gameplay, I understand why warriors are a bit frustrated, because, hey, it's our throwing weapons. We are the guys who swing, and do nothing else. And then you have assassins who do the same, maybe better. I understand the frustration a bit.
Okay, so block for 6. Banishing 2 Black Widow, that means...
Is it 12? No.
Oh, is that 9? Okay.
And then thing below.
Oh. Getting 1.
And there is no card in hand from the Verdance player, so it means it's free for Tigran.
And the CNC!
Ooh.
This is a gorgeous and very impressive CNC. That was a CNC, right?
Yeah.
Well, they forgot to update the live totals, but it took 6, I guess.
I hope so.
Well, wait, there's something that I'm missing there. Mental block. Yeah. preventing the hit from the Hunter's Clave.
Kiss of Death.
Okay, so Kiss of Death. Sending damage again. But the only reason that he would block like that if he was down to 3, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess they forgot to update the life totals. Oh, the toxin. Yeah, so it's a dagger and it's also and the shred.
Oh.
Yeah, that means it's gone. There you go. Perfect timing for that tarantula toxin in conjunction with the kiss of death. That's a lot of damage indeed. Very impressive. I didn't see it going that fast actually. I didn't think it would go that fast. It was it was masterful by Tigran.
Yeah, he knows the deck, he knows the tricks.
Yeah, he knows the matchup, he knows everything. We've talked about how deep he goes into the tank when he tries to practice, and he's practiced a lot for this series, for this Pro Quest. He wanted to go to the Pro Tour in Singapore. He qualified like a couple of weeks ago, I think, but now he wants to get some more practice in. He wants to practice some new decks. He wants to get ready for whatever comes next during the rest of the season, and probably see what some of the strongest decks will be after the High Seas release. So very interesting display there, and very impressed by our friend. So we're going to see him in the top 4. Let's see what else we have in terms of matchups. We'll take a very short break and come right back as soon as possible. I think all the other matchups are over already, so we'll be able to come back very shortly. Don't go too far. Je sais pas. Et on l'a pas chargé de la journée donc. Non mais j'imagine qu'après on peut le plugger et continuer à s'en servir donc c'est pas très grave. Non. Il n'y en a pas là non plus. Ah merde, bon, on est fucked. On le rechargera autrement. Non mais je crois que c'est bon pour le moment. Ouais non ça va pas le faire. Attends mais sinon. Ouais ça a l'air. C'est fine pour le moment. Non mais c'est bon, c'est ok là. Hein. Sinon tu le mets sur la mienne. Hein. Jamais. Ok. Je sais pas si ça charge.
Wait a second. Romain, est-ce que tu m'entends quand je parle?
Non.
Moi, je t'entends quand tu parles, Romain.
Ah bah c'est bien.
Mais toi, tu m'entends ou pas?
Non.
Ok.
C'est pas grave.
Est-ce qu'il y a pas une... Attends, juste un truc. Et si je fais comme ça, Romain, tu m'entends?
Non.
Et si je fais comme ça, tu m'entends?
Ouais.
Et si je fais comme ça, tu m'entends?
Ouais.
Ok, bah c'est la molette de côté qu'on avait touchée.
Ah ok. Là c'est bon, c'est bon, c'est bon.
Ok, parfait. Ok, so we are ready, I think.
All right, we're back. We're getting really close to the end, so obviously we're exhausted. But this has been a nearly perfect day. You know what would make it even more perfect? Seeing our friend Tigan go all the way. But he's playing versus Vietfam, as you can see. Oh no, you don't have the bracket. Let's look at the bracket right now. Let's take a look at the bracket, guys. We're going to be able to take a look into. Oh yeah, you saw it during the break, but there you go. So Tigran is playing versus Vietfam, who's, well, if you followed competitive Flesh and Blood for more than a few months, you probably know that this guy is one of the highest ranked players in the world. So obviously, no small task to dispatch him. But yeah, well, Tigran, you've seen Tigran is a very skilled player. So if anyone can do it, probably yeah. So far he's been scorching hot today. So let's see how that works. And then the second matchup will be
Nu versus Floyon.
Nu versus Floyon. It's gonna be a nice one, and this is the one that we will follow. I saw you, Erika, in chat. Unfortunately, because we just cast Tigran's game, we decided to go with another one. So it will be Nu versus Floyon. But I know that you should be interested in this matchup anyway. So top 4 heroes, yeah. So that's. Yeah, there you see Floyon, but the top 4 heroes are going to be Nu versus Arachne Marionette, and the other matchup is Nu versus Floyon.
So there is two new in top 4, which is really nice.
Yeah. And I guess we're going to see a lot of talks again about the power of Pardemisval. So yeah, everybody knows Pardemisval heroes are very strong, obviously. Let's take a look into that Floyon deck. Well, I don't think we've seen that one today.
No, we haven't seen him.
So obviously Barkskin of the Millennium Tree, insane value, especially in the late game. Diadi Carapace, Face Purgatory, Grasp of the Earth Knight. It's not the right deck. Okay, the players are here and telling us that it's not the right deck. So
and we thank them.
Yeah, forget about this one. Let's get rid of it. Our producer will take a look into this, maybe not show this screen
But thanks to the players who noticed it.
Very heads up play there, yeah. Saving us from humiliation.
And so you can't see it, but we are in a small arena and players are on the sofa and they can see the game through screen, which is really nice. And the venue is really awesome.
By the way, guys, shouldn't you get ready for the game? What are you doing here? Go to the table. Let's go. We're ready for you guys. So both players were right next to the booth talking to us. But I just told them that we're ready for them. Oh, interesting. So there is an amethyst. Yeah. So it looks like this deck was ready for the mirror.
Stack.
Yeah. For the Floyon mirror versus the Floyon stacking decks. Maybe there is a way that he's actually stacking Floyon.
I think so,
because there is a Scepter of Pain
with the shield.
Yeah.
So the Scepter of Pain is really interesting because it allows you to threaten Arcane Damage, and on hit you create a rune chant, but it's not an attack action. So every turn you can just send your scepters. With the Channel of Millennium Tree, it's 4 Arcane Damage, which is hard to handle. And if you take damage, if the opponent takes damage, you create rune chant.
Obviously, like with all Floyon decks, to get the full power of that card, of that very impressive card, you need to have been activated to have that full hero power online, so you need to decompose a lot. You need to decompose 8 earth cards, obviously. So one of the ways that some decks can play around it is, well, not attack you, preventing you from activating and from getting a lot of earth cards in your discard. But in this one, well, you're playing versus New, so New will probably be looking at attacking you, and if any stealth attack comes in, you can maybe give her some cards that she'll be banishing, and that helps you get online, but also you also give her the opportunity to maybe use your own cards against you. So yeah, a bit tricky in that regard.
Yeah. Can we have a look at the deck itself? Perfect. So okay, it's clearly a stack Floyon with the Dirge, the block who create enchant, Reveal in Run Blood, reduce to enchant. Yeah.
Read the runes, Sonata, Galaxia, everything that you see in these decks, and the Ninth Blade, a very impressive card in that deck. There's a Rune Blood barrier as well, but yeah, so.
Yeah, the full combo is Sonata, Galaxia to take the Rune Blood barrier and destroy it with the Deadwood Dirge. So and you create a lot of.
So we were talking about it earlier. You like to stack runes.
Yeah.
Is there any reason why you're not playing that deck rather than play that monstrosity Vincent deck that you talked about earlier? Why are you not playing that deck? That's like probably the best way to assemble a huge stack of runes.
There is 2 reasons. The first one is I don't like the decompose mechanics. It's just not the good piece of jigsaw in my head. It doesn't fit. And the other reason is it's too strong, and I like to play bad decks.
Yeah, you like to lose. Yeah, okay, I get it. We've known each other for a long time, so I know why he plays games, and I know he doesn't like to play the strongest decks.
You're kind of the same because you play Boltin.
Yeah, we have the same quirk in our brains. But yeah, so this is what it's all about. We're going to talk about it in a bit more details during the game, obviously, but this is the way to go when you're playing a stacking Floyon deck. It is a very cool deck, to be honest. Like, I know that a lot of people don't like to play against it, but just the idea of it and the mechanic and the fact that it exists in this metagame is interesting in its own right, I think. So yeah, I'm excited to see this matchup. We haven't seen a single one today, so let's go. Let's see some Floyon stacking. And the other one is New. So if you've been playing the game, well, since last year was the release of Part de Misvel, the very first Mystic hero, Mystic themed set. Yeah, and New is the last surviving member of these 3 heroes. So Enigma and Zen went to Living Legend at the beginning of the ProQuest season, and now New is the lone survivor. Mystic assassin hero, and she likes to banish cards and use them against you. There you go. we won't talk about it in too much depth. If you've been following us today, you probably know as much as we do about these very strong decks. But New is, well, for a long time it's been one of the most threatening decks in the metagame. Well, when Aura was around, she wasn't as threatening, but she's still a very, very strong deck. And the fact that she has two players playing her in the top 8 at this PokeWest probably proves that she's
If we can have a look at the deck
very
itself,
good.
we can see that it's there is not so much surprise for me as I with a quick look. 2 Eradicate is really nice. Hiss, okay, that's normal.
Ripple Away is interesting.
Oh, this could be devastating for Floyon. And we have, I saw Cosmic Awakening, which is a bit spicy.
Oh yeah, Cosmic Awakening with all these blues, if you can just attack once with it at full power, that's obviously devastating.
20. That's a big number, even for Floyon.
20 is a lot, yeah. Yeah, but how do you think like that? How is the matchup resolving usually? Is there any way that you can be fast enough and aggressive enough to get rid of to dispatch that Floyon before he assembles a big enough stack to kill you right away?
I have absolutely no clue about this matchup.
Interesting. So this is why we're doing the commentary. We have no clue about this matchup. There you go. Let's go to the match. I think they're getting ready and they're almost they're close to starting the game. So maybe we can take a look at the board right now and see. Yeah, they look ready to go, right? Maybe they're taking a look at each other's deck list.
Oh, is he putting his equipment in the square format?
In a stack? Yeah, maybe. Or they're getting the rewards for the tournament. These very nice adult Valda heroes for the top 4 players. Yeah. This is one way to mess with your opponent. You put your head equipment right next to your hero, also your weapon in the middle.
Is it
No,
legal?
I think it's just no. I don't think it's they're done setting up yet. We are updating the names obviously on the screen. This won't be Ralph on the left. Okay, there you go. So this is a more normal setup.
And he put.
And there is only one Beckoning Mist Blade and one Arcane Lantern.
Is it
Going to
AB3?
battle with the Lantern. Sorry?
Is it AB4?
No, it's not AB4. I think it's rather for the Spell Void.
Okay. That
You
makes
know
sense.
that there's no reason to block.
Oh, he knows that there is the Looming Doom, so he need AB2 at least.
Oh, yeah.
And Channel Millennium 3. So in fact.
Oh yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, so you could theoretically block the Channel Millennium 3.
The Return to come for 4.
But there is a Reaping Blade, so maybe it doesn't go full stacking there. There is no Scepter of Pain.
Maybe he wants to prevent the opponent to gain life.
Yeah, for sure. That's one way to get rid of these very annoying counter blessings.
Ooh.
Remembrance in the starting hand is not good. That Nymph Blade either not the best, definitely not the best. But yeah, I guess in this matchup you assume that your opponent will never let your Scepter of Pain do anything anyway. So you'd rather prevent the life gain from the counter blessings.
Yeah.
And Reaping Blade is probably the much better option. As you can see, yeah, it doesn't hurt the game plan a lot. You still get the Mist Blade, you still get the mask, which is very important, a very important part of the strategy, but nothing else is crucial is missing, let's say.
Yeah. We could argue about Flick Knives, but I don't even know if he plays it. I don't think he plays Flick Knife.
No.
And I like
Ready to
the
germinate maybe, but there's not a lot of things that you can do. He looks like he has a pretty not a very blue heavy hand. Just a grasp activation for one rune chant and maybe a read the runes. Okay, so reading the runes later. No need to read right now. Just one rune chant coming in with the Reaping Blade.
returning 4 damage. Okay, the pitch is made.
Siren's call to pitch for that rune chant. But yeah, this is gonna be a long one for sure. When when you see that they are starting to prevent any rune chant from connecting. This is just an attack for one, right?
Art of Desire Mind, I think. Stuff like this. Art of something.
It's fine. You're here, Scalding Flashback. You didn't forget. You're here. This is top 4, and then we'd get the finals. Hopefully a new mirror. Please. And that's it. That was the lone attack in this one. So it's gonna be yeah, they probably played all the cards in their deck because they are playing for fatigue there. Everything is on the board. Anything from the sideboard is put in the deck.
Ooh, a rune chant is made.
Wow.
What a surprise. And
3 on top of that.
oh, he has a Ripple Away on hand.
That only prevents one, right?
Yeah.
Do you discard a card to prevent one rune chant? Probably not.
No, you prefer to keep it on when Floyon is online, I think.
Oh, versus Germinate, I guess.
Yeah.
And the dagger activation, the second dagger activation of this game. Maybe we can start counting the dagger activation because that's going to be one of the ways to keep ourselves on the edge. Dagger activations. There you go. You can't see it, but Johan is actually writing down on his notepad that it's the second dagger activation.
And we can
keep count.
We can count on the other side the grasp.
All right.
Let's make 2.
Maybe it will be the game within the game. How many beckoning Mistblade activations versus Grasp of the Arcanite activations?
That's a good card who's going into the discarded.
First blood. There you go.
Congratulations.
What a game.
And that's the big attack. It's going to be blocked fully.
Okay. No shred.
And then read the rune. Let's go.
Maybe it's time to read, yeah. For those of you that keep count of the number of returns, that's 7.
That's a rookie number.
That's a what?
It's a rookie number.
Rookie number, yeah, obviously, but this is only turn 2, my friend.
Yeah.
Be patient, please.
Laufin
Don't shade them, yeah. I'm
Laufin Vizarai.
pretty sure that that Daja is very good at stacking rune chants. That's 7? Wait, I see 10 now. Maybe that's 10. No, it hold. Yeah, there
That's
you go,
7.
7. Yeah.
That's why I don't
Yeah,
put
very
dice.
important. Yeah, very important to be precise on this one because like there's a big difference. Look at the CYB sitting sadly in, in Patrick's hand.
I can't do anything with them. It's just a red who doesn't block.
Okay, so 2 floating because he reverse pitched. What do you do there? Do you still play the CYB to get rid of it in the hopes that maybe it will activate the others?
That's a possibility, yes. If it's the yellow, I think you can play them.
Well, look at this. Not at all.
He almost have a full hand.
How many rune shots do you need to
One shot.
100% sure kill your opponent when you're stacking?
52. Because it's 40.
Plus an attack on top of it, so
Yeah.
that's, you know, that there's some damage. Especially if it's a 9th blade.
But
Oh, Sonata Galaxia.
she has Spell Void, so it's 55, I think. And is he doing the combo? Is he going to break it?
Now he's going for Runeblood Barrier there.
Yeah, but is he going to break the Runeblood barrier with the Deadwood Dodge
Oh,
to keep his enchant?
yes. Well, that's the only reason to play that card, right?
Yeah.
You don't play to prevent damage.
Absolutely not. Never. So he has 11 enchant, I think.
Yeah. $12. Okay. No, he didn't do it. Oh, there's Looming Doom.
Ooh. Looming Doom can put a lot of pressure on this matchup.
Oh,
Oh.
double. Yeah. Double just a nick. It's not just a nick at that point. It's a big slash to the face.
But there is some defense reaction.
Yeah, but is that enough? That covers 4.
And creator enchant.
Yeah. That's 6.
And there is another one in hand.
There's 11. So, yeah, that's not enough.
But it still prevent damage. Oh, it doesn't hit because there is the Runeblood barrier.
Blood barrier, yeah. But you lose rune chance that which you gained.
Yeah.
So I guess it makes it okay.
So no hit.
No hit. He really wants to hit.
Pushing more and more damage.
Yeah.
Destroying rune chance.
So that's 5 rune chance gone.
Yeah, he's at 8 now.
Okay. I guess that's one way to get rid of rune chance if your opponent wants to play rune blood barrier and let's it hit you. There was some action there.
Yeah.
Did you feel the blood flowing?
Oh, I have goosebumps now.
Oh, another Rune-Blood Barrier. No way to play that Looming Doom. Did Justinic banish anything? Oh no, it
No,
didn't
he did.
hit. Yeah. The Rune-Blood Barrier was there to block everything, so obviously no hit on that one.
Most value card of the game.
Yeah.
Ooh, persuasive prognosis.
Prognosis, yeah. So, is it fair to say that the only way for Nu to win this one is to fatigue the opponent without dying by in front of a huge stack of Runeshots?
I think yes, definitely. There is so much heal from the side of Floyon.
And that at what point do you need to start worrying?
Hmm.
Is that already way too late?
No, I don't think so. There's
No, Looming Doom. The lone copy of Looming Doom is used to block.
To be honest, it's mostly because it's a blue that block tree.
Yeah, you don't expect to be able to play it anyway, and you'd rather not play it probably.
If the opponent has only AB1, it's he played the CYB and don't gain life. So you were right.
That's what we were talking about earlier. I think you just play it to get rid of it, because if you never play it, you're gonna get stuck with the CYB for the whole game. That's not a good look, especially when you're streamed. You know, like it's definitely not something that you want people to watch. Maybe it is a strategy if you want to 100% fatigue your opponent,
And
but
he
I'm not
plays
sure.
the Run Blood Barrier and
Yeah,
he passed turn because it doesn't have a go again. So he's at 12 enchant and he's going to prevent damage this turn. And so this Leave No Witness is not a threat anymore because he has to push 8 more damage, break all the enchant, and then hit. Can you put +8 on a Leave No Witness?
I don't think there is any way with the current hand. There is other way to disrupt. You can play double chi. Yeah, you can double transcend. Banish one card with the mask.
Which could help Floyon, to be honest.
Well, not if Nu manages to play them, because then they're gone.
That's right.
Are they going? Are they going back to Banish Zone when you play them? No, they're going to the graveyard.
Yeah.
So you need to
decompose again. And it's the mask. You're right. And his play giving +3 and creating a Slither in hand because he pitched a blue card. That's a lot of. That's 7, okay. And the Red Barrier is going to absorb a lot of damage, but it's going to reduce the number of enchants by a lot.
Yeah, back to square one apparently.
And the
Not
level
exactly one, but yeah, a lot of Winston's lost on this one.
and the level of enlightenment is played with 2 mode, I think.
So I guess in this matchup, the Rune Blood Barrier is only used to gain some time until you can comfortably decompose.
Probably yes.
Because in this case, it's because he wants to attack. He assumes that he won't be able to decompose by defending. He needs to attack with defending of the crown, so the rune chants are gone anyway.
Yeah.
Probably would have been happier to attack with more rune chants on the board, but just an attack for 8. Oh, he can't decompose.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, that's sad.
Oh. Oh.
Oh.
Oh.
And while they're thinking, I would show you that the playmat he's using is the one from Kaboom, which is a nice shop in Bern, I think, I believe, and they're using the sleeves from Kaboom.
Right, so not decomposing with that poor filling of the crown. Well, at least I think he already has 4 earth cards, so it still attacks for 8, right?
I hope
Or
so.
maybe you need to decompose after the resolution of the rune chants. So maybe he can still decompose. I don't remember the exact composition of his graveyard. So I assume that the rune chants pop first, and then you decide to decompose with the felling. Is that right?
I think
I'm
it is
asking
right.
the many Runeblade players that are around the booth for confirmation, but all of them are sleeping, so nobody can reply.
Maybe the chat can help us. I know there is some pro player.
Kaboom is in Zürich. Oh!
Oh!
Thank you, Maurice.
Thank you for the precision and sorry for the false information.
I mean, well, basically, Switzerland, for our friends in the US, if you're watching us, Switzerland is basically like a big city for Americans. It's basically like Dallas, I guess. So it's all in the same city. Everybody is local here.
I would say it's false, but it's true.
Is he decomposing there? Oh no, he didn't decompose, so yeah, that was only an attack for 4, I guess.
And now Floyon wants to take damage, so Nu can't use her counter blessing. It's really important to be under the life of your opponent.
Yeah, now Counter Blessings is activatable.
And
I know I'm joking a lot about the game being slow, but I'm having the time of my life. I mean, the longer the game is, the more I enjoy myself.
that's why we don't like dash. Aggro dash.
Yeah, games go too fast. At least we can talk, you know, like we spend more time together with you, Johan, but also with chat. We spend more time with chat. If the tournament needs to end at midnight tonight, it means that we've spent more time together, guys.
That's why our favorite
That is a
matchup
good
is
thing.
Living Legend Mirror of Oldim.
Yeah, definitely. The game can never end, basically. We can play for our whole life. Nobody can tell us to come home because the game is still going on.
You have meeting tomorrow? Cancel them. The game is still
I'm
going.
still playing all them.
And he's attacking, but this time he has been able to decompose, I think.
Yeah.
Blocking with a hiss. Taking 5 damage, I think? Yes.
Oh.
So no, and here comes the counter blessing.
Now you can count.
That's why you won't always be lower than your opponent when you play.
as close as possible as the health of your opponent, but yeah, you need to be lower.
I saw some people starting to play the scythe.
Oh, interesting.
I don't know if it's strong, but there is definitely a spicy tech.
Mm-hmm. I mean, just the artwork alone makes it a good card in my book.
That's one of the.
Only one Sonata is gone, I think. That's a good point, Maurice.
The scythe is definitely one of the gold foil that I could buy one day.
Oh, by the way, one of the players here has a gold full hidden.
Ooh.
Showed it to me. I was a bit tempted, I'll be honest. You missed Grasp of the Arknight activation, my friend.
Oh, sorry.
And that's 4 rune chance.
Hey.
Climbing back up.
And now Floyon is going to start sending a lot of rune chant at the same time. And an activation of the dag. And the Siren's Call. Ooh.
Siren's Call, yeah. Second Sonata, but you can't force your opponent to block with that. You need a blue.
2 defense reaction and 1 block.
Well, you get 1 card at least.
You prefer to discard this card, this one to create Chunchan, but at least you don't take damage. And Roadbone Carapace. Ooh. Is he going to give all his hand? I think he is. And he got to 10 enchant. Okay. And here comes the Sonata, who is going to put an aura in play. And now he's going to create 2 enchant each turn.
Is he online already?
Yes, he's online, yes.
Oh, now this is nice. This is some value. Again, no real way to get rid of it for Nu, so she just has to endure and know that at some point a big stack of rune chants will be coming her way. CNC.
After the use of 2 defense reaction and 1 block, that's a bit sad for him.
Salut Félix, ouais, il semblerait que le Florian soit online. J'ai pas checké, il a pas mis de dé dessus parce qu'il veut nous induire en erreur, mais je crois, Johan m'a confirmé qu'il était online. Et je fais confiance en Johan. J'ai confiance en Johan.
Le raid sur Enchant a créé 2 Enchant, donc je pense qu'il est online.
Ok. À part si c'est un tricheur.
C'est un jour Florian, on sait jamais. Okay, so now you have to block 6 or lose your arsenal. He still have only his piece of equipment, which could be a good thing in this situation.
But you can block pretty easily there anyway.
Yeah. A lot of reflection, a lot of thinking. And he's going to take 3. Is he?
Use the arsenal? I don't think so. Haunting rendition. There you go.
Ooh, and the CYB.
Wait,
Took some damage, I think, because he.
what?
I think he used
Oh, you
the
used
block
the
to.
discard effect just to get a
Yeah.
enchant. Yeah, I
Yeah.
guess it makes sense in this one. He did value the card in his arsenal and getting two additional enchants.
Yeah.
Probably more important in the long run. Right, and I think that's a Deadwood Dirge in hand. And Mel will try to keep the Ninth Blade for as long as possible to finish him off at some point. You don't
For the
attack
Arsenal?
with it right now, there's no way, right? Yeah, you keep it in arsenal as long as you can. Oh,
Oh
not
no.
even that, okay. That's a couple of Woodland incantations in hand.
Going to generate so much value later. But now he has to deal with a full hand of his opponent. And the Justinic, which is the last one. And the CNC, I think.
There's a CNC and 2 CYBs, I think.
Hmm. Is it the one to give the equipment? Prevent everything?
Oh, looking for 5.
Which is not enough,
Yeah, he's
unfortunately.
losing it, yeah. But I think that was a misplay there.
For me, it's totally a misplay.
Yeah, so that attacks for 7 anyway, so it would have hit, even if he...
Yeah. Oh, he used the boots.
Oh yeah, you can use the boots, of course.
So he's preventing 2 damage, but there is no hit.
Still a mask trigger, so Daja is gonna lose 1 card.
Which
It
is a
is
different
gonna be...
direction.
yeah.
And
Oh!
not untouch. He's
Yeah,
reading
so
Looming
Patrick is
Doom.
looking at, yeah, maybe being
Can I
able
play
to
it?
use
No, you can't.
the Looming Doom. Yeah, but at least Patrick can attack with the Autumn's Touch, which is still
Oh,
5 damage.
you can do Germinate and then Looming Doom with the new power. So you can have Looming Doom with counter on it. Germinate is blue, you create enchant, and then you destroy them with Looming Doom to have counter on it. It works. Not really effective, but it works.
You're not allowed to use the X on Germinate, so you can only use it for equal 0, I guess.
Okay, so it's a okay. I tried. Sorry, guys.
What do you think? That you could use for infinite X? We don't see the count of enchants. I'm sorry, guys. My eyes are not good enough, but I think it's 15, 16.
A lot.
A lot of enchants.
I think it's 14. It looks like a 2, and there
Oh,
is a 12.
yeah. So if you're wondering how many enchants are on the table, the answer is a lot.
But not enough.
Not enough yet. Look at this this incantation.
She's going to make 4 enchant each turn. And I counter blessing with no effect. But she's putting them.
Someday these blessings will be counted.
He's preparing for the end game. And ooh, ripple away.
Yeah. So only 1 on each of these Windblood incantations. Yeah, I guess when the first starts to trigger, you can discard it in as an instant
As a
and
response, you
give them to
can.
1 of each. Yeah.
It's like when your embodiment of Earth vanish at the beginning of your turn. Icelander has a window of opportunity to play a card from her arsenal and give you a frostbite.
I think they're deciding, yeah, on the exact ruling with the judge. Only 2 created this turn.
Which is a bit sad.
Yeah, but that's also says that it will last until the end of the turn, so the value can be bigger.
Yeah. No, I'm sad for Floyon.
Oh yeah. Everybody's sad for Floyon, obviously. Only 16 runes. Sad face.
I can't wait for LSS to release some goodies about Runchant, like pillow
Yeah,
Runchant.
you know, make Rune Blades playable again. Yeah, that would be
Yeah.
amazing. Like Rune Blades have been ignored for so long, obviously,
Yeah.
that it's something that's absolutely needed.
We need support, definitely. Like Assassin. Assassins need support too. No, the aura is still in play until next turn, yes.
And the Deadwood Dirge, so yeah, there will be some more value from that. Ripple away. One less Runchant created by the Dirge. So basically the Floyon hero power is negated.
Yeah.
Oh no, the Ripple away was gone. That was the next turn, right? No, we're still during that turn. Yeah, okay. Okay. Makes sense.
And Channel Millennium Tree, okay.
Is he considering attacking there? No way. Yeah. Amplify the Arc Knight. Attacking with the weapon.
Okay. That's a surprise.
It is, right?
Okay. He's pitching to prevent
So
the blade, I
that's
think.
4, yeah.
Oh no, the first enchant. Yeah, that
The
makes
first
sense.
4 Runchant. Okay, I think there's another Oasis Respite. Yeah.
And now there is 18 enchant. I think.
No, I think there was 19. Oh yeah, so that the first one was coming in for 4, obviously.
Yeah.
So yeah. So there's still 18, yeah.
He negates the blade, but he still have to deal with enchants.
Yeah, I mean,
And he
he
took
didn't
them,
deal with
okay.
them. Yeah.
And he keeps his big tree.
Okay.
Ooh. But now he is under the Floyon as a in life point, so you know what does it mean? It means that he can
You can
heal.
counter blessings, yeah. Blessings will be counted.
And it's a grasp. Grasp activation with 2 cards, so he keep the Millennium Tree. And that's a blade. So 4 enchant, 1 comes for 4 arcane damage, and then the Ripping Blade for 3. The Arcane is taken.
So I guess the only reason why he would do that is that he feels that he's getting very low in terms of the card left in his deck. His deck doesn't seem that thin, but it felt like he had all the time in the world to assemble a bigger board of Rinchens.
Yeah, I don't really understand why he did it now, but I think there is a reason.
I mean, this guy is in top 4 of a big pro quest, so he knows a lot more about this deck and this matchup than us. Still,
Completely, yes. He knows how to play his deck.
yeah, I agree with you, Maurice. But it seems weird because his deck seems okay, right? I mean, it's definitely thin and thinner than his opponents, but not worryingly thin.
He discovered Foot of the Forest, but he can't heal because he's under. He's
Oh,
over.
yeah. Not a lot of yum.
But he cycled his hand and he gave way fuel to decompose. Okay.
Oh, this is nice.
6 for enchant. Be a bit
Arcane
scary.
Seed's life, yeah.
And is there a follow-up?
Okay, so Summer's Fall with something that looks like 6 Rinchent, one of which
Come for 4.
deals 4 damage.
And she's going to lose the Millennium Tree, I think.
Oh yeah, now he loses it for sure. Yeah, his deck is rather thin though, so I understand why he wanted to go for it. I mean, to do some damage right now, but now I wonder how much gas he has left in the deck. Oh, Germinate with the full blue hand. That's pretty nice. Oh, and the perfect triple away. Very nice there. Yeah, not exactly what you want to see.
That's sad,
That
but
was
it's
not
a good
a
play.
100% blue hand. There was a remembrance in that hand, but still.
That's hurt.
Yeah, sure.
But at least he still have the remembrance to
To recur one of the Germinates. Yeah. That is a nice nice hand to pitch stack. Only blues once you use the remembrance.
Yeah, there is a CNC on Patrick's hand, but there is no
Arsenal, yeah,
arsenal.
actually.
Ooh. Surgical extraction.
Yeah, something will be extracted there, maybe. I think he has at least one.
Ah, that's a good defense reaction.
Yeah. I think he can transcend. Oh no! No
He can
more.
heal.
But yeah, he can heal. But that's good. So looking back, I don't remember exactly, but I think that we saw 2 Ripple Aways in Patrick's deck, which means that both of them are gone now, and well, Daja can just worry about getting full use of his next Germinate, I guess.
Which is going to
Still,
be...
he's still at a pretty healthy life total, so it should be fine. Look at this, he's not arsenaling anything. He doesn't want to risk it getting CNC'd. So it looks like he just wants to draw 2 cards. Making sure that he won't fatigue too fast.
Which is a good call, I think, in this kind of matchup.
Yeah, but now you have to
Trafficking in 4
count
dimension, it's
how
another
much
level.
damage left you have, how much damage you have left in your deck. Or the 9th blade will be nice at some point, but you need to find a way to make full use of it with a big stack of Runctions. But how many Runctions can you still do?
Well, with a hand
Only
full
one
of blue.
Germinate was played, right?
And he pitch stacked the other with the Remembrance.
Yeah. So there's 3 potential Germinates.
Ooh.
That's not good.
But there is a defense reaction on hand.
What a game.
So
I mean, I'm not talking necessarily about this game right now, but about Flesh and Blood as a game overall. Look at these games that we're watching. This is absolutely insane. Hey Enki, je suis la Suisse. Je suis la Suisse.
Oh.
T'as vu cet accent?
C'est pas raciste, c'est bon, tu as le droit.
Ben non, mais je suis un peu suisse en plus dans mon cœur, donc on a le droit.
Ooh, Germinate. And that's hurt.
Oh, snap. Yeah, one less Germinate.
He saw the Remembrance and he said, no, not today, my friend.
Well, one Germinate will be coming anyway. Like, he doesn't
Yeah.
have a choice. He can say no, but it will be coming anyway. But yeah, not this one. Okay, so Slither and a Fang Strike.
Well, he took damage, but at least his opponent can't heal anymore, which is a good point.
And the Siren's Core.
Oh.
Ah, disgusting. Yeah, but there is only one card that can be used. Yeah, and you force the block on. And the draw on top of it. Yeah. And that is a cheat that lets Patrick activate the match on top of it. Yeah, so that's a lot of value lost on that turn.
It's going to
Gotta love it. I love this game.
It's going to smell. It's starting to smell bad for the Floyon, I think. Ooh,
All right. That is a hit.
that's a big number. That's 20
Yeah.
damage. But there is a hand
What
full of blue.
what the hell is this hand? Is that 2 Bonds of Agony
I think so.
and a CNC? Looks like it.
And the chi.
Yeah, an inner chi. At that point, the deck is all the chis have been transcended. I think so. All the there is at least 8 chis. Might not use all of them in new anyway. So maybe six chi.
And he pitched his whole hand to prevent the mage.
So he's just taking the physical damage. Yeah. Well, if
Is it
I'm
the germinate?
Daja, it looks like a germinate. Yes. Right. Amplified the Arc Knight used to pitch for the grasp. So grasp activation. How many did we have? 6. I'm pretty sure that we missed some. There's no way that there's only been 6 grasp activations this
I
game.
think it's possible because there is a long period of time when he has 8 Rune so he can't do the grasp.
Yeah, maybe. So Arcan Life Seeds, Arcan Seeds Life, sorry, and then Deadwood Dirge, but the deck is very thin. Yeah, that just deck is very thin. Another 3.
Eradicate.
Oh, Eradicate can be devastating. At this point, you need to block it. You don't have a lot of reactions left, but if you can lose a lot of cards out of it. And when you're this close to fatiguing, it has to be very frightening for Daja.
But he has a good hand for blocking, but you don't want to lose those good cards. You have to do a sacrifice at the moment. Are you going to lose your card or your deck?
There is no Scepter of Pain in this game, by the way, Enki. I'm sure you've noticed. Deck will still be played with a Scepter of Pain, I guess. Oh, Eradicate is a nice one at that point in the game.
He was counting the attack reaction, I think. Check the possibilities of his opponent. And Patrick deck is still really big, I think. Yeah, the Floyon has the scepter in his side, but he preferred to took the Ripping Blade to counter the Counter Blessing, I think. And it's blocked with Face Purgatory.
Yeah, and you need to do it. That's the second Eradicate? Yeah, looks like it. All right. Turns out it was a bluff, apparently. Oh, that's 8.
And there is
Uh,
the reaction.
All right, very nice.
And we are not done with
And another
Enchant.
incantation. Yeah, no. I mean, you know this better than everybody else here, but rune chants are life. So
Yeah.
never over the rune chant dance. So there's one less germinate, right?
Ooh. There is the dagger.
It's been a long time since we've seen that one.
And there is a Counter Blessing in hand, I think.
Looks like it, yeah.
and 2 transcend card. Okay. Lucci.
For those of you that are worried that the winner on the other table is waiting for their opponent, don't worry because they're still playing as well. Mario versus Nu is still very much in contention.
And the mask is activated. Bringing Floyon near to the fatigue.
Oh, playing the Germinate.
Can you?
No, I mean you can, but it doesn't have go again, and you don't do anything with it. I don't know. Oh, you're using it just for the use it for 0, I guess, so for just 1 activation. That means that you get at least.
But now he can take it back with the yellow instant.
I guess at this point you're feeling very safe about the fact that your opponent won't kill you before he fatigues.
Look at this Finn deck. There is less than 10 cards in it.
Yeah, most probably. What would you ban if you could do it? You can play the game, Johan, and chat can play again. Can play the game as well. If you could ban 1 card, and you're not allowed to ban a hero, obviously, because I can already imagine what you guys are gonna say. So let's ban 1 card. Which one would you ban?
For me, it would be a Codex, obviously, but
The Codex of Inertia.
Blood Rot, the strong one. And I think Teklo has some cards who are problematic. But
Teklovosen?
Teklovosen, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, obviously, yeah. A big menace. Codex, you would ban 2 classes, basically.
I think I will unban the ninja attack.
Oh, Bonds of Ancestry?
Yeah, the red one.
Make Katsu playable again?
Yeah.
Interesting. That is a nice way to circumvent my question.
And
ban a card rather than ban one.
And if you had asked me this question 3 weeks ago, I would say the defense reaction that's ping Arcane Damage in Runeblade. So you can't use the channel Lightning Valley to draw in defense.
Okay. Is that 25 Runechants now? Looks like it.
Oh god. Oh yes.
Yeah, that Germinate was played, so that's 25 Runechants now.
But if the opponent has 4 blue cards in hand, which is possible, it's not enough to kill.
Yeah. Or even better, something like a CYB.
Yeah.
That is an interesting idea, Lisa.
Maybe something completely weird
Capping the
like
number of generics that you can play in a deck.
that's a really great idea.
So realistically, yeah, it looks like Dasha has maybe 2 or 3 turns. He's getting the Remembrance soon, so he'll be able to recur a couple of Germinates.
Ah, that's going to be nasty.
But does he have time to play them?
He has 27 life points, which is a lot.
This is great. Again, I know people don't like this deck, but I love it. Look at the different ways to approach this. It shows not to stack all the way from the beginning. He attacked twice already during this game, and now he's rebuilding a huge stack with the Germinates that he has left in the deck. It's really interesting.
Yeah. It's true that he knows his matchup, he knows his deck, he played it a lot.
Oh yeah, I remember Nathan mentioning that idea. Yeah, I mean Nathan is a smart guy, so yeah, it's a smart idea.
And now he took some damage, so Patrick can't heal anymore.
Oh yeah. So 2 Runeblood incantations on the board. That means 4 enchants on the next turn, and then 2 on the next one, without Daja needing to do anything.
Ooh, Surgical Destruction, which is a card that you don't want to see now. It feels like the other half final is over, but we don't know who won. A lot of reflection about this
Looks like
Surgical
Tigger lost. So there's at least 1 new in the finals. I got a sad smile on Tigran's face, and he said no with his head. So I guess it means he lost. I know how to read body language. I'm an expert.
That's a skill you need to have when you play Boltin to know if there is disruption on opponent hand.
Yeah, there is always disruption these days. Okay, so blocking with the Amplify the Arc Knight and another card, and the Plow under.
And the grasp
So
to
that's
avoid bad surprise.
7 or 8 block. No, it's the first block on the grasp. That 8 block. Oh,
He transcend
yeah, you need to.
and
Yeah, the
mask.
max activation. So losing the last Amplify the Arc Knight, this whole hand will be just a remembrance.
Which is enough.
He's fine. So that's 24. Yeah, that's 31 Runchens. That grasp should never be in the graveyard. The Germinates are back. And the 9th blade. Yeah. Pick up that grasp, please. And the remembrance is banished, please. Yeah. I think there's like 10 cards left in Floyon's deck.
Or probably less.
That is gonna be another one, yeah. Is there enough disruption in Patrick's hand now to make sure that he won't be able to use that that Germinate to the fullest? I'm not sure. Well, I think that there's this thing that I'm not judging, huh, by the way, but just a lot of people cry, and I'm not saying crying like babies, but there's an outcry. There's a big scandal about defensive decks when defensive decks are strong, but we don't have that same outcry. I mean, it doesn't come right away when the best decks are aggressive.
Yeah, when it's, but I understand why, because
Like we are like how long how long has it been since the meta was rather passive, well rather defensive? I won't say passive because it's more defensive, and you're still playing when you're defending.
it's all since Oldhim.
No, the, like there have been a lot of very strong aggressive decks since then. A lot
Yeah,
of
but the last time we had a really defensive deck.
yeah, it was Oldhim or Icelander at the time, but even then, some very aggressive decks managed to go to the top of the metagame. We still had Lexi when Icelander and Oldhim were
Absolutely.
around. So yeah, I think it's nice to play second, third cycle, even fourth cycle if you're able to think that far ahead. I think it's these types of deck are very fun to play. You don't need to like it, but it's fine that it exists and that it can stay at the top of the metagame for some time until maybe at some point it becomes too oppressive. I understand that people don't like it, and maybe if enough people don't like it, it's time to make a change. But I think it's okay to let these types of player enjoy it. I don't know if Daja really enjoys the type of gameplay that he's deploying currently, but I enjoy watching it.
And as we are talking, there is a persuasive prognosis or
Yeah.
Bonds of Agony. I don't remember the name. Coming for 2.
It doesn't mean that aggressive decks or combo decks don't exist. Like Synindra is still a pretty good deck. You can still play Kano if you want to play that kind of deck. You can still play some other rather aggressive decks. You can play Aalia, who's in her own way is an aggressive deck as well. Has some disruption, but it puts a lot of damage on the table. So yeah, it's like there are lots of options right now.
And now he's thinking, because if the bonds hit, you can he can search into the hand and maybe discard, banish the Germinate and search for the deck for the other Germinate. So it's a complicated decision.
Patrick, and now it's time for Patrick to let Daja simmer a little bit with that decision. It must be very tough, to be honest. Yeah, you only have 3 cards. Definitely don't want to lose that Germinate, but how many reactions can there be? You know that there's a good chance that he'll be able to activate the mask, but are the 2 other cards reactions as well?
Yeah. That's why he was counting the discard of his opponent, but
yeah,
it's complicated. He saw the decklist before.
It is so tough. This is the depth that we love about Flesh and Blood. You need to think about these decisions, and the decision making is so challenging in these situations. What do you do, Daja?
So as we have time to speak.
Should we pronounce it Daya, Daja,
Oh, I don't know.
Jaja?
So as we have time to speak, I know you are a huge fan of Boltin and Light Heroes, and we know that War of the Monarch 3 is coming. What do you think there is going to be inside? Ooh! And he blocked with his chest, making 2 embodiment of Earth, so it's a huge block.
Oh, with one of the germinates as well. So that's 5, 10, 11. Yeah. Oh, follow up with the surgical extraction. That is tough. And if you expect any of these cards in the hand to be another reaction, you can't really afford to lose that germinate. Oh, that's tough. Daya? Okay, thank you, Maurice. So I will say Daya from now on.
Oh. That's so bad for him.
Thank you, Gabriel. All right, Daya. I mean, it makes sense. I should have known that it would be Daya. I said that like an idiot for since the beginning of the game. Daya makes more sense.
There is no good solution in this case.
Oh no, you need to block with the germinate. That's the only way because the other one is not an attack, an non-attack action. So it only blocks for 2, right? Is that a summer spell or something?
Foot of the Forest, maybe?
Even worse. Oh, that is that is sad indeed. Especially now that he knows that there was no triple reaction in hand. Ah, that's tough. See, it all came down to that one decision. That's what's exciting about these games. Made a difficult decision, and in this instance, he should have just not blocked. Oh my god. Just blocked with the. If it blocked with the chest, the first attack, even then it would have been much better.
This game is so cruel.
I guess if it blocked with the equipment, the first misplayed attack, it would just have been a surgical extraction as a follow-up. But still, it would have been much easier to block than that double disruption attacks. Yeah. And not happy about it, obviously.
Maybe he still has a remembrance. Maybe.
No, I think he's only playing the one. Also, he's kept the Grasp of the Arknight in his graveyard for for the longest time now.
And there is no deck at all.
There is no deck left. Well, in theory, he could germinate for 6.
Which
That's
made
not
12.
enough.
That made 12 enchant, and then he can attack with 9
That
next
doesn't
turn.
work anyway. There will be a mass activation this turn anyway. Like that's.
I'm not sure I will activate this turn. I think I would just germinate with my whole hand. Then next turn attack with the big blade.
Yeah, but you can't do it anyway. There will be an attack now. He's not playing.
Oh yeah.
So now it's going to be a misplayed attack followed by the mask activation, and there won't be enough to finish Patrick off.
So it's probably going to be a new mirror in final. Which means you come closer to Living Legend a bit every day.
Yeah. Don't we all? We're all creeping ever closer to Living Legend, my friend.
If you're aware of some results of this weekend, just share it with us on the chat.
Another bounce. Do you get baited on this one?
I think at this point you just take damage.
I mean, if you block there, you've lost anyway, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Floyon is online now.
Snap.
That's one attack reaction.
Yeah, but there's a slither on top, so that
That's
means
2.
3. With
And
the mask, that's 3. Yeah. So that works. Yeah, and I guess that came. Wow. Need to go through the motions, but yeah.
I think it's game.
Yeah.
That's so frustrating for the Floyon. You have all this function, but you can't do anything with them. Well, you can still attack with the sword, but there is no way to win.
Wow.
Now he's looking for the blue card in the banish to play.
And the foot of the forest attack on top.
Because why not?
Insult to injury. Yeah.
And he's coming for 6, I
Nice
think.
stack of runes with the Autumn's touch, which is not how you want to finish up the game. Which is not enough by far. This is a full blue hand at that point in the game.
This is a full blue hand.
12. Yeah. Well, plus 3 means 15 vented.
Oh god. But and there is still the Arcane Lantern. But with only one card in the deck, he's not going to do so much. But he still has the grasp in theory. So he could every turn grasp Ripping Blade and try to win like this, but I think it's going to be complicated to block.
And that's GG. No way to finish this.
That was
Well,
a game.
That was a game. That was everything that we love about Flesh and Blood. I know people are complaining in chat about the length of the game or maybe about the fact that it's a very passive one, but that's everything I love about Flesh and Blood anyway. That's an amazing way to play the game.
Yeah. And both of the players know the matchup. They were really good. So
yeah. Very nice one. Well, it's been a very long game, as we just said, so we'll take a short break and then come back with the finals. It will presumably be new versus new, unless I've read the room incorrectly and Tigran won his matchup, but I think it will be new versus new. We'll be right back. Don't go too far with the finals for the ProQuest at TwoMoons in Zürich, Switzerland. We are back.
Hey guys.
Johan is going to bed because he's a baby, so I needed to put him to bed. No, Johan is still around, but we decided to invite Tigran, who's we talked about him earlier. He's a friend, but he's also a very good player, and we thought it was a good idea to have him cast the last game because he just lost versus Vietnam. So
Yeah,
obviously
exactly.
he's the best player to explain to us how good this guy is and how this matchup is gonna go. How did your day go today?
It was fine. I lost pretty early today, so I was a bit upset about that. Lost against a Vincent, and I think I should have played better, obviously, as usual. But the rest of the day was fine. I got lucky to be in top 8. So I'm pretty happy with that. And yeah, won against Verdance on stream, which my hands were pretty good. So not really say anything about that. Yeah,
But
it
you
helped.
also navigated the game pretty well.
Yeah, thank you. And lots of Vietnam just right now. I think he played super well. Yeah, he's just a better player. He gapped me, so it's always
That
good
happens sometimes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
you
happens
need
sometimes.
yeah,
It's
you,
less involved.
you need some
Yeah.
some room to grow. Like
Yeah.
you haven't been playing the game for that
But-
long. So
but-
and as you a lot of you maybe know that Vietfam has been playing forever. I think he's still the current leader in XP overall XP lifetime in Europe. I think he's
Oh
one.
wow.
Yeah, I was looking at it. He has
Oh.
6,752 XP. I don't know how much you have, but I'm really very far from this. And I've
Yeah.
been playing for almost 5 years. So yeah, very impressive. And also he's one of the best players in the world. Obviously went to top 8 in the World Championship in 2022. And he has a long list of wins in tier 2 and tier 3 events. So definitely one of the best players in the world. And he's in the finals today. So it will be a treat to get to watch him in the finals. It will be a new mirror. How do you expect this game to go? What are the most important cards in this matchup?
I think it's having the toss is very important. I think having tempo is very important. Managing your resources, every single damage counts. This is pretty important to do as well. Hitting with the daggers, getting the levels for full value, obviously, stuff like that. And at the end of the day, it's not only about who is gonna deck the opponent, but as well who's gonna be putting more pressure.
Yeah.
Not only value wise, but as well in pure math.
Do you expect it to be a long game, or do you need to find
Yeah.
ways as new player to attack as strong as possible? Is there any way to do that in the current with the current deck list?
I think it's gonna go the long way. Yeah, we will have quite some time to review.
Okay, perfect. We can also discuss what happened during the day. Perfect. Well, guys, I think we can go to the board right now and see to the table and see what these players are doing. Let's take a look. So this is the deck list. I assume they're going to be pretty similar, but I'm not sure 100%. We can maybe take a look at both of them very quickly. So this is a rather basic setup for new these days. We've seen this deck a lot. It was released last year, and we've seen it's been one of the best decks ever since then.
Yep.
Let's
Totally
take a look
agree.
at the cards in the deck. Maybe scroll down to see the rest of the deck list. And this is Patrick's deck list. Yeah. Two Eradicates. Yeah, we just saw that one in the previous game versus Floyon stack. Yeah, and Daya was playing a Floyon stack deck, and it was very threatening at the end of towards the end of the game. You can't really afford to lose any card from your deck, so it was a very interesting addition to this deck. Obviously, we see 3 Bonds of Agony, 3 Cosmic Awakenings. Is there any way that this can be relevant in this one?
Yeah, I think it's gonna be pretty relevant
Towards the end of
late
the game when you have
obviously.
a bunch of cheese in your deck.
And Patrick, it's interesting because Patrick has been playing this CYB version for quite a while now. I remember playing a few months back as well. This new deck, he was doing really well. He was top 8ing a lot of events with it. And yeah, seeing the Eradicate makes sense as well because new players are kind of trying to find new ways to win the fatigue game. and this is a nice addition thing, and it's been like more and more played lately. So it's not a surprise he kind of incorporated it in the deck.
Let's take a look at Viet's deck list. Okay, so this is the exact same equipment suite. What about the rest of the cards? Oh no, there is a Spider's Bite. I don't think there was a Spider's Bite in Patrick's list. I don't remember exactly, but I don't think there was. Interesting.
I wanted to give a really quick shout out to the new AB Spell Void equipment. I think it's like it's so good.
A very good addition.
So
Yeah,
good.
of course.
Because basically it makes the Kane of matchup like really, at least for Assassin. I'm not only talking about Assassin in general. It's like makes it good when you have AB free, Spell Void free. Good luck, have fun.
Yeah, for sure.
And it used to be pretty bad for that. And we can see as well the Cutthroat of Facade. This is a new tech that is like coming back more and more because basically it's most likely a popper, but sometimes you can play it as well. Like casting it, it's okay. You can get some value, like Prism and also decks playing auras.
Yeah, not really playing it in that mirror matchup, I guess, but it has some relevance in some decks. Do you play looking for scrap? Do you want to go that aggressive route? I guess you play a lot of cards anyway, so anything that's kind of relevant and that can put some pressure.
Yeah, I agree. I think you want a kind of fat deck, if I'm not mistaken again. And this one is like pretty premium as well because it's like 5 go again. It's a nice extender. When you get the tempo, new HUD sometimes struggle as well, like when you get back the tempo, like swinging dagger is not enough in terms of damage. And playing stuff like looking for a scrap, levels obviously is super good.
Yeah, for sure. So looking for scrap, another addition, I think this is, so the Vietnam is only playing one Cosmic Awakening, but I think we see a Bonds of Memory, and is he playing the Double Troubles? I don't remember exactly.
It does play 3 of them. It's really good late game.
So Patrick was playing them as well? Yeah, okay, maybe.
I think so, it would make sense.
So yeah, pretty similar deck list, but some additions. Notably, there is no Eradicate in this list, so maybe it will come back to haunt him if at some point there is a way to profit from that, from banishing additional cards. Well, it looks like the playmats have moved a little bit. We can see that this is the end of the day. You know, everything is a bit a bit more blurry. All the they're not as sharp, and the image is not as sharp either.
Okay.
And we're starting the game. Yeah, starting with the
pretty hot, right?
Yeah.
This is sometimes a nightmare. How do you block it? Or do you have to block it? Do you give like? Okay, so Patrick looks pretty confident.
He's very happy giving away all of these cards. Yeah, for sure.
Correct.
Looking for 9 there. There's still a way to go above that if you get a couple of Justin X maybe. And any other reaction? That would be fine, but would you do it in this instance? Because there's only one card to target in the end. Maybe it's a bad one.
Yeah, that's correct. I'm not sure about it. I guess like it's more of okay. Let's see if Patrick is gonna give me some cards so I can like fill the banish zone, because you have to like, as you know, action cards keep block with are gonna get in the banish, and like maybe Viet can play them later on. But yeah, he's happily taking James right hand, and maybe he was hoping for a blue, like something blue that he could play this for like so.
That's already, like, it's very important to get this kind of type of information. Now you know that there will presumably be, unless Patrick decides to pitch it for some reason, but there will be a Shelter from the Storm at some point during the next game or during the next attack phase. Oh, he discards it. Interesting. Yeah. Surprise value isn't there anymore, so just discard it, I guess?
It's like pretty much the same at this point. Oh, something happened.
Not happy? Not happy about the turn, maybe?
Couldn't say.
It looks like he was mad at himself, but I don't know why.
Maybe he forgot the tunic, but Viet allowed him to put it back. Not
Oh,
sure.
yeah.
Oh,
Starting with CYB, yeah, that's a good way to make sure that you
Right.
can use it. At least
Mm.
you know that you're even in terms of health, so you can use it right away, and you worry less about getting some value out of
Yeah.
it later on the line.
But here, as you can see, Patrick is basically telling Viet, okay, you have to kill me, otherwise I'm winning the late.
Mm,
I'm winning the long game. So yeah,
that's another CYB.
dagger.
And you were talking about it earlier, how important it is to connect with these
Yep.
daggers to make sure that you can use the full value of these levels of enlightenment. So letting it hit can be very relevant there.
Yeah, exactly. And as you can see, like Patrick gave full tempo back to Viet, so you have to do something, and sometimes doing something like pitching for daggers, it's okay. As you can see, like, you have a just a and
Oh, he's playing the cut through the facade.
oh,
Without
okay.
saying that he was probably not playing it, but still as an attack, it's a 7 for 3. It's like fine.
Yeah, it's like good value. Again, it's like
Uh-huh.
at the end of the day, it's you gonna make most out of your cards in the fat deck, so I guess it's like playable.
Oh, and there was another shelter from the start. Well, at
Okay.
least you know that 2 of them are gone. So
Yeah. And don't forget this Justinic that was pitch stacked. It's gonna be relevant
yeah,
at some point.
yeah, for sure. Oh, and
Oh,
what about
yeah.
these Oasis Respites?
Yeah,
Pit stacked as well. There
pitch
is a
stacked as
pit stack.
well. That's correct.
I think we heard them laugh all the way from the other side of the room. So yeah. And the second CYB was used. He was lower than his opponent. But it doesn't matter anyway. Yeah, I think I still had in mind the fact that he had maybe there was a ripping blade on the board, but that doesn't happen there. You can just get as high as you
Pitching.
want.
Okay, so here's a codex.
Second codex pitched.
Yeah.
This is a nice mental exercise if you want to make sure that you remember how to pitch stack. Remember that there's already one one Justinic,
One
one
codex.
codex that was pitched, and the second one there. So that will be. I mean, as soon as we see the Justinic and the first codex, you knew that there's a codex coming
Yep.
right after that one.
Interesting. Patrick deciding to giving the glove piece, the hand piece.
Yeah.
It's rather early. Maybe he's afraid of some levels as a follow up. Right.
Double trouble.
Double trouble. Which is like it's a good card in match. Like it makes a lot of value, a lot of damage, banishes a lot from the top. Things you really want to avoid. Yeah.
That the nerve scalpel that we see on the left there? Yeah, it looks like
It is.
yeah,
It is.
the middle of. Is that relevant in this matchup? Like, would you say it's something that can be
I mean,
an issue if you're Viet?
playing a
Oh,
lot of reactions, right? So I guess like there is some incentive to play it. Okay.
and yeah, the Siren's Call coming in to force Patrick to show his hand.
Yeah. So
And
basically,
that is a CNC.
hey,
Yeah, don't
pretty
force me to block with it.
exactly.
You know that there's a CNC,
It,
and Viet can plan around it. Again, good information, even if you don't get the full value of the card.
it was well read by Patrick. He kind of sniffed this Siren's Call. He was ready.
Oh, and he plays the Just a Nick on top of it, so that means that some damage
Yep.
will leak.
That's gonna connect. That's gonna banish
And
some
yes,
cards.
it banishes. Yeah,
Huh?
2 damage and a couple of banishes as well.
Yeah. So I played 2D react, I believe. Attack react.
Oh,
Free
one
with
eradicate
Aalia.
is gone. A codex, and I think
Ooh,
the bones.
thanks.
Wow,
That's
nice hit.
huge. That's pretty
Yeah.
huge.
Right, so the CNC goes to the arsenal,
Sing back.
trying to be used on better days.
Sing below. What else?
This one is nice. It's turn 5. Nobody is below 40 health. Isn't that everything that we want to see in this game?
But-
Okay, so now
Prognosis. This is a pain to block
I
as well.
prognosis,
Yeah.
So this is a sure sign that they are both playing the biggest decks possible, because there's no way you play Warmongers Diplomacy in this in this matchup here.
It blocks free. It's a blue.
Yeah, it's a blue that blocks pretty well.
Yeah. So yeah, it's relevant, I guess.
It's a bit disconcerting because it looks like Viet has a lot of Japanese cards. I don't recognize the text on any of these cards. Hopefully we've seen a lot of.
But
Okay.
look at that. Playing
Yeah.
the specialization.
Very nice.
Be able to create a chi as well.
Pattern to connect as well. Banishing the CYBs. Obviously. There you go. Leader for the go again.
So we have this go again.
That's already a pretty big banish. Look how many cards have been banished by Patrick, while the banish zone on Viet's side is totally cleared.
It is. He's really putting the pressure, but I think he seeing that his opponent's playing CYB and like all this late game package, like really pushes you to be the aggressor.
Plays his own prognosis
Yeah.
against him.
It's pretty effective.
Yeah, and you know that the
Buffing
face
it?
is coming. Okay, so there was a
single
single. Okay, perfect. So that covers it up.
But still, good value is good value.
And an arsenal on top of it. Yeah. Oh, nice. So that CNC, we know it was coming. It was sitting in the arsenal since last turn.
Oh
perfect
yeah.
timing on the sigil.
This is
And the most beautiful sigil we have so far, the Sagrada Familia one from the World Championship in Barcelona in 2023. A very beautiful card.
You think so? I like the Singapore one.
Yeah, I mean, it's my personal favorite. I'm not saying that it's nobody's favorite, but the most beautiful, the objectively most beautiful, but it's my my favorite sigil.
Oh, look at this! And now Patrick is pretty sad to have been to have blocked with the boots.
That is a public use of silence call.
Yes.
The most annoying one.
Yeah, this is super annoying.
don't get to cover any damage, but yeah. Oh,
Oh,
he's pitching. Yeah,
pitching the blue.
perfect. So he's saying that second beckoning mist blade will be all the damage on that second mist
Huh?
blade will be prevented, I guess, just to get rid of
Yes,
the
just to make
prognosis.
sure.
Yeah, prognosis
To make sure.
and showing that the Leave No Witnesses is the only card left in hand. Oh,
Oh,
and Viet counters with his own Leave No
and it
Witnesses.
just blocks with the boots as well, so it
Wow.
doesn't free out the breakpoint
Yeah,
anymore.
he has all the answers.
Ooh, this is such a big play for
This
Viet.
has to be devastating. Like every time
It
that
is.
you do something, your opponent has something else to punish you.
You just gave your entire hand, and like the opponent is asking for the arsenal, really? Yeah.
And a lot of very strong cards again. The Cosmic Awakening is gone. A very you were talking about it earlier. Very important in the late game. Won't be able to use it. I think that's the second one that's gone.
It's the
So,
second one,
yeah.
exactly. So only one left.
Yeah,
Both.
and Viet had one as well. So they're even in terms of Cosmic Awakenings left in their deck.
This is most likely gonna get covered in some ways.
Yeah. Well, Viet still has access to his arms equipment and
Yes, and D-React, obviously. A bunch of D-Reacts in those decks nowadays. Thanks to Shelter from a Storm, which appears to be a good card.
apparently, yeah.
Okay, combining some blocks. Right. So you could use the
Zürich is still in there,
exactly.
yeah, so you can still use the.
Was it a bait?
Guess so. There's no way that he wouldn't play.
Oh
Yeah.
man, that was so well played by Viet.
Oh my god. Yeah.
It
Well,
was
I mean, we were saying
kind of
earlier in
obvious.
this game that he was very good at this game, and yeah,
You
just
you
proved
can
it
feel.
twice.
You can
Turn
really
after
feel.
turn after turn.
He really plays those
Baiting.
matchups.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This is very impressive.
that's
I mean, you need the right
fun.
cards to do it, but
Mhm.
still, the way he played this turn was very impressive. It's not like Patrick had any other choice. You try to do it at that point in the game, but yeah, again, Viet had the perfect answer.
But do you commit? Because if the opponent is doing like such blocks, usually you can like, I don't know. It's tough. It's very tough.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Oh, and another punish.
asking for a card again.
God.
Who is playing CYB now? I guess 41 to 40. Who is winning the live game?
And the only live game that he has is only his cards. He
Yeah.
hasn't had any. Yeah, it's just the sigils and the live game on stealth cards.
Yeah.
Eco +1.
42 to 40.
Yeah. Gosh. Okay, so the Nerve Scalpel is coming in. Now he's trying a different strategy altogether. Just trying to ping him to death, I guess. Cut him down with the scalpel.
Interesting. Viet is gonna respect the attack. Yeah.
Like he's giving away a bad card either. It's something that's very relevant in this one. So respecting his opponent there.
Are we gonna see something like Codex this turn? No. Okay.
Cut through the facade again. So that's the second one. Just for an attack for 7. Look like he has 2 cards left in hand, so he's there. Yeah, what's
And the thing is, when you starting to commit some blocks or some D-reacts in Cutthroat of Facade, you're not gonna be able to keep them later on. So it's like pretty effective. If you can like get 1 or 2 D-reacts on Cutthroat of Facade, you're pretty content, I think. But in this case, Patrick decided to take all the damage.
take it to the face. There's nothing
Mhm.
damage for Viet.
Right.
Now, now
This is
Patrick
done.
needs to put something together. He needs
Yeah, now we're talking.
to threaten something. She's tough. Like you were saying that there's a lot of defense reaction, but what happens if you don't get a single one there? You can be destroyed. So you need either block with a lot of cards or just keep one not very relevant card in hand.
Okay, so
Or block it all. Okay, so
looking for a scrap is
yeah.
going.
So that's not
Giving
an attack reaction yet. Mask can be the first one.
yes. Interesting to know that Patrick didn't use the nerf scalpel this turn. So meaning maybe he has a pretty good end to push some damage and like get these bonds pretty big. Putting some CNC back.
Preserving the tradition of getting a very good command and conquer in your deck. Very important tradition in Flesh and Blood, by the way. Mask activation, so that's the first action.
Yeah, there's
And
one.
Siren's Call.
There's a siren call for sure.
Which I guess means that if there is a defense reaction, you don't even play the full. This is a Fate for Sin, right?
Yeah.
This is the A-Pack promo Fate for Sin.
Ooh.
Kind of disappointed that there's not even a tea time sync below from London, maybe.
Ooh.
Oh, double sync.
So Viet decided to get rid of his insert ends, so he doesn't really have to discard on the Mask of Recurring Nightmares. This is like pretty nice tech.
He could have waited though. He would cover 10 this way. Yeah, I guess he was afraid of just an Eek maybe.
No, I think it's really like to not give any value to the Mask of Recurring Nightmares in this case, and his hand was
Really
probably
nice.
not doing that much. So
Yeah.
now Patrick has full tempo. Let's see what he can do with that. Ooh, that's 2 hisses in his hand. That's a lot of damage.
That's the thing. He needs other attack actions to
Yeah,
really
that's right.
from it. So yeah.
Otherwise,
See
it's
a lot of those.
Yeah.
I see maybe the third Cosmic Awakening.
I think so. I think you're right.
Yeah,
This is most likely.
Won't be able to use it this turn.
Ooh, double pitch. Right. So I guess we're swinging dagger. Nope.
Yeah.
All
and there's not
right.
a single blue. There's sometimes
Oh.
nothing goes your way. You know that's.
Yeah, that's unlucky. That's
I
really
hate
unlucky.
when that happens.
Tunic and CYB? Is it CYB?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, CYB.
I think the first two. Yeah, 2 of them were banished, so that's only the second one now.
Yeah.
Could have been the fourth, but it's
This is really rough.
yeah.
When you play CYB and like you get such low
It's your fourth
value.
with CYB, yeah, but it's oh man, and now coming back with just a CNC, but that's enough.
Good old CNC.
And the Arsenal.
And yeah. Sometimes it's super annoying to block
Yeah.
if you're kind of stuck with all these D-reacts and those non-blocks.
I think he has a couple of cheese in hand. Yeah, a couple of transcend cards and maybe 2 cards. But if he keeps double transcend, he won't be able to do much. That's the thing. Like it's insane.
Mhm.
Even when you have a full red hand, Viet Pham has at least a CNC
But
to
look
make
at
sure that
that.
he's
It's giving away.
efficient.
It's
Crazy.
giving away his arsenal because, as you said, if he
Yeah.
kept if his hand is like pretty stuck.
Exactly. Okay, so that was a bounce. Pitched for the missed blade. You know, someday new is gonna living legend, and I won't see these missed blades dancing on the board, and I'll miss it. I love this card. I love the artwork. I love the aesthetics of it all. And yeah, when all of these mystic heroes will have ascended to living legend, I'll miss them. Now that we still have some new on the in the meta game, but yeah, I'll for sure miss them. I understand that's there was some bad feelings toward like with competitive players in regards to the dominance of these heroes, but they were so cool when they were released. I
No.
still remember the pre-release. We were playing against each other, by the way.
Yeah,
The
that's
pre-release
right.
for Part of Isabel. I remember you were my
That's
first
right.
opponent.
I
You were just starting at the time.
yeah,
You
I
were a
just
very new
started the
player.
game. Exactly. I lost against you as well.
Yeah.
So good
Which is not something
good
that will
beating.
happen a lot these days.
So
But
I
I can say that I beat you once.
and mask again.
Yeah. Well, now he's starting to banish some cards from Viet Pham's deck, but that's and from his hand, but that's not a lot.
Yeah, that's
No way. Did he banish the third sigil? Yeah. All right.
Fate
Now the
for
Fate for
Sin,
Sin.
making sure to not banish more cards from top. It's interesting, like those games, because you're playing in 2 resources. Primarily your life points, obviously, but as well your deck. So you have to manage carefully both of them at the same time. And
Did Viet just use the tunic resource to attack with the to get a second dagger attack on this one? A second
yeah,
misplaced attack? It looks
yes,
like it, yeah.
yes, and coming with Ancestry Body.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure Patrick will be happy to banish anything from top. He has like his banish zone is pretty full right now. That
This respite. That is
oh,
this into CYB. So now we're starting to get a
like good amounts
good
of
number of
healing.
CYBs. Yeah, these CYBs are relevant, but the problem is that 2 of them are in the banish, so there's only 1 left.
Oh, this is
Live of no witness is something. It is something.
yeah, it is something. It
Oh
is
well,
something.
this is something else as well.
This is
We
a
extended our shelter from the storm. I see that we are flexing there yet. This guy just blocked me with the 200 euros card.
actually it's 300 now.
300?
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah. Sorry to inform you.
Okay.
It's a bit more.
It is a gorgeous card.
Yeah, it's a pretty good card.
Yeah. Okay,
Prognosis.
prognosis? Yeah. So if you were a doctor and you were asked to consult and to check on Patrick's health, what would be your prognosis on this one?
Think that just letting go away must feel pretty good.
Be careful, be very careful, Patrick. Okay?
Up to 6, I believe. Yeah.
Covered with another respite. Yeah.
Thus far, this respite have been like doing some serious work.
Yeah.
Covering, preventing, gaining some life as well.
And the bonds of attraction to finish this turn off.
This is such a pain to block because you don't want to be blocking that, but at the same time you
Don't do it.
Yeah.
You're gonna get punished. You know that's
Yeah.
that's the way that game has progressed so far. You've been punished every time something like this has happened. So
Yeah.
you're tempted to block. But yeah, you will overblock whatever happens.
Is it a codex in patch percent?
Most
Yeah.
likely, yeah.
It's
Oh,
is
using
getting the tunic
oh,
so
look at the
early.
value of that bonds of
Oh.
attraction. Oh my god. Getting a tunic in the process, amazing. But yeah, I guess he was that was some kind of PTSD. You know, you've been punished so much in this
Yeah.
game when you haven't blocked these attacks that you need to block it, and you're willing to give your tunic away. Crazy.
Yeah, and now what's happening is you cannot go for those dagger into pitch tunic codex CNC lines.
Yeah.
And this is pretty big.
And look, he was he used the die to represent the resource on his tunic, but the tunic was gone, so he got rid of the die. He was like, okay, yeah, I forgot that the tunic was dead.
That's a big hit for Viet for sure.
Oh, and by the way, I love Patrick's nails. Like, if everybody had gorgeous nails like that, it would be even more enjoyable to cast these games. You see a lot of hands, you know, so when these hands are nicely polished like that, it looks even cooler. Okay, so there
There's
you
a
go.
codex.
This is the codex.
What are we getting? Because we only have one flying.
That's the thing.
Oh,
You can't get anything that
yes.
was.
Yeah.
It could have been a CNC, but there's nothing in Yet's arsenal anyway right now.
Yeah. It's probably gonna
There will be
pick up
something. Yeah.
CNC, I guess. If I had to guess.
Yeah, there you go.
CNC. Obviously CNC. It's
And
such a good
thing.
card.
Yeah, another punished.
You know what, Romain? I think CNC is just getting better and better with all the new defense reaction stuff that LSS prints. Like this card is never going away. It's such a good card.
And look at this. Viet has another defense reaction. He's played a bunch of them, but he still has one at the perfect moment. And now he's gonna come back with a CNC, I guess.
And this requires a response. The only time I don't like playing Codex is when my Earth opponent decide to leave his arsenal empty and get back a felling of the crown. This feels bad. But otherwise the card is just too good.
Oh, but because of the Noscapel, that was only a block for 3 with
Oh,
the
you're
below,
right.
so you needed you to use last thing below and last plate for scene. There you go.
Oh,
I think
that's right.
both sets of these cards are gone now.
Yeah, we definitely saw like the double thing below on the bonds turn. So yeah.
Oh, so that wasn't the CNC, but that's a leave no witness.
That's pretty efficient.
Yeah.
For 0, destroying the arsenal, banishing one from top. I've seen worse.
For sure. And there's no equipment on Patrick's side now, so he needs to block it with his hand.
I really enjoy Patrick's playmat. I think it's
one?
it's like the
the 3 gems, the 3
3 gems.
original gems. Yeah.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
Nice.
And I'm kind of surprised that Viet's choice of playmat, because I mean I love this artwork and it's an amazing one, but it's the kind of playmat that everybody has, and with this
Yeah, I
kind
think so.
of like his experience with the game, and I would assume that he would have had a more fancy one maybe, or maybe a rare one, because you know that he likes these rare and very very cool cards. But he has one of the playmats that you got from the UPF set, the around the table one.
Yeah,
I think that's where it was from.
that's correct.
It's a good, cool playmat, but it's not like he's playing all
It's not
the
fancy.
special promos, so he's not playing a special playmat. Is what I'm saying. But it's still a very cool one.
You're into fancy playmats?
I have a weakness
You
for
have a
cool
few?
playmats. I
Oh,
have
that's
to,
nice.
yeah, I have to admit it.
You have to
I
admit.
used to not care about this, about like getting like shiny cards. I didn't care about shiny cards before I started playing Flesh and Blood, and then I
Okay.
discovered cold foils, and now
Oh
I kind of need
yeah.
to get some cold foils when I can.
Yeah.
I'm not getting the full play set of cold foils, but when I can get one play foil, one cold foil in my sets, I'm very happy.
Yeah. Viet has a really nice deck as well.
Oh
Has
yeah, yeah.
a bunch of Japanese
These
cards,
deluxe
a bunch of
cards,
cold
yeah.
foil.
Oh, the prognosis is nice.
Prognosis
That's
too.
2 we'd go again.
Yeah. Could you
Thanks to
block?
that mid-blade hit. Yeah.
You do not block. Is it a bait?
Oh, he's friends with the artist. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it makes even more sense. Yeah. I mean, if I had a friend that wasn't such a talented artist, I would I would play the shit out of his playmats as well, for sure.
I think Joseph designed a Riptide, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I like the design of Riptide. It is a pretty cool hero.
But the whole design on this playmat is amazing. I mean, everything related to Matrix is really cool. Oh. Okay.
This is a big
It is.
this is
Yeah.
a big prognosis.
And we have reached the point where we know that there are not that many defense reactions in Viet's deck, because he's
Yeah.
used a lot of them.
That's correct. I believe we have some shelters left.
Yeah. Maybe a couple of shelters, because I don't remember seeing more than one. But all the Sing Belows and the Fate for Sins are gone. Yeah, but look at this. He's porting only Marvel codexes. Enemy's blade attack.
Starting to take the damage. And Sensei, yeah.
Yeah.
The bait didn't work.
That is the bait there. Yeah, you'll probably choose to take the damage, I guess.
It's pretty sad when your opponent doesn't really have well, but 6 damage, it's still.
Yeah.
At the end of the day.
Point, yeah, like Viet decided to play cut through the facade anyway, so it's and he played them, so it's not like he's 6 for 2 resources is good enough.
Don't worry.
Playmat, yeah, and no sleeves. Imagine that.
It's just one. Don't worry about it. It's always just one, isn't it? You don't have to block. Still.
Yeah. I have a Marvel Codex of Reality, and I'm never going to use it because I'm not playing assassins. I'm not playing bad guys in games in general, so I will probably never get to use it. But it's very hard for me to let go of it, so I'm keeping it. I'll never play it, but I enjoy having it. Just because the artwork on these cards, on all these codexes, is so insane that I just enjoy having it to remind me that to remind myself that the artists in the game are like the best, the best in the field.
I noticed someone who got those ones in Italian. And it was pretty cool actually to see them in Italian because they really looked like old
Yeah,
old
Leonardo da
Italian books,
Vinci stuff.
Leonardo da
Yeah, for
Vinci
sure.
things.
Yeah,
And it's cheaper, so if you guys want to get them
yeah.
Italian, you're
Uh-huh.
gonna pay less for that,
It
and it
makes a
looks
lot of
pretty
sense.
cool.
Yeah. I mean, there are some cards that just sound better in Italian,
Yeah, sometimes.
like Bravo. What's the name exactly of Bravo? It's like, um, I think it's Uomo Impressionante or something like Uomo Spettacolare. Uomo Spettacolare.
Yeah, most
That's
likely. That sounds really
it's
Italian
yeah.
indeed.
I mean, it sounds amazing in Italian. Okay, so the Nerf Scalpel coming in to connect. We're getting closer and closer to the end, but it's very hard to gauge how.
Yeah, it
So,
is.
yeah, like I like if you're looking at the way this game has progressed, I would say that Viet is ahead, but it doesn't look like there's anything like special that's.
I think it really comes down to who has taken the most cards out of the opponent's deck.
So far, it looks like
Yeah.
it's
I think Viet is a
like
bit ahead,
better.
but
Yeah.
as you said, he lost and lost tempo at some point. And, it's been back and forth since then. And yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Siren's Call, and maybe there is a way to play around that, but I don't see how, to be honest. Maybe it'll get punished at some point by these
If you had
very strong
Sting
attack
below,
reactions.
yeah,
Now that there is almost no defense reaction, because we didn't notice
yeah.
it, but there was a second Shelter from the Storm played a couple of turns earlier, so not a lot of reacts left.
Yeah, sometimes those games just end up having both players swinging daggers with Gorgon
Yeah.
over and over again at the end. It's a long death, the assassin death.
Long, slow goodbye.
So,
That's just knife me to death. It's taking a long time for Viet to react to that. Yeah, okay, it's like, yeah,
ooh,
well, at that point, go ahead, do your thing.
oh, now you need to pick the good one. What are you taking in this? What are you taking? Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, this codex. I'm never happy to see codex in the match. And the frailty is pretty effective as well.
Oh yeah. Want to knife your opponent to death?
Yeah, that's right.
Getting with these frail weapons is not very
Deciding
impressive.
to take the instant.
Yeah, this deck is very small on Patrick's side.
Yeah, Patrick will most likely IP himself, putting the singular, I believe, in. We have one shelter, one thing below the arse. Dagger.
So glad that they're thinking about their blocks for daggers. Maybe we can go back to a question that I asked Johan earlier today, and I asked it to the chat as well. If you could ban one card right now, only one card, and it can't be a hero, which one would you ban?
Do you have any opinion on that? What would you, Ben?
Yeah.
It's hard to say in your position. Yeah, it's about spicy.
It's not
Yeah,
really my place. Yeah, I wouldn't ban
the
cards
same.
probably.
Oh yeah. You don't ban cards. I saw a lot of people talking about Remembrance because Remembrance making those late game pretty long, pretty stacked as well, I guess. And like playing Hawkenold over Hawkenold over Hawkenold is pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Remembrance right now would be the answer of a lot of people that question. So understand where that comes from. Okay, so there is a Transcend there. That means his mask will trigger probably.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
mask. There you go.
Here comes the mask. Mask is such a good card. Being able to block 2, make your opponent hurt, kind of slowly grind his deck. Yeah. I remember back in the days, some people were playing new with Traverse, but now everyone just settled on Mask.
Yeah. I think there was a consideration at the very beginning of the Miserable Metagame, but it didn't last too long. Like everybody figured out pretty quickly that Mask of Recurring Nightmares was the best option.
Yeah.
Okay, so now they're counting cards.
I feel like a lot of people have been talking about Kano, about Florian, about new decks rising, but new has been super consistent.
Yeah.
Over and over again, despite a lot of people saying she's like not as good, she's less good, she's bad, she's like not that playable. I think like a Misvale hero should not be underestimated.
I've heard a lot of people that produce content disrespecting new these days, and I was like, kids, you never learn.
Yeah, it's still like
Still a very strong deck, yeah, of course.
getting so much value out of your blues is never bad and cannot be bad.
Yeah.
And she's doing something really unique because she's not only playing, she's like playing like different games sometimes on a different level. And this is like why Flesh and Blood is so cool as well, because you have all those heroes attacking the meta and attacking the opponent, obviously, in different angles. And you have to adapt, you have to know your matchups, and obviously Nu is a really skill-intensive matchup.
Yeah.
It's a knowledge check every single attack.
Yeah, and sometimes even the smallest mistake punishes you like crazy. Like a single point of damage, a single hit point can change the course of the game. So it's doesn't leave any room for error.
I feel like the assassins, what they're trying to do is like to put you in a lose-lose type of situation. And Jet is pretty good at that, playing against him earlier on. And there's like no good answer, and you'll have to lose.
Situation.
Exactly. You'll have to lose something in the equation.
Yeah. Oh, and if that card in the arsenal is a codex, that will be a devastating turn, and that's probably what Patrick is considering right now.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, in this case, if you expect a codex to be coming from the arsenal, you don't block this one. But again, that's what we were saying when we were talking about that card.
But
looking for scrap, it's most of the time it's free damage. Yeah, and there you go.
look at this pitch stack again. Does it remind you something, Romain?
Yeah,
I think
you've
seen
we
that
were talking about it earlier. Yeah, there you go.
So,
Now you know what's coming.
And if I'm not mistaken, we're gonna see another codex pretty soon.
CNC and a codex next turn.
Yeah. Yeah, being able to track both pitch stack is a super important skill at Flesh and Blood in general. Like the new heroes, I think, because they are reshuffling their decks a lot, like such Aurora and like other ones. But it's still like one of the bases of the game, knowing what you're playing against and what is coming in your opponent's hands.
And I love the way that it is a skill that you have to master it if you want to play
Oh
this
yeah,
deck, but you don't have to. You can play other decks that are still as strong and that don't
that's
require
right.
that type of skill. So you don't need to be like to have an insane memory and to be able to memorize your pitch stack and your opponents at the same time. You can just play Fi and not worry about second cycle
Yeah,
most of the time.
that's right.
It's easier to do when you're just watching. Yeah, that's right, Maurice, for sure.
Yeah.
All right, so CNC versus CNC. Okay. And we didn't talk about it, but there was a CYB in that arsenal, so that ultimately that CNC from Viet threatened nothing.
Let me ask you a question, Romain. What is your favorite CNC artwork?
Well, this is
That's
the one that I don't have yet, and obviously it is the Dynasty one,
okay.
the very expensive one. So yeah, I think at some point I'll have to invest in that one. I
Mhm.
hope that it won't like climb in value like crazy by then, because I always find other things to buy, and there's always, as you know, a new set coming.
Yeah,
So yeah, and there is a special one that will be especially expensive for me coming next month.
yeah.
So I will have to decide how I allocate my resources. Let's say.
And the next set will emphasize the new, not the new, the private collection from Mr. James White
Yeah.
himself as
Yeah.
well. So if you manage to get your hands on one of those like TF Heart of Fiendel signed by James White
Oh shit!
himself,
That would be insane.
that's
Yeah.
yeah. I don't. If I get that, I'm not selling it.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
keeping it.
keeping. Yeah,
I'm keeping it.
exactly.
I'm
Same.
keeping
I'm
it.
keeping it as a memento, even though the value is crazy. Maybe at some point I'll need to buy a house, and
Uh, I'm probably becoming a Verdance if I get one of this.
yeah. But the one that I'm looking for the most is the Great Library of Solana.
Oh
They
yeah,
have the Marvel version is in there, and it's the only version of it. So yeah, it's one of my favorite cards in the
yeah.
game. And obviously, if I can get that one, I
Makes
will
sense.
be the happiest man in the world.
Makes sense. You know what? You deserve it. So if
Yeah, I agree with you. I tend to
you
agree with
deserve
you.
it.
So I'll open a shitload of cases and see what happens. Okay.
Hey,
Oh, so
let it
Mask, yeah, got rid
this is
of the second codex that we talked about at the very beginning of
interesting.
the game. But now,
Deciding why did you decide to let these colleagues go? Maybe Zen was not really blocking that well.
yeah, maybe.
Interesting. Oh yeah, you see now why. Having all those non-blockers like is really a pain sometimes. Like you have to pay the
Mm,
cost.
yeah,
And
for
like
sure.
Fiat is paying the cost right now. It feels like slowly and slowly Patrick is grinding back into.
Looks like it. Yeah, in a way, because it doesn't look like his deck is that much smaller than his opponents.
Mhm. And this CYB, even if it was not as effective because some got banished, it gave him the leeway to maintain a high
Yeah,
life
he's still
point.
pretty healthy there.
And in yeah.
Oh yeah, that's that's
Mhm.
exactly that's not a very very good blocking hand.
Okay, do you think yeah, this is not really what you want to say.
Mm, not really. At least it's an extender. There a third codex? No. There's no way that they are all that all three of them were that close. So
Mhm.
the
Wait,
specialization.
That's a huge hit.
Yeah.
Like that's pretty big in the matchup.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this is such a part
And
in
it's
this
cool as
mirror.
well.
Do you think he knew about what was on the top of his opponent's deck?
That was exactly what I was thinking, which would be
That would
insane.
be
Oh, another
that would be
one.
insane indeed.
Yeah. He was, yeah,
Because
turning the card just to show, okay, so this was yours and the next one is mine.
because
Wow.
we saw Viet pitching these cards. Maybe he was like playing
Yeah, for sure.
towards it.
The follow up. Oh, another pawns. This is absolutely insane. All these
This
blues
is
getting put to good use there. You
oh,
haven't blocked any of these attacks this turn,
are you
Patrick. So
blocking
are you
now?
blocking this one?
Oh,
Are you
that's
blocking the very last bonds of ancestry? Attraction, sorry.
yeah, that's a tough position to be in. And this is why.
Oh, Maurice doesn't think that that Viet knew. I
Yeah,
guess
yeah.
Maurice
Because
doesn't believe in Santa Claus.
no,
Doesn't believe in magic.
because you had a lot of how do you say, banish from top as well, so it's
Yeah.
very hard to keep
I mean,
up with
you
all of
can
that.
think maybe
You
that
can,
it will be after, yeah, around that
Okay.
point in the game, but there's no way you knew one other person for sure.
If
Okay,
but
phones
definitely
connecting. Yeah. Oh.
Jed is pretty lucky with his banishes from top. It's been like banishing and banishing and banishing top pretty effectively and hitting the good cards all the time. So yeah. Sometimes things are not always under your control and right.
Hmm.
This is the last one.
Yeah. He's banished because the banish zone is very small.
Mm-hmm.
Like he has maybe 10 cards in it. I think Patrick has at least 20.
What do you just pick up and play in from this banish?
I don't even know.
I don't see anything like super relevant.
Yeah. That's the thing. Viet didn't have a lot of good options either, you know? So
Yeah. Okay. There is this these bonds obviously.
oh no, now Maurice believes. Alright. You've come to see the light, Maurice. Nice. Okay, so just a misplayed attack there, but we know that like Patrick kept his whole hand, so there is something irrelevant coming. And the third Cosmic Awakening was pitched for better days. Really respecting the connect there. Yeah, well, once your opponent looks at your banished, you know that something's coming, so you definitely don't want to give
And we have
again
this
to that bonds of.
and we have a haste in hand, and a haste almost by itself can like put up to free attack reaction.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Imagine getting obliterated by your own Bones of Agony. That would be agonizing, right?
That's correct. Uh, oh, it must be really. I'm pretty impressed by both of these players because you have to like play new games all day long. You're playing 6 rounds into like 3 rounds of new games, and like those games usually are pretty grindy.
Yeah.
So the mental fatigue must be real at this.
It is 9:30, and we've been playing since 10:30 this morning. So yeah, almost 11 hours. This is insane.
Yeah. And Nu is like
Why would these guys put themselves through that? Well, that's because the game is very good.
and because we're both in finals.
Yeah.
This is why.
All right, and looks like Viet decided not to respect it. In any case, it doesn't look like he can block it efficiently. So maybe he wants to give away 3 cards just to yeah. So the hiss,
Here we go.
Slither, and the
Laser,
boots.
the
Yeah,
boots.
the stilettos.
So losing a bit of value from the stilettos, but at least you ensure that the bonds go, right?
Right. What does he get there? Was looking at the dice. It was like, yeah, okay, that's not the right one. That's not the 7 attack dice. Okay. Oh,
Ooh.
that is a lot of nice targets.
But
That
look,
is 3 nice targets, but 2 of them
oh,
are better than the others. Yeah, just need to count how much damage you can do.
look at this bonds. Because I guess that was a plan, play the bonds next turn, and now you kinda stuck with a just a nick if it's being taken.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
So okay.
This
So
is
many
tough.
cards. So many cards have been gone. This deck looks pretty slim.
Yeah.
Oh,
Cards in there.
yeah. And mostly like some cheese and non-blocks.
Yeah. But notably, there is still one Cosmic Awakening. But now no pitch stack is there, is in there. Like everything is shuffled, so you can't really count on all that pitch stacking that you try
Yeah,
to put
but
together. But there must be a bunch of blues anyway.
reshuffling, sometimes reshuffling those cheese
Yeah.
is pretty good
Yeah,
for you.
sure.
Making sure you don't draw all of them at once.
Yeah. Is he back in this one? Because he's
Yeah, I
lost a
think
lot
so.
of resources. You can see that Viet still has access to the stilettos, to the nails. He still has his tunic, but it didn't help him
Yeah.
much.
I don't really know. I don't really know. And as you can see, Patrick has still this Cosmic Awakening that has been pitched, right? So
Yeah, he
it's
had 3 of them, so yeah, for
it,
sure it
it
might be relevant.
we've seen 2
2 are
gone,
gone.
yeah. So I think both players are sitting on 1 now.
Tunic will be gone apparently.
But yeah, it makes sense to at this point maybe give the tunic. You don't really have much resources left.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Oh, and the final is. Wow. All right. Blocking with just a nick.
How many playable cards are left in Viet's banish zone? I see a bonds.
Cards are left in Patrick's deck. Without knowing the exact count of these guys' decks, it's very hard to know who's ahead. But it looks like they are about even in terms of cards in there. Oh, there you go.
But you still have a Codex.
That's 12 cards. 12 cards in Patrick's
Wow.
deck, including the cards he has in his hand. And that I would say about 15 for Viet, but I'm not 100% sure.
I think this hand looks crazy. You have a Justinic, you have a Codex.
Yeah.
You have a bond, if I'm not mistaken.
Wow.
Wow, this could be devastating.
Yeah, especially because you've reached the point where, as you said earlier, as you alluded to, there will be a lot of non-blocks and shitty cards in Viet's deck. So if he draws a card with maybe 2 or 3 cheese, he might be in a very bad spot.
Yeah. Sometimes you cannot just block those attacks and
Oh, is the just a nick being block?
Yeah, maybe because.
There's no way that he can get. Yeah, the damage at this point doesn't matter, and he's not gonna get the
Yeah.
3 attack reactions that he needs.
You have to preserve your deck.
And now it's gonna be the Mistblade dance. Yeah.
This is, yeah, pick Flesh and
Even the,
Blood,
the
ladies
Bones
and
of Agony
gentlemen.
is used to fit. Yeah.
Pick Flesh and Blood.
Oh!
This was the last one
The last
you
one, yeah.
mentioned, yeah.
The last full art shelter from the storm. There you go.
Please give me a card.
All right.
Fancy Kodashis.
Oh, getting rid
Yeah.
of a chi. Oh, nice.
Funny.
Even the witnesses, yeah, we saw that there was not a lot of options last time, and it's basically the same situation now. It is, yeah, it has to be very disappointing for.
You only have 2
Oh,
cards
yeah,
in hand.
yeah.
How are you supposed to block? Are you supposed to block this? This Live No Witness now?
You can't really afford to give away your masks. You're most probably losing your arsenal.
Yeah, this is a tough one. This is a tough one. Live No Witness is such an insane card. Do you think it was like fully designed with Codex?
What do you mean?
Like it was designed obviously with Codex in mind, right?
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
Codex was probably planned at the time. I don't know exactly the timing on these, but yeah.
The interaction is so strong.
Yeah, it's so powerful.
He has 1 prevention floating as well. That's correct. So because he discarded this,
yeah, that's right. Yeah.
so he has like 2 right now. So this Live No Witness is most likely not gonna connect. I believe that was the last codex from Patrick's side.
Yeah, probably.
And going dagger with that frailty. Let it.
Well, you can still go dagger and mask, I guess, but it's.
I mean, he's like probably not gonna keep his hand anymore. What do you get? What do you even get? Do you get something that you can just play on the same turn? Do you go for a more greedy play like CNC?
Or do you get something that you're okay with just discarding, I guess?
Yeah, but
It's very hard to. Yeah, what can he have left? If he has maybe his own Leave No Witnesses, maybe you just discard 1 card and lose the card in your arsenal, but that's.
But do you even play it? Because
Yeah,
Leave
sure.
No Witness at 3 is not as good.
No. No, but I mean keeping a Leave No Witnesses in your arsenal, in your hand.
He has to keep Codex because he wants to be blocking this. Yeah, this is. Yeah, Morris is mentioning double trouble.
Yes, he's still playing it, even with the -1 from the frailty, and he has something like 7 cards, I'd say.
He really wants to to thin this hand, Patrick's side. Maybe helping as well that Patrick has some non-blocks.
Patrick still has one prognosis. Wow.
And as mentioned in the chat, we still have the art piece as well on the Viet side of things. But
Yeah, but
obviously it's not
you
free.
need to have a
It's
functional
yeah,
hand to use it. Yeah.
it's not free.
Okay, so the prognosis is gone. Yeah. Wow. Something like 4 cards left, 3 or 4 cards for Viet. About the same for Patrick. Now he gets to attack. Threaten some banishes again, and you can put Viet in a very precarious position. Well, it's not like he's not in a precarious position already, but even a precariouser, is that a word?
It's very interesting how this game has shifted.
Yeah.
We
3 hours ago, I would have never said that. That but it looks like he is.
you mean yesterday, right?
Yeah, basically the same, right? Time is a sphere, so
Yeah. Yeah, at this point, both players are not probably what is left in both decks. Do you think the life point will matter?
absolutely not.
Because you still have this cosmic.
Yeah,
So actually, when you like come for 20 and the opponent has like a bunch of non-blocks, it's
yeah, maybe it
it's
does
pretty good.
actually.
It's
Yeah,
pretty good. Pretty good.
if you can get a spot where you attack for 20 and your opponent has something like 3 cheese, you win.
Mhm.
Yeah, there's 100% chance that Patrick still has one
Yeah,
Cosmic Awakening. We saw 2 were banished.
we saw that
He was
pitched.
playing 3, and I would assume that he plays the whole set in his deck in this matchup. And Viet still has his as well.
Imagine like if Yet did not banish those Cosmic Awakening, game would be probably almost over at this point. Like having free late game is so scary, and there's no way to play around it. 20 is like a very big number. Yeah. You have to consider every single angle, every single potential solution at this point.
God.
Because at this point, one single mistake and it's over.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This is a card counter and
You've seen it.
I did. So it will only be Cosmic Awakening for 15. I think there's only
Uh,
2 cheese. But
Should be
still,
good enough.
should be good enough. When
Should
your
be
opponent
good
has no
enough.
cards in hand, yeah. Oh no, because there will be a mask activation, so he won't be able to play it, right?
No. Oh. Oh wait. Could we end up?
So yeah, he's playing the bonds.
How do you
And
block? How do you block this one? I guess like you use a headpiece, but then you're obviously not giving your your Cosmic
yeah,
Awakening.
for sure. But it doesn't matter, alright. Like at some point we'll be able to if you block with the mask, you don't really need the mask.
No, you
Even
don't.
if you have to banish a card, you have another blue
but-
in your deck to attack with the Cosmic Awakening next.
But look, if you don't block that, it banishes the last card from top, and you play a chi asking for another card, which kind of makes the opponent not have her left to play the Cosmic. The only issue at this point, you have more blues than your opponent, and you can swing
Yeah.
dagger, dagger, and dagger, dagger is better than just one dagger.
Justin, yeah, that's
This is
game.
it.
Well, congrats to Patrick. It wasn't easy to come back from this one. He was in what seemed like a hole at the beginning, but he kept his composure and he managed to climb back into it. Very impressed at the way he played this one. It was it was a very nice matchup, and I'm very happy that we got a chance to cast this one together, my friend. So very cool. Congratulations to Patrick. Congratulations to Vietfam, and congratulations to everyone here today. That was an amazing event. I don't think like it's very late now, and I wanted maybe to do an interview with the winner of the event, but I asked Patrick if he wants to come on Lloyd of India's channel maybe this week, and maybe have an interview to talk to us about his experience with the event and what he thinks about new in the current metagame. But that was amazing. So, well, guys, thank you so much for watching this all the way through with us today and tonight. Thank you for encouraging us and for sticking with us even through the technical difficulties at the beginning. Thank you, Tigran, for casting with us. Thank you, Johan, for being with us as well all day long today. And I guess we'll go back home now and we'll try to sleep until next time, until we have to come back here and exhaust ourselves for this wonderful, wonderful game. Congratulations to all of us, I guess all of us.
Yep.
And thank you to TwoMoons for hosting us today and for providing us with a very nice environment to stream this event. See you next time, and don't go too far. We'll be right back on Lloydophilia and all other channels. Go check out Le Carnaval d'Everfest, by the way. This is Johan and his friends' channel. See you around. See you next time. Bye bye. We love you.